Okay, we will Lancer skill adventure. If you seek to provide your skill with polearm, then you come to the right place. A Lancer skill, the spear wielders gather to train with one another and further hone their abilities under the tutelage of our fine structures. Do you seek mentorship with us? Yes. Very well, I should provide you insight of the history of the guild. Only just an instrument war, the spear is also a tool for hunting, and with game ever plundering the Dwarves with, the weapon has been mainstay of the locals here since before the founding of Gridania. With the passing of time, our nation became a gathering place for spear masters from across the realm, many eager to test their mettle against the famed might of the wood boilers. It was here in Gridania that their myriad fighting styles came to contact, eventually giving rise to the art taught here today. The spear technique could be formalized at all owed much to the founding of the Lancers Guild by the Woodweiler Captain Mistel, nigh on a century past. Tradition of accepting students from without as well as within Gridania borders persists to this day, ensuring that the art of the polearm may not only survive, but also continue to evolve. Well, there you have it. How this brief history of the guild has helped settle any doubts in your mind. The Lancers Guild is always eager to welcome new initiates. If you're willing to enlist, speak with me again, and we'll begin the insurance process. Yes. Excellent. I shall let Guildmaster Wayne know to expect you. All who seek admittance to our ranks must present themselves before him. He will judge if you are fit to become one of us. Pray make your way to the training area within. Our Guildmaster waits you there. Well met, adventurer. I understand you wish to learn life skills art under our roof. As you have some combat experience, it remains to see if such skills as you require will avail you here. But no matter, in my capacity as Guildmaster, I should guide your training. Begin with the very basic principles of our art. There exist myriad fighting styles, each of which has its own unique abilities. None, however, can claim to be as offensively minded as our approach is ever one of attack, no matter who or what we face. An experienced Lancer is able to wield a polearm as over the extension of his body. It transforms into a raging storm before his foes, delivering a barrage of devastating slashes and splashes. To facilitate such a relentless assault, we Lancers for gold plate favoring armor of leather and chain. Such materials provide adequate protection without undue hindering movement. Lancers' worth may be measured quite simply in how swiftly and decisively it can pierce his enemy's defenses. By its nature, the polearm is a simple weapon to wield, for good or ill. Even in a farmer's hand, it is capable of wreaking considerable havoc, thus has it been a mainstay of ever great armies since ancient times. And know that a lance alone does not let a lancer make. Faced with unfavorable odds, an unseasoned spearman will break formation fully without moment's hesitation. A true lancer, however, flinches not before his enemies, for he knows not the meaning of fear. Ever does he press forward, disdainfully of the odds that he might pierce the enemy line and open a path to victory. On this day, doing so requires no amount of courage, and that is why our guild has striven from the first to instill this essential quality in every soul who passes through our halls. Arduous trials await you should you join our ranks. Knowing this, have you the resolve to wield the lance? Well said, adventurer. I see no reason to deny you a place within our ranks. But I neglected to introduce myself. I'm Wayne, the master of this guild. Pleasantry duly exchange, I shall add to your hunting log the names of the creatures against which the lancers might hone their skills. In celebration of the occasion, I hereby present you with your very own spear. Arm yourself with it, and speak to me once more. I would have you undertake your first task. A trial, to be precise. So you're about to stand one and this year for another. Good. Your child is eager to put your new weapon to the test, which is well, for I too have a test in mind, or rather a trial. In order to develop infinity of your weapon and learn to gauge things at a distance, you have to go for and pit yourself against creatures that roam just outside the city. The squirrels, the ladybugs, funguar, should you provide you with a super challenge. Put down, let's say, 3 of each, and then report back to me. That's your back. I told you to learn something of the essence of our art. A Lancer learns best when he's doing each thrust, making him stronger. Such things as strategy and technique will come in time. Never forget courage. Without it, you can hope to realize your potential. Your looks betrayed no hint of doubt. That as well. It is clear you see the truth of my words. That will be all for the present. Now take up your weapon, sally forth, and cut a path for yourself. When next we meet, I hope you see stronger for your time out in the next world. Ah, you've returned. I take from presence to have gained the measure from the weapon. Good, you're ready to begin next phase of training. You recall my telling you that it takes no small amount of courage to be a lancer. Now, in general terms, courage is the strength to do something, which one's fine and never. Alright, thanks for the lesson, sir. However, a lancer's notion of courage is not so simple. Having first drawn a distinction between courage and recklessness, he then divides the form into two aspects, so I'll have you learn each with spear in hand. The first is composure. A number in battle, a lancer may lose his control and just come to panic. Should this happen, all this training will swiftly flee his mind, and he will struggle to overcome an opponent, whom he will ordinarily have bested with ease. He will, in short, contribute his own defeat. If you wish to become Lancer in sooth, you must learn to maintain your composure at all times. Do this and you'll be able to call upon every ounce of strength and skill when it matters most. And so, to your first task, the riverbanks of Central Trails are home to the Vilekins, known as Yarzons, fiercely territorial. The creature will attack anyone who strays too close, making them the bane of fishfolk. They typically fall upon the prey en masse, barring all enemy safe before closing in for the kill. Once you go through the mind of their victims in an instant, panic, despair, be sure to tell me upon your end. Say whatever you brave such encounter. Take this sack of decidedly noisome bait and use it to lure ever ravenous creatures out of the nest. Maybe the only one that curious Yarzon appears, but what if 2 or 3 follow the scent? Let's see how you fare then. Go yeah, my monster. Learn what it means to fight with composure. Wire sounds. How are you? Let's use it. Why not? Well, bad work, well done. I trust you understand that in the time of dire need, no amount of search skill with a spear will avail the Lancer relaxed composure. You're ready to learn a second aspect of Lancer's courage, resolve. When faced with a terrible foe, Lancer may succumb to fear and self-doubt. Should this happen, he will become defensive, and seeking to cover his weakness, surrender his this weakness, namely his capacity to attack. Lancer fears to attack is not but a man holding a pole. The spear may also be a broomstick for all the good it will do him. It is not, and he will never be a shield. That you may learn the truth of my words for them, but you go to the Central Trail to an area adjoining the abandoned dungeon known as Spirit Hold. Since the calamity, the deck of the Roses has become a veritable menagerie of fearsome fauna. There you'll find 3 collapsed pillars, which will have become a haunt for fell creatures. You have to put them down. What manner of fiends can you be expected to encounter? Ha! To reveal that will be a defeated person, wasn't my young Lancer. What's that only is, if you face these foes with Lancer yourself, you will surely emerge the victor. Who's your claim about? Pray report to Jillian in the entrance hall. She has grasped 2 aspects of courage, albeit with some trouble. Though I doubt you will encounter similar difficulties. Struggles as a finisher with certain insights, which I think you would benefit from hearing. Lancer learns best when he's doing but the wisdom of his senior is not entirely without worth. Go on. Now, Vobscon, and do as I bid. I've been expecting you, Vobscon. By your turn, I trust you now understand the importance of resolve. Like one's flesh, courage can be made strong. It is a matter of training each of its aspects. Now, the endeavor may prove difficult in the beginning. Gods know how much I struggled. You must suffer untold humiliation and more frustration than you can bear, but you must persevere. Whenever you engage in a point of whether in training or in earnest, make a conscious effort to fight with composure and resolve. Over time, doing so will become second nature, and you will acquire such courage as you never thought would be yours. Mind you, not all battles of physical clash of mind. It might simply disagree and born with conflicting ideology. The point is, it matters not what battlefield you stand upon. So long as you take care to be composed and resolute, your courage will grow. That make any sense? Even low? I feel I cannot hold a candle to Guildmaster Wayne, but if there's all I can do to assist in your training. What was that? Something's afoot in the training area. Actual story time? You call yourselves Lancers? Pathetic. Somebody's trashing our dojo? You are next, Guildmaster. Arm yourself and face me. Refuse and all will know that you are no true Lancer. Say what you will, I'm above provocation. Craven to the last man. Naked Lalafell. Ah, but what will we hear? Wait, he is but a novice. That makes no odds to me. You yourself admitted him to your ranks, did you not? Very well. I shall withdraw for now. Yet know that only the fearless are fit to wear the mantle of Lancer. I look forward to measuring your worth in the days to come. There's not more to see. Return to your drills. Listen, may no attempt to evade his thrust. Did your opponent so unnerve you as to deprive you of your senses? Well, here's a little consequences now. You may pay no further heed to an invited guest. Lest you wonder, it is not uncommon for challengers to come pounding on our door seeking to test their mettle. For now, dedicate yourself to tempering two aspects of courage. The composure to bring the sum of your courage and skill to bear against your foes, and the resolve to attack when fear would say your hand as befits the Lancer. The next we meet, I shall have another try for you, one that will put you to your courage to the test. Until then, continue to apply yourself to training. Farewell, Bobskin. I will have some real clothes, please. Yay! Oh, Bobskin. I sort of gained an elm around the arms since last we spoke, but it plain you have not been idle. In previous lessons, you have learned the Lancer's definition of courage and how you might go about tempering its two aspects. Today, we shall find out if your efforts have borne fruit. I see you have prepared for battle, that as well. Next, I'll play you in the midst of a throng of enemies. In such a situation, one may be attacked from any direction, making it difficult to respond appropriately. Furthermore, the likelihood of being surrounded is nigh. We resolve bear the weight of uncertainty, will your composure hold? When the odds are stacked against you, we shall find out soon. If you go in this round, what courage you already possess will be further tempered. Now heed me well, for this is what you must do. I'll have you travel with the naked rock, where the Annals claim a dominion. At this summit of the rock is a secret artifact, the Stone Courage. You must claim it and bring it to me. But to reach your destination, you will need to negotiate a pass through a whole packs of flesh-eating scalekin. Make no mistake, the creature intimidating foes, stranded in the midst of so many would ask much of any Lancer's courage, but given time and no small amount of perseverance, I'm confident you will prove equal to the task. Graduated and obtained the false stone of courage. Oh, you heard me. False. What does that say about your courage, I wonder? Oh, but where are my manners? My name is what? Valkyes? Who had the pleasure of meeting Lancer's Guild, I recall. On that occasion, I weapon upon you, and you betrayed not a hint of fear. It was in that instance that, since you were unlike the others, that you had promise. And so, to the present, in its current state, the trial in which you are engaged, if trial, it may be called, makes a mockery of the Lancer's heart, and you know, say this cannot be tolerated. And so I've taken the liberty of moving the Stone Courage to a more secret location, and now resides in the depths of the Spirit Hold, under the guard of fell fiends, a far more fitting challenge, as I am sure you will agree. Whether or not you attempt to retrieve the stone is for you to decide. If you fear for your safety, as you run back to the guild and bemoan the world's frightfulness to the many brave souls who cower there, Dwayne would doubtless consider a supremely courageous act. Yet note that a Lancer may forge true courage only in the midst of great danger. The other one. Your turn, tell me. Were you able to obtain the stone courage? Yes, this is indeed the stone, though it is in rather worse condition than when I last saw it. What happened to that naked rock? A Lancer who but recently threatened you to who moved the stone to Spirit Hold? Not content with trespassing and slander, the brazen fool now meddles with our training? 7 hells. This is not to be borne. As well as always though, I do not doubt that you know better. My duty as Guildmaster compels me to state the obvious. Heed not that man's words. Lance's courage can only be forged in the midst of great danger. Is a vainglorious tripe. As you have already learned, Lance's courage is the part of composure and resolve. Be under no misapprehension. Watchfully navigating an anomalous territory served to temper your courage in a manner the blindly braving the terrors as Beryl did not. As you continue training, pray keep this the lesson of this trial close to your heart. No pants. Wilson, you come at a good time. I urgently require your help. Scarcely a bell ago, our old friend, Valkyes, paid us another visit seemingly intent upon reprising the performance he gave on the day of your first meeting. As on that occasion, he raved till the air was thick with slanders, declaring every soul who met his gaze more craven than the last. This time, however, not all ears were deaf to his mild provocation. It seemed one of our younger members took offense at his words and demanded satisfaction of the rogue. He did have since departed due in the East Shroud. Had I been on hand, I would have forbidden such following and beat the lad for letting his pride cloud his judgment. Alas, I learned of it too late and the boy is gone. All we could do now is ensure the hot-headed fool does not come to lasting harm. I departed in pursuit of the pair ere you came, but my duties kept me here. This is why I turn to you now, was going to pray go to the East Shroud in my stead and watch over our comrade. So we meet again. You remember who I am, I trust. I do. Of course you remember your mentor. He taught you the true meaning of courage. I understand you were able to retrieve the Stone of Courage in Spirit Hold. It seems I was right about you. He was making of a true Lancer, unlike those charlatans at the Lancers Guild. It is well that you come for me, or I have just a trial for you, one that will do wonders for your courage. Not interested, you say? Huh, but you have no choice. Should you refuse? Well, suffice it to say, I will not be able to guarantee the safety of your comrade here. When last we spoke, I told you that a Lancer may forge true courage only in the midst of great danger. Needless to say, the threat posed by ordinary creatures is insufficient. You must needs seek out better sport. But fear not, for I have taken the liberty of finding you something suitable. Take this alchemic potation and sprinkle it upon the exposed roots yonder. Doing so will garner you the wrath of a certain creature, which you must then strike down. Okay. You vanquished the Trent. Well done. By striking down the frenzied creature, you have further strengthened your courage. Release your comrade. Oh, I shall. Once you have completed my next trial, this one will pit you against a multitude of foes. Make your way to the Lifeman's Stump in the central round. Once there, seek out a likely spot along the forest path to lie in wait. Many wolves are wont to hunt there at this time of year. It should not be long before the pack appears. When the beasts show themselves, you are to slay their leader, the Elva wolf. I shall be observing from up close. The better to offer you advice. Advice? Oh, streaming? Okay. I was like, blinded me. He blinded? What's this guy's deal? You should be congratulated, Bosu. By throwing yourself into the midst of danger, you have further tempered your courage. And in the process, you have brought peace to Lifeman's Stump, a place considered sacred by the people of Gridania. Having undertaken my trials, you must now see that those issued by the guild are not but child's play. Mine is the one true path to courage. All others lead to ignominy.
if you wish to become a lancer worthy of the name, I suggest you leave Ywain in this house of cravens, never to return. For your sake, I pray you do soon, till we meet again.
Listen, thanks to gods you are safe. The young fool of Lancer returned but moments ago, and through choked tears recounted to me all that transpired. I understand Valky again attempted to force upon you his corrupted notion of courage. I cannot say this often enough. A Lancer's strengthened his courage by tempering his composure and resolve, not by rushing headlong into danger. You were able to overcome Valky's trial, 'tis true, yet know that you did but so by virtue of true courage, that is courage born of composure and resolve. You faltered not before the fury of a frenzied Trent, nor did you succumb to panic when surrounded by bloodthirsty wolves. Owing to this, you were able to perform to the fullest of your potential. You have come far, Robuskin. It is past time I have taught you the piercing talon technique, one of the most versatile weapons in the Lancer's arsenal. May it serve you well. Now, I must needs decide what course of action to take with regard to your self-appointed mentor. Though no lives were lost, the latest incident only serves to confirm what I have long suspected. That Valky will cause great harm if left to propagate his corrupted notion of courage. He must be persuaded to desist, though I do not know yet how. Mayhap his regard for you could be turned to our advantage, but leave such considerations to me. For the time being, you would do well to put Valky out of your mind. Focus on your training. Start to master technique I've taught you. I look forward to our next meeting. I've been expecting you, Vobskin. You have been training hard, I trust. Oh, it said your next trial, one more dangerous than any I've faced before, but will not send an unprepared man to his death. Before proceed, I must need to verify your progress with my own eyes. You will face 3 experienced lancers in single combat. To defeat each one in succession, you will prove yourself fit to take the trial. Arm yourself and take your place in the training area. We'll begin when you are ready. Well done, Vobskin. Impressive, Vobskin. Most impressive. You're ready to face the trial. Yet to not exaggerate when I said it will be dangerous, make no mistake. To take this test is to risk death. Knowing this, do you still wish to proceed?
You disappoint me.
Back again, are you?
That man is the only soul in this pathetic excuse for a guild who shows any promise. Which is why I counseled him to leave you. Alas, he chose to remain in your house of cravens. Such a waste. This guild has outlived its purpose, and I mean to see its doors shut and barred for good. If you wish to object, I invite you to do so with lance in hand.
You do not want for confidence, sir, but answer me thus. What grudge do you hold against us? For what reason did you choose this of all crusades?
I detest cravens who have proclaimed their courage and like nothing better than to crush them. That is my reason.
Well, the fixity of your purpose is clear, even if your reasoning is not. So be it. Suffice it to say, you will not have your way without a fight. No, but do not presume that I will be your opponent. No, you must face the Lancer over whom you so grandly claimed mentorship, the one among us whose potential you condescended with acknowledge. Vobskin shall represent us all. As Guildmaster, I wager the fate of the guild upon this lance.
Ha! Do as you will, coward. It is your guild to throw away. You may even set the terms of the contest.
Very well, Vobskin is here to undertake a trial. I challenge you to complete the task before he does. You have to travel to East Stroud and prove your courage before the Lord of Bramble Patch.
He is a giant amongst boars, unrivaled in strength and savagery, and ruler over all his kind. You must go before this fearsome creature and stand your ground. Know though, that the Lord of the Bramble Patch will not grant an audience to just anyone. You must needs present him with an offering of the bloody tusks of his subjects, the wild boars that inhabit his domain. When you have prepared your offering, leave it upon an area of trampled earth. Drawn to the stench of blood, the Lord of the Bramble Patch will soon appear. That is all. Are there any questions? No? Then let the trial commence. It really was 10 boars that wanted you to kill. Cool.
You think I think you're in? What?
Shan't find much sport in these two. Come back another day, my friend. Well done, Wilkinson. You have completed the trial. I trust you now see the truth of my words. Hurling yourself in the midst of danger is not courage. It is folly.
No, this proves nothing. I refuse to accept.
You refuse to accept the weakness within you. No, Wilkinson. Leave him be. Your work here is done. Return to the guild. I shall see you there presently. I'll not lie to you. You're no match for the Lord of the Bramble Patch. Had you betrayed any hint of fear, he would have gored you in the space of a moment and feasted on your entrails. But you stood your ground, holding fast to your composure and resolve. Thus you were able to stare terror in the face and survive unscathed. Well done, Wilkinson. You have overcome the greatest hurdle in the quest to become the master of your own courage. You may now bring to bear the full extent of your abilities upon even the mightiest foes. As for Falkis, well, if there is a shred of reason left in him, he will have learned the self-same lesson as you this day. Painful the experience must surely have been. One can only hope that it will serve to open his eyes to the truth. Go forth, Robson, and prepare yourself for the further trials. I look forward to our next meeting. Another one? It's good to see you again, Robeskin, and stronger than last we spoke. Plainly, you have devoted many hours to training, which is just as well, for I have a mind to set you to your next task. At the bramble patch, you came to grasp the true meaning of courage. Or have you put that courage to the proof before 3 masters of our art? In the many years since they began their training within these walls, these men have led very different lives, yet they share the distinction of being regarded amongst the finest lancers of their time. And just as they once looked to their seniors for inspiration, so too shall you look to them. By availing yourself of their wisdom, you will take another step towards becoming a full-fledged lancer. Your first instructor is a man named Bathomi. Take him out at Amorosak's Spire in the East Shroud, where he serves as a frontier sentry. All these French names. The long years at his post have honed Bathomi's perception. No details escape the man's piercing gaze. Present yourself before him for inspection, Bobscoon, and do as he bids you. You must be a young lancer, I was told to expect. Greetings and well met. I am Bathomi, commander of the brave men and women of the Spire. Now, let's have a good look at you. I see. You possess strength and skill in abundance. Of this, there is no doubt. But you still want for experience. Oh, I don't doubt you see much more. Perhaps you believe there is not left out there to unnerve you. That the world is wild, and the only gods can claim to know it all. You may be assured that the legendary lancer will falter at times. No lancer, nor any man, can foresee all possibilities, but he can steel himself for the unexpected. I will have you do just that. Take this bottle of fresh spoken blood and sprinkle it at the foot of the great tree to the north. Doing so will lure creatures of the night which you are to vanquish. Welcome back, son, and well done. I bore witness to your battle with my own eyes. The bloodbath bewilders Barry with ceaseless flittering, which makes putting a spear in the beast an exercise in frustration. Frustration that may easily have given rise to panic, yet to your credit, you fought on resolutely and thus emerged the victor. Your way has taught you well, young one. You have ways to go, to be sure, but beneath those rough-hewn edges, I see the making of a great lancer. With my blessing, make your way to Boscaran's Duthers in the South Shroud. It is there that your next instructor, Boscaran himself, awaits. The man had a unique approach to our art, though it's a fair while since he hung up his spear. His words are well worth hearing. Indeed, Lancer visits him as much for his counsel as they do his mead. Good enough though it is. By meeting Boscaran and availing yourself to his knowledge, your lance work will surely improve. Well, isn't your Wayne's protege? I thought it was about time you arrived. I'm Boscaran, and this here's my place in case you're wondering why old Wayne sent you. I should mention I have not always been in the food and drink business before I opened Duthers. I'm on an outpost not far from here. Hey, Rhoda, between keeping throats wet and bellies full, I ain't got a great deal of time to just chat just now, so if you don't mind, I'll get on with educating you. Now take this nice bottle of full flower mead. Wait, don't open it. This ain't that kind of lesson. No, I want you to make an offering of it at Estelle's Lance, which is the monument tucked away in the rocky clefts to the south of here. Take the bottle safely there, complete with its contents. When we come back, I'll tell you a story. Got all that? Good. So you offered up the meat as I told you? Without drinking a drop? Very well, you shall have a tale of me, as promised. Estelle is the man who founded the Lancers Guild, and the monument I sent you to was erected in his honor. Estelle was courage made flesh. Cut him, and I dare say he'd have blood of the stuff. It was him who first identified the aspects of a Lancer's courage, as well as how to go about tempering them. And that weren't all he did. Saying how the art had gone stale, what with the Lancers keeping the confines as well, so he stopped to bring a new texting method from faraway lands. But Greenland was a different place in his day. The outside world was a thing to be shunned back then, and not forest-born were considered faithless savages. It was even worse than now, where the old Miss Dell wasn't afraid to call that way of thinking what it was. A lot of ignorance and cowardice. To cut a long story short, despite a force full of good old Redanian stubbornness, he finally convinced the nation to open its doors to foreign lancers, and by blending their techniques with his own, he gave the world the art of which he now practice. To this day, the Lancer Guilds accept students regardless of their origin. That wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't been with Estelle. As Lancers own much more. It's our courage to carry on his legacy. Never forget that. Huh? What's that? What's the trial? Much as I disappoint you, the heir is the one. Your courage was never in doubt, son. My part of his training is done. This time you visit your third and final instructor, a fellow named Vauclair. You find him whiling away his time at the bobbling cork. Lang says not. Oh, that's the name of the inn in Volgor float, in case you didn't know. No, up in the North Route, that is. Beauclerc, an old rival of mine. Me and him used to go at it till neither man could lift his spirits tip off the ground. I warn you, he was a right stubborn bugger back then, and the years ain't done much to improve his humors. So, good luck with impressing him. I take it you are the young lancer of whom Gawain spoke, an adventurer besides by the look of you. I was an adventurer myself once. That was before I became a lance for hire. Enough idle talk. You have come to learn from me, and learn from you you shall. Be warned, though, that you will not find me as lenient and strict as the others. Now pay attention. Thus far, you have learned to muster your courage in situations of fear, panic, and uncertainty. With me, you will learn to do so in the face of change. The enemy is a living thing, and living things are apt to change. Whatever the nature of that change, a lancer must be able to think and adapt, and to think and adapt during battle requires courage. To teach you the meaning of my words, I will have you challenge a fiery fiend known as the Red Balloon. However, the creature you appear only where there is a raging flame. You may kindle such a flame by procuring 6 finger of slain balloons and depositing them at a gutted campfire. This is suffice to entice the Red Balloon. As battle wears on, the creature's fury shall burn with even greater fervor until its rapid burst in a conflagration of death. That courage and strength to your lance and extinguish like fiery foe. You have vanquished the Red Balloon, no less than what I expect of one of you lanes. Your enemies altered its nature throughout the encounter, thereby causing the terms of battle to shift repeatedly. Yet ever did you press onward, your courage holding firm in the midst of constant change, so it was that you emerged triumphant. I'm not known for being liberal with my praise, but you have done well. Yours is a genuine courage. Mind you, this did not give you license to forsake your training. You are still but a fledgling amongst all after all. I finished your review. You may report back to Ewain, and when you do, tell that young upstart that I demand he show his face here from time to time. That is all. Ovid Clark demands I show my face? I can only assume that the buxom brunette at the float isn't lavishing with attention he craves. Very well, I shall see what I can do. As for you, Vobscon, well done. Never doubted that you would meet with the approval of all 3 men, yet I'm no less proud of you having done so. You have traveled far along the Lancer path, and soon you will no longer require my guidance. In fact, you need to overcome the one further trial to complete your education here. Do so, and I will give you my blessing to lead the Lancer skills and embark upon a new adventure of spirit in hand. As ever, apply yourself to your lance work and return when you're ready for your final challenge. I look forward to our next meeting. Ah, Lubscombe. Ever a sight for sore eyes. By your return, I take it you're ready for the final trial. Very well, let us...
Guildmaster Wayne?
You're wounded? What has happened?
We were attacked, sir, by a dusk white lancer as we trained in the forest. He was impossibly strong. A demon, he kept screaming something about teaching us true courage.
Not him. Not Valkyries.
We were in the north corner of the central shroud when it happened. I was able to get away with the others. You must help the others.
Be strong, man. I'm certain what's going to trial must wait. We make haste to the central trial to help your comrades, and Vupskin, should Valkyries force your hand, do what must be done. 12 speed you on your way.
What the?
Help me.
He's kidnapping them. Problem is, it might lead the Lindworms over there. They're gonna be weak, so I don't want that.
Oh, you my life, Fred. Another breath of the Lord become warm, Father. That's why Lancer unleashed fiends upon us, claiming it with temporal courage. You just seen the look in his eye when he said it. Mad bastard. Where's the hell? I think he head up toward North Shell, maybe the direction of Fall Gourd Float. I can't say for sure. I was concerned with the skills kin at the time. It's a reckoning you seek. You're like to be disappointed. Those who manage to outrun the worms will already have alerted the whalers. Seriously, this right is being held at spear point as we speak, begging for his worthless life in the puddle of his own piss. Serves a bastard right after all.
He laid them all low.
Kept you. Helping your comrades, you say? Fool. You waste your pity on false friends. It is only a matter of time before they betray you. I, just like those wretches who saw me imprisoned and exiled. I was once an upright citizen of Gridania and a man of the Lancers Guild. Yet life was not easy. For one of the coin to obtain the barest necessities, I conspired with my closest comrades to steal from the guild's coffers. The theft soon came to light, and though there were no suspects, it was clear that the deed had been perpetrated by someone within the ranks. An air of suspicion hung over the guild from that day forth, until at last, unable to bear the guilt, I convinced my accomplices to join me in confessing. Only for them to bite their craven tongues after I had stepped forward and admitted my part in the crime, and so it was I alone who took the blame of course it was the Dusk White, everyone said. Was there ever any doubt? It all made perfect sense. Despite my heartfelt pleas, my so-called friends denied any involvement. Instead, they called me vulgar names that I do not care to repeat. Can you imagine the shock and anguish I felt at the betrayal? With that, I had the strength to force the truth out of those traitors. With that, I had the courage to escape my dungeon cell, even if it meant taking some hapless guard's life. Driven by vengeance and no small amount of self-loathing, I resolved to forge my courage anew. I strode into the lairs of ravenous fiend while drenched in blood. I put their helpless offsprings to the spear that I might face the unbridled fury of their kin. For my efforts have acquired the ultimate courage, a courage forged amidst danger and tempered by rage. I fear nothing. I am the greatest lancer that has ever lived.
While you're selling with me, though. I'm the only one? Okay. You only got that hard star move? You don't got anything else? Oops, I did the wrong one again. Ring of Frost, I don't know what that is. Ah, it's cold. And I missed apparently. Would it just end if I KO him? Or do we have to fight the trash mobs? Yep.
Impossible. My courage is absolute. No, don't come no closer.
So Falkes is no more. This was a tragic tale, and one might have been so different had fate not dealt him such a cruel hand. He will have commanded a place of honors within these halls. It avails us not to dwell upon what it might have been. It is enough that you are still with us, Fabian. I still wonder about your final trial. There will be none. I've seen all that I need to see. You have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that yours is a genuine courage. In recognition of this, I shall pass to you the secrets of Lance Charge, one of the most potent abilities in our arsenal. You are a Lancer in your own right now. There is not more I can teach you. From here onwards, it is up to you to seek out such challenges as will make you grow. Like attracts like, and the strong are drawn to strength. Just as I once knew for certainty that I was destined to face the Lord of the Bramble Patch, so too will you find, or be found by, an adversary equal worth. None can say what fate will bring, but armed with your courage, there is naught you need fear. Keep close to your heart in the lessons you have learned here, and go forth to blaze a new trail with spear in hand. The Io Dragon? I dare say you might just be the right man for the job. The guild has urgent need of a capable lancer for a mission beyond our nation's borders. Hear me out, if you will. I've received word from the Ishgardian friend to the effect that he requires our aid. I'll have you go and provide that aid. As you may already know, due to her ongoing conflicts with the dragons, Ishgard has kept her guides closed to outsiders for some time. The occasional dragoon on patrol duty is about all folks see though these days. In spite of her self-imposed isolation, however, the Holy See has never failed to honor her obligation to her allies. It is only fitting that we answer the call and lend assistance when we can. To this end, we offer to dispatch a contingent of wood whalers with all haste, and were politely informed that they would not be welcome, much to our initial confusion. It was later explained that we were dealing with a matter of some sensitivity best handled by individuals who are capable and trustworthy and unbound by allegiance, and who would set the description of safe adventurers. Secrecy being paramount, I can provide no details as to the nature of the task. All you need to know will be revealed at the rendezvous point. Should you accept the mission, take yourself to the Visitorium. A knight by the name of Sir Elbrick will receive you upon arrival. You must the adventure of William Blaine Sandward. Greetings, and well met. I am Sir Albert Bale, Knight of Ishgard. The Holy See is much obliged to you for your aid. And being of the essence, I should proceed straight to the heart of the matter. The eye in the Ishgardian relic of immeasurable worth has been stolen, and we have reason to believe the culprit has come this way. So it is that we ask your assistance in its recovery. The thief has been identified as a man named Estinian, a dragoon sworn to the service of the Holy See. Aye, you heard truth. The crime was perpetrated by one of our own. An individual in the position of trust and no little honor. May we be assured that a fate worse than death awaits him upon capture. The duty of the sea afforded me little opportunity to travel far beyond the walls of Ishgard. I must confess to a grave ignorance of recent Redarnian affairs. I was told that essentially by the name of a Logdenro, the old might have a knowledge of a route oft taken by Ishgardian fugitives. I would prefer to keep my identity a secret, and thus would have you gather what information you can from the man. We must act quickly, for you see, Estinian is... But I already said too much. What matters is that we find our thief and the eye with all haste. When last sighted, Estinian was clad in black armor. Now go and speak not a word what I've told you to anyone. Routes favored by Ishgardian fugitives? Now that's a question I don't hear every day. You aren't playing some sort of unsavory act yourself, are you? If you were, I doubt you make it that far. Anyway, we got a few fleeing through the North Shroud. Well, with Gridanian being home to nearly as many Elzen as Ishgard, it is no easy task to identify outsiders. If you're on a hunt for someone, you could do worse than visit a Frontail's spire in North Shroud and speak of a man named Idristan. If any suspicious person across the board in recent days, he'd be the first to know. The Hell Adventure. Yes, I am the one tasked with monitoring those who would enter our lands by way of Corthes. An Ishgardian knight clad in black armor. No. I recall nothing of the sort, and such a striking visitor would be difficult to forget. Apologies, friend. I can only suggest that you return to Ogdanrel and see if he has any other theories. No luck, you say? I'm most curious why. It's not impossible that a fugitive could make it this far without being spied from the Fulton Spire. Which leaves possibly that your man is still in Ishgard. It runs counter good sense, with the fugitive not want to distance the grounds between him and his pursuers, but by the process of deduction, it is a possibility. The claims of Ishkar are not kind to drifters and vagabonds. That said, that there has been of curious smoke wafting from Cave East of here at night. Why are you? I might begin my search there.
Boom! Wait, that's just a damage buff? What the heck? That's nice charge.
That Ishkar broods are descending coin-starred adventurers after me. I know not whether to laugh or feel insulted. The eye arouses for another? Preposterous. Our paths shall cross again, you can be sure of it. Drone clad in black, you say? Tell me all that transpired. The fury that the eye would choose another. I had not thought it possible. In light of recent events, it would seem an explanation is in order. The eye is no ordinary relic. It harbors the power of the dragon, which it bestows upon a single chosen soul, the strongest and wisest dragoon. He who is chosen is possessed of the power to fight our mortal foes, the dragons of Dravania, on equal footing, soaring the firmament as if it were an extension of the land. That man is known as the Azure Dragoon. The Azure Dragoon is the light of hope for all Ishgardians, and the paragon of all dragoons. For this reason, you may imagine how it pains me to have to confess that that man you encountered, the thief, is none other than the Azure Dragoon, that I was once his teacher. Needless to say, I acknowledge myself accountable for Estinian's misdeeds. I mean to do all in my power to find him and cure the eye, but I cannot do this alone. I require your help, Obscure, you who have received the power of the dragon. You may labor to believe it, but there can be no mistake. The soul of the dragoon that I bear glows in your presence, a irrefutable proof that you are chosen. What I can ill explain, however, is the why of it. Never before in Ishkar's long history has the eye aroused to more than one individual in a single generation, but it avails us not to crucial our brains about it. The fact of the matter is that you are now a vessel for the power of the dragon. The dragon lies yet in slumber, however, and you must needs possess the means to wake it, the soul of the dragoon. I will entrust you with mine, Vobiscun. Like Estinians, I once ruled the skies as the Azure Dragoon, although that power has since become lost to me. It was simply by force of habit that I had hitherto kept the soul upon my person. I have no inkling as to why the eye has seen to fit to chose a second and an outsider at that. Yet one thing is clear, none can challenge the Azure Dragoon and conceivably prevail save another Azure Dragoon. You are our only hope to bring Estinians to justice and reclaiming the eye. Of course, I do not ask that you do this unaided. I may be a Dragoon no more, but what knowledge I have I should gladly impart to you. For indeed, when the time comes that you must face the Azure Dragoon, not less than complete mastery over the power of the dragon will avail you. The perilous road lies ahead of you. I shall not deny. Knowing this, if you would still lend me your lands, I will teach you to harness the power that has chosen you. Go forth, my young dragon, and rouse the dragon within. I look forward to your return. We can jump now, yeah! It's pleased to see how ready the dragon stares within you. You show great potential, folks. A potential that may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Estini is no ordinary dragon, and was set against the legendary Azures of the ages past, the man is considered second to none. Such is the proudness, in fact, that the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed that Heldreth, the Dragon Eye, had been reborn. I mean, not to disparage your skills, Volskin, but to pursue Estinian in your current state would be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the dragon, that you might face Estinian as an equal. But before we commence, however, it is only fitting that you are edified regarding our origins. It all began a millennium past, when our forebears resided in Southern Plains in humble circumstances. The Fury, impressed by the spirit of our ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. Decided it was meet. 1 second. His pursuer has decided it was meat? Okay. So did she appear before Haldreth's sire, a man of courage and integrity named Thornton, and bade him lead her people to the promised land, to what would become a great nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thornton and his people set to building a bridge. It was then that a dark shadow descended upon them. The great Horm Nidhogg, heedless of his own safety, Thornton fearlessly charged at the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm and fell to his death. Picking up his slain sire's lands, Haldreth hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The conversation ended when the young man, his hand guided by Helon, landed a mighty thrust that prized out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled, while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragon power. Even so removed from its owner, it can exert control over the hearts of men. Haldreth himself felt its malign influence, but his love for justice brooked no corruption, and he prevailed over the power of claiming it for his own. And so it was that the first Azure Dragoon was born. Being derived from our folk, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed, but as Haldreth proved to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we need not fear being taken in its thrall. But what is justice precisely? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, and none can say that one is greater than the other. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs and stay true to yourself, you leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough of history. Let's return our attention to the present. A knight by the name of Sir Bruce Maul will see to the next stage of your training. Seek him out at Witch Drop. You are very hidden, Bruce Maul. The adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. Ha! Sir Albrecht speaks of legends and chosen ones, but I'll see you prove yourself in a more practical fashion. With your lance, defend yourself.
Or wait. God damn it. Alright. Virtual challenges. Run out the trash mobs. These guys got more HP too. Okay.
You have some skill, I'll give you that, in the glow of your soul crystal. Perhaps Sir Albrecht was not wrong about you after all. Now return to him. Your training here is complete. The Silver Dragon grows ever stronger within you, Vobison. Clearly your trial was a rousing success. I need only observe your crystal to know as much. Yes, though you only just begun to walk the path of the dragon, it is clear you possess the talent to become its Sten's equal. Go forth and make the powers you have obtained your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed with your training. You grow even stronger, ever stronger, and I speak of more than just the flesh. You're slowly but surely realizing potential as an Azure Dragoon. It is heartening to look upon. I must confess that my presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand the mere thought that the eye would choose an outsider who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons filled me with the gravest of misgivings. You have... but just say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during our last session on you regarding the origin of the dragoons, you will recall how Haldreth, through order, triumphed over the great worm Nidhogg, and Ishgard came to the position of the eye. Tell me, do you believe that these events truly transpired, or are you inclined to think they are fairy tales? I ask you this because few folks have seen the dragons in the flesh besides British guardians. Most would as soon dismiss them as products of the imagination. As dragons are no less real than you and I, with Nidhogg perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered the creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the great worm rouses, the blood of the countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let's revisit the past once more, folks. When the time is 20 summers past and the place Stravania. After a century in slumber, Nidhogg awoken once more to resume his reign of terror. Entire villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants reduced to smoldering ash. Seeing the great worm's unbridled rage, other of his kind began to rouse, and such numbers as to blot out some of their wings, a deep foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the bell of the sky in angry red, the agonized scream of innocent fading into deathly silence. In my station as Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all, bore witness to all the horrors. There was no time to offer even a silent prayer. Nidhogg lurked in one place, only long enough to lay it to waste, and when he took wing, so too did I pursue him. A man possessed This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed like an eternity before I found myself face to face with the Great Worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Scortheus, raging on for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized it must end now, else it shouldn't end it well. Marshalling my last ounce of strength, I wagered all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, bearing deep into the ruin of my opponent's empty eye socket. Yet before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in its agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled upon the scorched earth, nigh insensate. In that instant, I thought myself surely doomed, but Halloween was not finished with me. Having lost a taste of battle for battle, Nidhogg let loose a bellicose roar before fleeing to the sky. The battle was over. Whether I perish from my injuries, they rendered my body unfit to bear the power of the dragon, and I was Azure Dragon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I had failed to protect. The last conflict with the dragons of Ravania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinian is one of them, the sole survivor of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Nidhogg's wrath. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took Estinian as my own son, instructing him in the way of the dragoon when he was in an age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were born not of compassion, but of guilt. My guilt at having failed him. But alas, I have also failed him as a father. For what manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief who endangered the life of every one of his countrymen. Aye, you heard me right. All of Ishgard may suffer for his crime, though we know little and less of the minds of dragons. It is inconceivable that the disturbance surrounding a stolen eye will rouse Nidhogg to awaken once more, that its kin have already stirred. From their slumber serves as a fair warning of that. Time is not on your side, fortunately. It would seem you are more than ready to embark on your next trial. Make your way to Witchdrop, where the night Wistian awaits your arrival. My nation is depending on you, Boviscoon.
You're the one who aspired to be Azure Dragoon, while you're not even a Vishgard. If you truly possess the power that Sir Elberg sees in you, then prove it to me with your lance.
On guard!
A strength I've not seen its like since Estinian himself stood before me. Perhaps Sir Elberg has the right of it. After all, return to show your crystal to him. I have no doubt he will be pleased. Past yet another trial of flying colors, Roskin. The day when you may stand before Estinian as an equal is not far off, and when that day comes, the eye will choose you over the traitor. I have no doubt of this, but we must be patient still. For now, you will continue your training. When you can do no more on your own, seek me out once more. Impeccable timing, Lobscombe. The message arrived at Palestinian, but moments ago, much to my astonishment, he would trade words with us and bid us meet him at Boulder Downs. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may well be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count upon your company? Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Estinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgar's walls brings us closer to a repeat of a tragedy of 20 summers past. Surrender yourself and the eye and return with me to Ishgard before it is too late. But it is already too late, Master. For you see, Nidhogg has already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause of the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. Premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Needhawk seethed with irrepressible rancor for that wound of 20 years ago. That rancor would send him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation would ensue. But there is a possible solution. Were the Eye taken to a remote land far from the Holy See, then, and only then, could destruction be averted and the lives of innocent Ishgardians be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there's more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me, the two are one and the same. You know my past better than any else. It was for no other reason than to avenge my family that I became a dragoon. Dragons long outlive men and do not soon forget the wrongs done them. What grudge they harbor burns as a fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look back on history to see that Needhawk grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened our skies, the Grey Worm came within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgard. Not short of death will prevent him from completing his mission when next he wakes. Needhawk took everything from me. Now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The Eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing 2 Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you have heard my solution. Now I ask that you lend me your power. Aye, the power of the dragon. In the long and proud history of Ishgard, never before have 2 Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, nay, our only chance to send the Great Worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Draken Mail, forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as an Azure Dragoon, you must needs clad yourself in the same. Clad so, you will inherit a technique passed from Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon down through the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first, you must win the Draken Mail as I and Sir Albert did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure, a series of battles so harrowing as to send the unworthy to an early demise. Master, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that he learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Asinian, wait!
Save your worries. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for dragons. I take my leave of you.
Asinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquiring the armor of which Asinian spoke, at first it was my intention to bequeath my own armor to you. I'm an Azure Dragon no longer, and powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand it over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is as Stinian said, the dragon armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood whence it came, the blood's power resonating with the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon my own armor's power, it bonds to me was forged years ago. Were to bestow it on you now, I fear it would offer but a scintilla of the protection afforded me in those bygone days. Aye, Asinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he and I did before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure, that the powers of dragon blood will be yours and yours alone. The Ogre's Valley will be where your final test begins. I shall dispatch Sir Brunsmon there. Seek him out upon your arrival. You have grown strong since we last met, adventurer, but you're pale in comparison with your Azure forebears. If you would prove me wrong, let your lance do the talking. You have grown strong since we last met, adventurer. What? Oh, oops. It was a word of my expectation. Take this. Your trial has only just begun. As the chambers beyond, Sir Hustian awaits you there. You, a foreigner, would don the dragon armor, then prove to us that you will do it, not to do it dishonor.
Hey.
I wish that I had chosen you. It will appear he speaks true. The armor is yours. Wear with pride and honor. The trial is nigh complete, but be forewarned, many before you have made it this far only to fall at the final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. So you've made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself worthy as Azure, or die in the effort. Demonstrate your powers to me beyond doubt. Aye, there is not an Ishgardian who would gainsay your right to don the armor of the dragons. I shall send word ahead to Sir Elbrick that you have passed your trial here. It is he who will present you with the fourth piece of the armor and consume it your training. Go now, my fellow dragon, and deliver this stance from the Great Worm's wrath. I hear from Sir Brucemont that you have performed most impressively, yes. I stand more convinced than ever that you will be the one to save our land. Yet be warned, Vavuskin, one last trial awaits you. You'll face this trial in the presence of not of the nice, but of ghosts. Make your way toward the steel visual and seek out a gravestone north and west of the structure. Take with you this flute, and when you reach your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive. Entertain your guest, and should you leave behind the present, return here to me. Your presence before me indicates you've seen to the visitor. Have you aught to show for your deeds? Ah, the skulled Gravevine, old warriors of the Dravani horde. It's said that in ages past, he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but the dragon past his prime is a formidable foe. Nonetheless, in slaying him, you have proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Estine, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you doubtless wonder about the 5th, I can tell you only that it is not mine to give. Fear not, however, your triumphs in the trial and against the dragon of the Horde give evidence that dragon blood now resonate with yours. Yes, you stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge as any could be. And yet, before we proceed, I would hear it from your own lips. The Great Worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle, to risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? When you're certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me. So you would join your strength to Estinians, that Ishgar might be free from the rage of the Great Worm forevermore. Then I shall honor my promise. You shall have full use of your powers by the time we are done. Before we begin, there's something I must confess. You'll recall the tale of my battle with Neathawk 20 years past, and how the power of the dragon left me on account of the injuries I sustained. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, Vobuscun. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from our mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragon is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their seduction than ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Neathawk's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met them then with a look that would impale a man. In that instance, I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not my own. Sorrow, rancor, pity. They threatened to drown the man in me and leave behind a dragon. Fearing that I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power that the Eye had bestowed upon me. Thus regaining lucidity, I was able to rout the grievously wounded Neathawk. Alas, countless of his brethren yet remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Ferndale with vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could do to save but one child. Never a soul knows of this, nay, not even Estinian, but I can keep him in the dark no longer. At our last meeting, Estinian said that protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge upon Neathawk are as one to him. That frame of mind and fear may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and the desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter serves only to cloud his sense of self. When next Justinian and I meet, I intend to confess all, though it means the loss of his good opinion. The outcome of the coming battle, and his very life, may well depend upon his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allows us to forget the origin of your strength. Ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding its time, ready to claim you for its own. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So forewarned, let us return to our present endeavor. My promise to Estinian was that I would impart unto you the technique that will mark you as a true Azure Dragoon. If you would know the truth, however, this knowledge is not within my power to bestow. No, you must claim the technique much as you claim the fourth piece of the armor you wear, by proving yourself in battle with the dragons whose power you would unite with your own. I entrust you with this flute once more. Take it to southwest of Providence Point and blow a single note. By locking wills with your adversary and prevailing, you will prove yourself worthy to champion the cause to which your lance is sworn. The dragon within you shall then awaken. It is good to see you safely returned. I take from your bearing that the engagement went favorably. You left this place as a man, Vopuskun, but you return as a dragon. There is no more for me to teach you. From here, your battle is yours and yours alone. Now, you may recall me saying that the fifth and final piece of the dragon armor was not mine to give. However, that is not wholly true. I could guide you in the direction of that which you seek. That said, I yet have reservations. The sheer power of the dragon housed within is such that a great many of the Azure's forebears, myself among them, have proven hopelessly incapable of wielding it. For do not doubt what I say. Within you has awakened the strength that forever eluded the likes of me. If you are not worthy of wearing the armor, then I know none who are. Remember my warning to you, Vopskern, and heed it well. Needhogg is a lord among his kind. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will surely fall under his thrall. Before you can master your foe, you must needs master yourself. Hone your lance arm till it can bear no further honing, and then present yourself to me. When the time is come, I will tell you what you need to know. I look forward to our next meeting, my young dragoon. Vosum, the urgent message arrived from Estinian in your absence. He bids you come at once to steal visual. But seems Needhogg is on the move, and rather sooner than we had anticipated. It appears I have not yet fully become master of the dragon within you, and yet we are racing against time. I fear we have no choice but to do battle to the best of your current abilities, and without the dragon mail I promised. Now, let us away. Estinian must know the truth of Ferndale, lest he fall for the Great Worm's seduction. This is very different. Okay. Interesting. Never seen that aesthetic used for like that instance. There's usually a glow around a character. Elwick, I've waited long for this day. You who fancy yourself an Azure Dragoon, the man who caused you have taken for your own, is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and watched as Ferndale burned. Do you not think it ironic that I was chosen Azure Dragon? I, an orphan who has not a value to protect in Ishgard. I suppose I must give thanks, for it was the eye that revealed to me the truth, a truth so damning as to undo your lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father. I can ill forgive you for Ferndale. As I understand it, you kept even the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to your grave? I'll waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I shall lay to waste all the things you hold dear, and once I'm finished with you, I shall do what no Azure Dragon has succeeded in doing. I shall claim Nidhogg's head. Calm yourself, Estinian. Your rage renders you vulnerable to the dragon's influence. Lobeskin. In you, I thought I had been found a kindred. Someone besides whom I could fight the Great Worm. It is with a heavy heart that I relinquished that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you death to your own destiny. Very well. That we should one day cross lances was inevitable from the moment of our first meeting, as we shall now find out who is the Eye's true chosen. There can only be one. Oakley dokley. Fuck. I did the wrong thing. Oops. Dragons is giving both of us regen? That's weird. Yeah. Awaken the dragon, okay. A bigger and bigger dive. Well. Floor is on fire and the floor is white. I can't see. That's cheating. Okay. Did the wrong thing. Awkward. Evil creature, dost thou desire power? Look to thy anger and to thy hatred. It is there that thou shalt find it. O mighty Nidhogg, Lord of Dragons. Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs wherewith to rend thy enemies. This is impossible. It cannot be. What the? And then we never saw that guy again. Forgive me, Estinian. I failed you once again. I'm fine, Vobskun. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise whole body. Suffice to say, I have much to reflect on. Let us return to the observatorium. Unbound Radiance, okay. When the being of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me the spitting image of Haldreth, the Dragon's Eye, but as he is depicted in the Holy Scriptures. I thought that mayhaps the years had taken their toll on my mind, but behold, the soul of the dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. It would seem you have achieved which was thought impossible. You have awakened the ability that none but the first Azure Dragoon possessed. Truly a momentous achievement. I can scarce believe that you were able to summon the self-same dragon mail worn by Haldreth. I think that it had been sealed in the soul crystal all this time. I've borne witness to many and more wonders over the years, yet none compares to you, my young dragoon. Could it be that you are... Mark not my mutterings. I'm certain that it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of First Azure Dragon, prompting him to bestow the armor upon you. Yes, that is doubtless what happened. As the being of darkness faded, so too did Nidhogg's aura subside, and now his kind have ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we will learn the truth of it eventually. Estinian, my dear boy, whatever becomes of him, he will ever be a son to me. I pray that he's somewhere out there still, and that he's not wholly forgotten the great man he once was. The darkness brushed against me, the self-sustained torrent of emotions swept over me as those I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else besides. There was a voice, and it lamented the rift that divided dragons and men. You come to comprehend what I speak in due time. Till then, Vobskun, I pray that you will ever use your newfound strength in the name of justice. Vobskun, you have not succumbed to the highest influence? The fear be paced. Word has reached me of Estinian's fate. I could not help but fear for you. I'm relieved to see that my fears were unfounded. Now, forgive me this abrupt change in subject, but we have urgent need of your lands. Some days ago, horde of dragons began wreaking bloody havoc within the Ishgardian territory. A lead regiment of dragoons have been dispatched to deal with this threat. Alas, though they fight bravely, they are sorely outnumbered and are struggling to gain the upper hand. But moments before you arrived, we received requests for reinforcements from a unit engaged in battle north and west of Whitebrim. A fellow dragoon and I will go to their aid, and we should be grateful for your presence. Pray go on ahead, we shall follow anon. Hello, dragon, what is up?
Here we go. Oh. I don't know why I went for this. I should have done the other combo.
Oh, you, my life. The beasts have torn me limb from limb.
Our lances were now later, it would seem. Such is the might of the Azure Dragoon.
Do not pledge allegiance to Ishgard, yet you came to our aid nonetheless. For that we are grateful. Their death thus avenged, our comrades may go to their rest in peace. My lady, I shall tend to the fallen. It's an honor to see you again, my friend. It appears I am not remembered. I suspect the armor is to blame. Permit me to introduce myself anew. I'm the Hostilian of the Order of the Knights Dragoon, and I had the pleasure of assisting in your training.
Really? That was you? They sure you gave you a makeover. Gave you a makeover and all of that.
As we approached, Sir Albrecht and I bore witness to the final moments of the battle. I cannot help but notice that, though you have been instructed in our ways, there is something distinct about the manner in which you fought.
I believe I know the reason why. As an adventurer, you have done battle with foes the realm over. Through these many encounters, your techniques have evolved to produce a style that sets you apart from we who fight dragons exclusively.
Such insights you must possess. If I may speak frankly, I wish to train under you. Will you accept me as your pupil?
Aren't you the leader of the dragoons?
You see, a fearsome dragon has been terrorizing Corthios of late. Role is its name, and I have been charged with leading a mission to slay it. Though I have stepped up to lead the order in the interim, I am not confident of my chances against the creature, such is its ferocity and cunning. If I am to triumph over Grawley, I must need grow stronger, and I believe I can, under your tutelage. What say you? Will you consent to training me?
As we teach, so too do we learn. This I know from experience. I wholeheartedly urge you to accept Hustian as your pupil.
You need not give me an answer right this moment. Think on it, and let Sir Elbert know your decision. Till next we meet.
Have you made your decision then? Will you agree to teach Hustian?
I am grateful. I swear I will not disappoint you. With your guidance, I shall put an end to Grawley's reign of terror. Now, I shall like nothing more than to begin my training at once, but duty calls. For the time being, I shall endeavor to emulate the deadly lance work I witnessed you employing earlier.
Hustian is among our very best in recent generations. If you had to train one of her caliber, you yourself must rise to new heights of mastery. Resume your training and return hither when you are satisfied with your progress. Greetings, Foamskin. You look very much a teacher today. That is well, for Hustian is eager for her first lesson. Now, will you agree to accept her as your pupil? Pupil? I suspect you are not without reservation. You're worried whether you will be equal to the task. Well, worry not. I have every confidence that you'll make a fine mentor. Or to offer you advice, however, would be to have patience. Though Hustian is a master of her art, it is all she has ever known. As such, it may prove a challenge for her to adapt. And like all of us, she is not without pride, and there will be times when tact is required. I was also mentioned that Hustian is zealous to a fault. I worry that she will overexert herself in her pursuit of strength, but I'm keeping you from your lesson. Hustian left word that she would be in the Western Highlands testing her lands against Dragonspawn. Seek her out near the Pike. Supposed to be.
There are too many. Look out!
Nice one. Yes. I'm just gonna play off. Which might unlike damage, but that's okay. What the heck? Okay, I'll tab accent. I might have oops. Sorry, Kenny!
You did of gratitude. Oh, our lessons have not even begun and already. You have seen me on my knees. I've been trying to match what lance work of yours I'd seen, but without success. That was how the dragons managed to overwhelm me. Had I but fallen back on my tried and trusted techniques, I would have made short work of their ilk, but what would I have learned then? Nay, what I know is no longer enough. The war exacts a heavy toll on us all, but none more so than we dragoons. If we're to survive, we must grow stronger. I must grow stronger. Loskin, will you demonstrate your techniques to me? I would study your movements up close. I suppose you have the right of it. There is no substitute for live foes. Come with me then. There's a suitable place west of the Black Iron Bridge.
Where is this thing? Oh, hi. Oh, that's a gap. What's it?
The techniques you employ differ not from mine, yet you overcome the enemy with such ease. What is it that separates us so? What is it that you're doing that I am not? Did I hear you rightly? You see no difference between our lance work, but in the course of considering this, you conceived a new technique?
I'm not a very good teacher. Well, I learned something. My student didn't.
A way to draw out your comrade's strength? Such an approach had never occurred to me, and small wonder. Perhaps we dragoons are taught to be relentless in offense. In order to bring down dragons, we strive to jump higher and strike harder. But in my single-minded pursuit of what I believed to be perfection, it would seem I ended up fighting only with my lance. So focused was I upon delivering the next blow, I rendered myself blind to the other possibilities. You have opened my eyes, Vobiscun. If I am to transcend my limits, 'tis plain I must cast aside my preconceptions. But the hour grows late, I must needs return to the congregation. Would you care to accompany me? It may interest you to see how your fellow dragoons live. Welcome to the home of the dragoons. I had in mind to show you the premises, but my father has paid me a sudden visit. This is my father. What gains? Father, allow me to present you to my mentor, the Azure Dragoon, Vobiscun.
It's an honor and a pleasure both to make your acquaintance. I hope you'll forgive me for inconveniencing your plans, but what is a father to do? Dedicated to her duties as she is, my daughter scarcely comes home, and so I must go to her.
Father, please, we have spoken about this. I but strive to be a dragoon worthy of the name, as you yourself were. All that I do to honor you.
My child, you would honor me best by taking care of yourself. Well, I shan't overstay my welcome. Seeing you hale and hearty is enough. Till next time.
He is so kind to me, even though I share not his blood. Like so many others, I was orphaned by the war. I would have died long ago, cold and alone, had he not found me and taken me in. All that I have, I owe to him. It was for no other reason than to honor my father that I followed in his footsteps to become a dragoon. But if I'm to live up to his legacy, if I'm to protect Ishgard as he once did, I must needs grow stronger. And I will. Under your sage guidance, I look forward to our lessons to come. It's nice slipped on mind. Sir Albrecht wished a word with you. Pray seek him out at the observatorium at your earliest convenience, perhaps after you have had a wander inside the congregation.
My thanks for coming, Vobiscun. 'Tis no urgent matter. I was wondering about Hustinian's progress. Tell me, how fares her training?
So you have met her father. In his day, Mondrain was a dragoon of no small renown. He served Ishgard with valor until he took a grievous wound and was forced to hang up his lance. As Hustinian herself told you, she follows in her father's footsteps. From the first, she exhibits tremendous potential. In all ways, she was Hustinian's equal, and the rivalry they shared raised both of them higher. Alas, I chose Hustinian and not her, since then she has taken to training with a fervor which borders on self-punishment. It is well to strive for greater heights, but a dragoon must never lose sight of his conviction. It is the only thing that shields us from the dragon's wiles. So I beg you, keep watch over Hustinian. By your shining example, see to it she never forgets what it means to be a dragoon.
Thank the Fury you're here, but moments ago we received word that Roroli's horde is advancing on Ishgard. Even as we speak, Hustinian prepares to go and meet them in the field. Alas, with most of the dragoons absent on another mission, I fear she sorely wants for lances. Or have you lend her yours, Vobiscun? Pray make haste to the congregation to join her.
Vobiscun, you come to hate us. This improves our chances tenfold.
Allow me to thank you as well, Master Vobiscun. I am but a worried father, and it gives me heart to know that the Azure Dragoon shall fight beside my daughter.
Though my training is far from over, the situation will brook no delay. We must head to Grolli and his hordes before they reach a populated area. It shall be my honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The experience alone will teach me much, of that I have little doubt.
Promise me you'll be careful, Hustinian. Take no unnecessary risks. Do you understand me? Remember, the dead cannot serve their nation, and what Ishgard needs above all are brave souls like you to protect her.
Worry not, father. I will return to you.
See that you do, my child. Now before you go, there's something I wish you to have. Latin's Peregrine. It is yours now.
Why, this lance was bestowed upon your forebear by the Archbishop himself. I am no true child of yours, yet you will entrust me with the family treasure? I will not betray your faith in me, father. With this lance, I shall strike down Gorali and protect Ishgard.
Christian, it is time. It has been a while, my friend. I had the honor of overseeing your training when you were but a fledgling dragoon. I shall be honored to fight beside you.
Comrades, at the last report, Gorali and his horde had gained the Western Highlands. We shall lie and wait for them at the pike with me.
Master Vobscoon, may I have a moment? Each time I see my daughter off on a mission, we dance the self-same dance. I tell her to be careful, but she promised to do so. But I know her all too well. Christian burns to distinguish herself in battle, that she might repay me and my lady wife a perceived debt. I fear that one day that desire will cloud her judgment, and she will not come home, and so I beg you, may you watch over my daughter.
Okay, repel the first wave costs us dearly. Okay, the rest is up to us. Got it. Suffer heavy losses, they come, brace yourself.
Do I need to protect it, or is there more somewhere? Just hype him a little bit. Your stats have been really reduced here. I don't like playing on this hill. It's awkward. Gathered. There we go. Let's go. Should probably plot myself, that's good. I don't want to do that. Okay. Big welcome. Bully himself. That's not right. Assault. Clean up the trash. And she has no fear. He's starting again. Let me save this for the big dragon. Oh. Oops. Like too far away. Okay.
Is my mentor okay?
That was the last of them. Yet Crowley is nowhere to be seen. Were the reports mistaken? Such a price we have paid only for a quarry to elude us.
Oh, hi.
So you finally show yourself.
Don't do anything stupid. Remember that promise we made, her father? Oh.
What is she? Stia, no!
Oh.
Well, crap. By the Fury, this is a disaster. I know not how to say this, but Hustian, strong as she is, she cannot have survived that. Here, I discovered this in the aftermath. There's a fragment of her armor. It must have broken off during the battle. Proceed to her father's hands. Knowing him, he will be at the congregation awaiting his daughter's return. Master Vopiskun, what has happened? Where is my daughter? This scrap. Piece of her armor? But why bring it to me?
No! I refuse to believe that Hustian is gone. It is too early to know for certain. Tell me everything that happened. Everything.
She leapt upon the dragon, piercing its hide, after which the creature carried her westward.
If none saw her fall, it means she may have managed to safely dismount. There's hope still.
If Zunian is out there, I should not rest until I find her. Voskun, I trust I can rely upon your aid. Let us speak further at the observatorium. Without further ado, let us consider a course of action. As Mundagains dare to hope, if Hustian was not taken off by Rolly's back, there is a chance that she yet lives. She will have ridden the dragon until such time as she saw an opportunity to dismount. The question is, where? The worst possible outcome is that she has been taken deep into the dragon-ruled lands, far away from our allies. While I pray this is not so, we must be prepared for anything. Hustian is one of our best, and Ishkar can ill afford to lose her. For the nation's sake and that of her father, let us find her and bring her home. I will track Raleigh's movements in order to ascertain Hustian's location. Like as not, the search will take us into the heart of enemy territory. Pray keep your land's arm owned, for we shall soon have need of it. Seems your trading proceeds apace, Vobskum. With that, I would say the same of our search for Hustian. With heretic activity on the rise of late, our forces are stretched thin. The Dumble Knights have not the men to spare for the search effort. Be that as it may, we're not without leads. A short while ago, a peculiar report arrived from the front lines. In a recent skirmish between our knights and a band of heretics, one of the enemy was wielding a lance bearing a striking resemblance to Peregrine. Lance is a treasure belonging to the Hustian family. If the reports are true, these heretics now have it. However, the villains came to possess Peregrine. It is more than likely that they know something of Hustian's fate. If we can find them, we may yet find her. West of Camp River's Meet, in the Western Highlands, a regiment of knights hunts the self-same band of heretics we seek. I would have you join them, Vobskun. It is our best hope for a clue. So Albrecht sent word that you would come. The heretics retreated through yonder's pass. The man with the lance Peregrine among them. Our forces are giving chase even as we speak. Needless to say, we should be grateful for the Azure Dragon's aid.
Oh, well, hello there. Okay.
I find myself thinking you often of late, Lobskun. When I leapt upon Growly and pierced its hide, the creature responded by soaring and attempting to shake me off. It was all I could do to hold on to the shaft of my lance. High as we had climbed, I could not safely dismount, and so I bided my time, waiting for the right moment to jump clear of my unwilling mount. Alas, the beast had other ideas. It bore me straight into the heretic's midst, and I was swiftly overwhelmed, divested of my weapons. What? It was the sighting of Peregrine that led you here? It would seem my forefathers watch over me. Hear me if you the man who took my lance is the leader of this band of heretics. I overhear the guards say that he has departed to meet with the leader of yet another group. In all likelihood, they are plotting a large-scale assault on the Holy See. The Dumble Knights must be warned. He must bear word to the congregation that we might bolster our defenses. No, I cannot return with you. There is a task I must needs attending to. Should someone ask whence this information came, tell them that you run out of a heretic, and tell them that I fell in battle. I know full well I ask much of you, and it pains me to deceive my father, but I have no other choice. Whatever you might think of my request, believe me when I say that I remain firm in my purpose. Tis nothing. I but took a glancing blow to the chest. I must go now, as must you. When you return to the congregation, deliver my message to Sir Hodaloop. Please take care of my comrades and my father.
Steen? Slain? I cannot believe it. To lose one of our best while Growly's shadow looms over us still. But we must deal with each threat as it comes. First we prepare for the heretics. I thank you for alerting us to their plan. Now, loath I am to place this burden upon you. Montague must needs be informed of his daughter's passing. He has gone to meet Sir Elbrick at the observatorium. Pray bear the news to him. Master Vopisca, have you learned aught of my daughter's whereabouts? What? Slain? No, it cannot be. I'm sorry, my friend. Lustian is one of Ishgar's finest dragoons. He would not fall to common heretics. This must be some kind of mistake. Yes, a terrible mistake. What? Lucian chose not to return? I know not what compelled her to act as she did, but it is enough for me that she lives still. Thank you for giving me this hope, at least. To those who do not know her, it may well appear as though Lucian has deserted, but I believe I speak for us all when I say that she would not forsake her vows, let alone her people. Indeed you do, Sir Albrecht. However inexplicable my daughter's action may seem, I will not cease to believe in her, no matter what it takes. I will find her and bring her home. Montour gained puts on a brave front, but I fear the weight of worry may prove too much for him to bear. Yet another reason to find Hustian with all haste. Now, it seems plain she means to go after Growly and to recover Paragon. And while these objectives alone do not explain her decisions to leave, they reveal to us where she is like to be. We shall track down the leader of the heretics, the man who has Paragon. You, meanwhile, must continue dedicating yourself to your lance work. The trials of recent days have made you stronger, but I sense that the greatest test are yet to come. See to it that you are full ready to face them. You come at a good time, my friend. I have tidings to share regarding the heretics we pursue. They call themselves the Blood Bearers, and their leader is a man named Matholian? He and his minions are all capable of assuming the form of dragons. Such a transformation is possible by partaking of dragon blood. I dare say you have borne witness to it, and it grants an individual unholy strength. Though the sanguine substance is precious, the blood bearers have access to an abundant supply owing to their pact with Growly. That is why they have been able to offer our forces such fierce resistance. Now, my sources tells me that the blood bearers have been sighted in the Chocobo Forest. Hustian means to reclaim Peregrine, as I believe that is where she will go, and so must we. Pray meet me at Tailfeather. We shall begin by making inquiries around the settlement. Casual? I took the liberty of speaking with some of the locals before you arrived. They say that strange merchants have been acquiring goods in prodigious quantities. It seems to me the bloodbearers are replenishing their stores. Let's split up and scout the area for these so-called merchants. Should someone strike you as suspicious, confront him and engage his action. Thought you'd be in town. What the heck are you doing?
What old sea dogs? He ain't taking me alive.
Okay. Did I read the note? I can make the note. That's not what I want.
The one suspicious fellow I approached was not a chocobo breeder. How fared your search? Well, tagged by a false merchant, and you say you found a sliver of parchment upon that man. Appears a message ciphered in a manner favored by heretics. Thankfully, I am versed in it. There is to be a meeting a short way south of here. Let us go there at once. Kill them all yourself? Jesus.
Obscon, why are you here? Why is Sir Albrecht here?
Rest assured, your secret is safe with us. Your father is the only other soul that knows. Vobiskun could not bear to see him suffer so. What ails you?
I'm fine. It will pass. Now, I suspect it was Mathonian that led you here. As you can see, he and his blood bearers shall trouble the Holy See no more.
Even in self-imposed exile, you think of duty. But now that you have reclaimed Peregrine, there's no need for further deception. Come with us back to Ishgard. Your father and comrades have need of you.
I'm sorry, but I cannot. I cannot return to Ishgard ever again.
Why? What has happened to you? The Hlistian I know would never forsake her people. She would never turn her back on her nation.
Please understand, I wish with all my heart to return home, but I have no choice. I have partaken of dragon blood. When the heretics held me captive, they forced the vile substance down my throat.
Alone, have mercy. Then you...
I've already turned. Were I to set foot in Ishgard, I'll be charged with heresy of the worst order. If I alone must suffer, then so be it. But you know as well as I how the Inquisition works. Should I be declared a heretic, suspicion is like to fall upon my parents as well. I will not allow that to happen.
Oh, well, do I understand your plight, but what do you intend to do? You cannot mean to throw your life away.
Here's the thought. I owe my life to my father. If I must die, it should not be in vain. As Vobiscun has shown us, a dragoon needs no banners to do what is right, and I know full well what I must do. Upon my lands, I swear to hunt down Gorali and end his reign of terror. Thank you, Vobiscun, for showing me the path I must walk, for helping me to accept my fate. I asked this of you once before, but I shall ask it again. Please take care of my comrades and my father.
No matter how I searched, I could find no words to stop her. For now, let us return to the observatorium. As I made my way back, I recalled the words Hlistian once said to me. Her worth is measured by the dragons I slay. To be changed into the very thing she was sworn to fight, I can only imagine the storm of turmoil that must rage within her. Yet cruel though her fate is, we must make the best of the hand we have been dealt, and I believe I spy an opportunity. In partaking of dragon blood, Hlistian has come to harbor the power of dragons. If she can but master this power, she may well have a fighting chance against Royalin. It is not so different from harnessing the power of the eye, I believe. Alas, the power of corruption is far greater. As you yourself had witnessed, the dragon blood alters the flesh, and once the flesh is altered, the mind must soon follow. Will Hlistian be able to conquer the dragon that has roused within her? I know not, but we must believe in her and lend her our strength, else she will surely be lost to us. Pray resume your training once more, Vobiscun, and keep your purpose even close to your heart. For when we next meet, it will be to confront the dragon Gorali. Vobiscun, the hour of reckoning is at hand. Gorali's on the move once more. According to our astrologers, the creature shall soon pass near the dreaming dragon in the western highlands. Hlistian, too, will be aware of this. He will seek to confront her nemesis. We must go to her aid. Now, it would not do if she were to be seen by her comrades at this juncture. As such, I will assure the congregation that you have the situation in hand. With the same token, however, this means we will receive no support from the dragoons. We fight this battle alone. But without further ado, let us be on our way. Proceed to your preparations and then meet me at the convictory. Forgive me, but I insist that I must join you, though I am long retired and I have to take up a land scan for my daughter. I've spoken with the people here. A woman fitting Hlistian's description has been sighted nearby. She was headed north, they say. A lion's in her hand and a trail of dead heretics in her way, known as the blood bearers to its seem. Albert has told me all. That is not what my daughter has become. I am resolved to bring her home. I beg of you, please help her through the coming trial. Let's split up. The quarter will find Hlistian and Lord de Montgain. She'll come with me. Master Vobiscun. Okay. To the west. Oh. Like, what is it? Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, you have come. Behold, then, the malign force of my torment, Corral. It gives me heart to know the Azure Dragoon stands with me against my nemesis. The craving grows stronger by the day, but I shall not succumb to it. Nay, I shall be no dragon's thrall. Failed in my duty before, I shan't fail again. Today, I shall claim Gorali's head. Alright. I'll use that move a lot. Oh.
My damage buffs. Okay, Miss Fancy Troller. Don't you just get hit.
Can't believe you have done this to me. And the meat popsicle. No, my damage buff. This guy's on to me. That is a lot of stuff. Christine, are you following me? Okay. That hits me anyways. Yeah, he's just aiming at me, right? There's no way to prevent that. Okay. Trying to gamify that. Oops, that's the wrong combo. Oh, never mind. Aim a meat popsicle. In there. I did it. I resisted the dragon within and fulfilled my duty. I could not have done it without you, Vobskun. Verily, you are the paragon towards which I aspire. If I'm to be like you, I must learn to harness greater power without being consumed by it. With this battle won, I have a new purpose. I shall conquer the lure of the dragon blood and purge every last drop of it from the land. Lucian, think the three of you are safe. Father? Why are you here? I've come to bring you home. Your mother and I cannot bear to lose you again. That I could, Father, but I cannot. I partook in the dragon blood and turned. In the eyes of the Inquisition, I'm no better than a heretic. I cannot allow you to associate with me. You needn't worry. This shall remain a secret between the four of us. No. The risk is too great. Even now, 'tis all I can do to suppress my thirst for dragon blood. Since the day I said my vows, I strove to become the Azure Dragoon. Failing that, I strove to be as nearest to it as I could. Finally, I have the power I longed for, but it renders me an enemy to my own kind. Cursed dragons. How many of ours have you claimed to your foul blood? Hear me, Ustian. Not the ones have you yielded to fate, and you mustn't yield to it now. The road ahead will be fraught with hardships. This I do not doubt, but I have faith that you will overcome them all and return to us. Thank you, Father. Your faith in me lends me strength.
However long it takes, I shall conquer the lure of the dragon blood to stand before you once more. Till that day, I shall roam the land and smite our foes with their power. This I swear upon my forefather's lance. Ah, Bobskin. Word of Astinia's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he had said something ere his departure. But then I suppose it is only to be expected. With Nidhogg slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray, and they are not the threat they once were. They shared a scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Astinian from the Great War, my mind is yet plagued by Hustian's internal strife. May alone lend her the strength needed to shake free from the dragon's blood's fierce grip. You look quite well, Sir Albrecht, and Master Vobiscum. 'Tis a pleasure to see you too. Lord of Martograne. Montor Gain. Vobiscum and I were just speaking of your daughter. A daughter of mine is in fact why I have sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that has passed through the Chicable Forest. If his words is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hustian herself. The letter was a call for help, Master Vobiscum. She bade you search for her. Why, Fury, has she not been set upon by heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in the message. Oh, not a day goes by that I do not pray for a safe return. Vobiscum, I must ask that you take up your alliance once more to aid your fellow Dragoon. Are you willing? Thank you, Master Vobiscum. Hustian awaits you in the Dravanian Vorland. Please help her with whatever she requests. Vobiscum. The letter reached my father. I'm sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me. As you well know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. I said the blood's hold on me is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. His help has been invaluable in learning how to control the dragon within. In fact, I have a mind to introduce you to Owen Kai. Vobiscum has arrived. It is an honor to meet you, hero man. Much have I heard of you from my father. He will often talk of the warrior that boasts the strength of a dragon. Kai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the blood's effect. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words with you were it not for his help. I called you here in order to repay my debt to him. Kai, tell Vobiscum what troubles you. Yes, thank you. Long before I came into this world, in the age when man and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. But the dragon's own war tore them asunder. Father belonged to Hraesvel's brood, as do I, but his consort was part of Nidhogg's. When Nidhogg demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Radagast, father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by my father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have since put an end to the Dragonsong War. I am positive father's consort will return if we inform her of the war's conclusion. Kai requires your aid to search for his father's consort and bring her back home. However, as she left Dravania some 1,000 summers past, locating her shall be far from an easy task. Under normal circumstances, I would help Kai myself, but while I'm somewhat recovered, I'm Yet far from being in complete control, this is why I summoned you, Vobiscun. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Ornkai in his search. You have my sincerest thanks, Vobiscun. Thank you, Vobiscun. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, whilst we know she is somewhere to the east, we're entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I suggest you try asking Sir Albert about Dravenian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east, or report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent.
Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hustin? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are often made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation's priest. I've known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. But those who think of the dragoon once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons should now wish to help one. Tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matters not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your report with him. I'll return anon, and I shall impart my findings unto you.
Oh, Vobiscun.
Just the man I wish to see. We've been examining Dravanian legend known to us but a short while ago. However, the priest bade me make it clear to you that these kind of legends are often told in increasing colorful ways as the years go on. Quite common it is for a mere skillkin or puck to, with the keeper's help, transform into a fearsome dragon. I suppose it should come as little surprise. Legends gain fame by capturing the imagination of the masses. It would not do for an unadorned winged lizard to be the protagonist. But let us put the issue of authenticity to one side for a moment. For I have summarized the first tale, which seemed most relevant on this piece of parchment. Pray put it to use in your search. Oh, and lastly, Jahustian that she is ever in my thoughts. But the parchment happened to be for mine eyes. Oh yes, I will never forget Sir Albert's exquisite handwriting. This information shall be of great use, I am sure. Let us see, it seems he thinks we ought to commence our search with the slumbering worm of Garabania.
This is my first time seeing these patterns that men use. Fascinating indeed that you can share information in such manner. Dravanian history is chronicled not with letters, but through song. These verses taught me much about the my father's consort.
Whom, you say? Well, knowing her name can only aid the search. Vobiscun, pray accompany Ornkai to the ruins of the Fist of Relgar Temple in the fringes. Sir Albert states that this is where the origins of slumbering worm lie.
The journey ahead is long, and it will benefit us to delay our departure and not delay our departure any longer. Wizard for me, when you have reached your destination, I shall come to your side.
No slash whistle?
It would seem man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I had been expecting something similar to those found in the churning mist. Let us venture inside and see if one can be found.
I have no idea how to pronounce that word.
Vobiscun!
Wanum?
Your help, if you please.
Oh. What?
I've been admiring the craftsmanship of man when it suddenly moved towards me, though I struggle to believe this is what the legends referred to as the slumbering worm.
What? Vobiscun, did I know you too were researching the slumbering worm? Is this the guy from the Monk Quest?
Wait, you know of the slumbering worm? We have a journey here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon.
It is. You Drevanians could do studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm has long since passed. The High Priest Heimard, also known as the Slumbering Worm, departed this world over 300 years ago.
Slumbering Worm was a mere man?
But of course, why would you think otherwise? Heimard was among renowned for his masteries of meditation, though when necessary he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the Slumbering Worm alias Babel. Hundreds of men, however, fell asleep.
Well, it seems we must begin our search anew. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let us pay a visit to Sir Albert instead. Anyone who Hussein holds in such high regard could surely aid our hunt.
My man is checked out. Good evening, Vopson. Our friend here has informed me as to the truth behind the legend. My apologies for not looking deeper into the story before bringing it to your attention. Your next destination lies in the Far East. Tell us, Vopson, have you set your foot in that region before? A port? City called Kugane? Sounds positively fascinating. I imagine it would be a fine place to begin looking into this next legend. Regrettably, I should not think Ornkai will be able to accompany you on this journey.
But how do you expect to find for him without a dragon in tow?
Your plight is well understood, Ornkai. It's truly a shame your wings do not match your mission. Though, mayhap I have not fully considered all the options available to us. We do owe you a great debt for all you have done for Hustian. Allow me some time. I shall see to it you are able to follow Vobskun to the Far East.
You'll have my thanks, Sir Albert. Oh, I wish I could set off this very moment. Perhaps a spot of hunting would become enough to calm me down. Pray call me when preparations are complete.
At the very least, we now know that Hustian would not have wanted for company since leaving Ishgard. Sadly, I'll be sure to secure passage to the east in quite as timely a manner as he would like. Pray keep your lance arm home. There's no knowing just what you will face in Northard. Hello, Zun. This is me to tell you that I have at last discovered a means to have our young friend safely transported to Kugane. I reached an agreement with the owners of an establishment in the area. I believe its name was the Bukaisen Hot Springs. Converse with him once you arrived in Kugane and he shall tell you Ornkai's whereabouts. I took the liberty of making the little one aware of a few local legends. Hopefully they shall aid you in your search for Falnum. Come on. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There's not that the mystical water because I send the hot spring cannot heal. Oh, you say your name is Vopskun Vobs. Well, a package just arrived for you. I shall fetch it right this instant. Package?
Someone, anyone release me from this icy prison. Oh, what was that blasted dragoon thinking? It is all well and good for him to tell me to simply sleep through the journey. He is not the one stuffing the crate of ice crystals. And the bow, oh, how it rocked! Admittedly, he's right in thinking dragons capable of entering a long sleep-like state, but we are not bears. We do not require freezing crystal temperatures to achieve this. Oh, my fangs are like icicles. That said, I must admit, I enjoyed my life best sleep for many a year. Hey, you're right. Now we are both here. We can resume the search for Falnum. Before, I was unceremoniously stuffed into the quake. Sir Albert told me of the legend of Seiru, a dragon regarded as a guardian of the Far East. Though something tells me we would not have much luck with this tale either. The story has existed for several thousand years. Falnum only came to these lands a mere millennium ago. Darwick agreed that the story most worth our attention was that of the Serpent of Ruby Sea. This came into being much more recently. I suggest you visit Sari and try asking the residents if they know anything that might be a help. Whisper for me once you feel that you found something I should know.
Oh, what is that now? Am I familiar with the Serpent of the Ruby Sea? It will struggle to find someone here that is not. Not a day of my child would pass without my grandmother told me that fairy tales. These days, hearing the open line of it alone puts me to sleep in an instant. All children that dare swim out into the deep blue sleep are sure to become the sea serpent's tea. Oh my, I nearly fell asleep there. I imagine that is all anyone my age will be able to tell you. Try asking the elder woman over there if you want to know more. Okay.
You would have me tell you the fairy tale of the Serpent of the Ruby Sea? Oh dear child, there is no mere fairy tale. Head on over to the Coral Banquet. If you do not believe me, you shall find a horror beyond your wildest nightmares. Its nose misses nothing. It's really not the blood of men. There's many a tale of wounded pirates falling overboard and being swallowed alive before they could plant a hand on the ship they fell from. Does it seem like the serpent could be fallen numb? Well, it is true we dragons do hunt by following our prey's scent. I'm not known our kind to swallow men whole. The idea strikes me as awfully barbaric. I doubt this will lead us to follow. My curiosity has been piqued, and I cannot simply leave this mystery unsolved. It is also a brilliant excuse for me to engage with a bit of hunting. We cannot hope to dry out the beast without bait after all. Head to the Coral Banquet and I shall join you shortly. Father never mentioned you or this love obscure. I've already hunted the beast that would doubtless rout the serpent. I still arrive here long before you. I should go ahead and hurl the bloody meat into the sea. Break the deal with any hungry creatures that are drawn to us.
Oh my. It's a really easy.
Well, I don't know about you, but that was somewhat bigger than what I was expecting. We may have failed to find Fanon, but in her place we have gained a delicious supper. Now we have the serpent's meat. Let us head back to the Bokeisen Hot Springs. The last one back has to prepare dinner. Hello, Obscene. Good to see you return at last. I must confess I was unable to resist the meat's seductive call, and before I knew it, I had devoured the vast majority of our spoils. Please do help yourself to whatever is left. I have stored the leftovers in the crate I was sitting in here. Pay no attention to anything that may resemble teeth marks. Those are indentations created by the ice. Oh, anyone can see me through that lie. I'm sorry, folks. To hope my greed has not upset you too much.
Why did I get anything?
Calm yourself, Obscure. Many would count themselves lucky to even have the chance to nibble on the meat of such a majestic beast. Regardless, meat is far from their primary concern at the moment. I begin to wonder if the day we found them will never ever come. I'll now allow myself to lose heart so easily. There are still plenty of legends for us to look into. Hope is far from lost. Break the ground, your support, Robeskin. Hello there, Robeskin. I must say, I could get used to the life in the Far East. Unlike those dish guards, Hinken harbors no ill feelings towards us Travanians. You should really hear some of the things Karaku says. He keeps remarking that he wants me to stay here for eternity when he introduces me to new people. It seems to believe quite strongly that dragons bring good luck. What is that expression I see on your face? Could it be jealousy? Oh, don't worry yourself. You shall be just as popular here one day. More importantly, one of my new friends I made through Karaku mentioned that he knew something that might prove relevant to our search. I was just about to go meet him now. Why don't you accompany me?
Oh, where is this going?
Give me a moment. I should call him now. It is I, Ornkai.
Oh, double no.
Endless sincere apologies to you and yours for the way. Yes. What was good? Do not worry. No more betrayals. Sworn on all the kami in creation I have. Yes. What was good? You ever already met Godo's acquaintance? Come to hear about Dragon Legends. Yes. There's a place that comes to mind. The Azim Steppes. You can get there by following the Wad River, home to all Namazu. Go way upstream and you will reach the steps. Yes. It is here that monstrous dragons as dark as the night sky is head to slumber. The dark as the night sky, you say? No more information do I have. Go to the marketplace on the Azim Steps known as the Reunion. You may find the answers you seek there. This could be the one, Vobskun. The Horde was home to many a dark-scaled dragon after all. That is her to Reunion. Well, as these energetic chosen have come to me, it feels only natural I should try questioning them first. Perhaps your time will be best spent asking some of the more mature aura if they know anything about the Dragon Guild mentioned.
Okay.
Okay.
That did not work out as intended. A black dragon in these parts? Sure, I know of it. The storytellers say the fiend awakens once every decade and goes on a wild rampage. Once had a fill of destruction or tunes, it lays in the north and west monstrous slumbers. If any tribe were able to slay such a beast, it will bring them great honor. We at Ornir have our eyes on it for some time.
You're looking for the dragon,
Are you? I did hear there's been a sighting recently, first one in 100 years apparently. Not that I believe any of the nonsense. It would not surprise me if the whole story was dreamed up by some fool Ornir in his cups.
Vobskun. Wow, these children are not playing nice. I do not suppose you have fared any better. It is said to live in the northwest. The dragon has truly been sighted recently. Our timing is perfect. I'm glad we did not come this far only to find it in the midst of its deep slumber. Let us head for the mountains to the northwest. Now, children, do you not think it is time you are making your way back to Mummy and Daddy? Your grown-ups have business to do. This seems as good as area and any as any to commence their search. Ready to get started, Vobskun?
Sure.
Oh, let us see if we can. Wait, what is that smell? Were we able to learn the locals refer to this warrior as the Black Dragon?
Are you also on the hunt for this dragon?
Unpaired to thought, we have come to speak with it.
Now that I've heard everything speak, you say. You may be calm and willing to talk, but I assure you the black-scaled monster is not in the mood. It has thrashed 8 of our finest warriors. We are disgraced, but I must inform our Khan of the battle's outcome.
Well, he certainly was not interested in staying here any longer. Come along, Vobskun. I think we'll maybe have finally found Fathom this time.
Any? Oh, it's one of these? Oh, okay. It's hard to miss. And the thrill and conviction activate. You sure of it? Okay. Oh, I'm not actually fighting her. Ah, you just doinked my friend. I can't Dragon Knight anybody. Oh, that was fast too. Oink. I see.
Alright. Let me poke you.
Okay.
Oh, what? I beg of you, listen to me.
Banyam?
She's mad with fear, my voice does not reach her. This clash will only end if one of you perishes. Let us retreat for now and rethink our approach. We have come so far and overcome so many obstacles, yet when we finally meet Falnum, I cannot even speak with her. My apology, Bulbous-kun, but pray return to the reunion with me. I need some time to take all this in. Perhaps a spot of hunting will help clear my mind. Yes, I'm somewhat calmer now, Bulbous-kun. Thank you for asking. The key to all of this is discovering the source of Falnum's rage. Once we know this, we can decide our next move. Pray give me some time. I will not allow our journey to end in failure. Bulbous-kun, nice to see you again. Pray forgive me, I have not made any progress in ascertaining the reasons for Falnum's rage. It is truly pathetic. I have been alive far, far longer than you, and yet I have nothing to show for it. Surely you do not think me younger than you. I may be small, but you should know that Dravanians live far longer than any man. Wait, we do live an awfully long time, Bulbous-kun. I think I may have got it. Dravanians live for eons. I've heard tales of Gulimbersties of dragons going into seclusions for centuries while carrying grief in their hearts. Ultimately, they are unable to bear the strain and it breaks something fundamental within them. Many years will need to pass before I come of age to choose a consort, but I believe they help in saving oneself from the abyss of isolation. This is why your kind elects to marry as and I.
I have no idea what anyone marries.
Truly, I've considered you more worldly than that, but it seems I was wrong. Regardless, I'm almost certain that Falnum's fury was caused by the profound loneliness she has endured over the past millennium. Leading father's side after they spent so long together must have caused her intense anguish. The question is, how do we heal her pain?
I see you two survived your talk with the dragon. Was it a fruitful discussion as you two had hoped for? Not that it matters much. A group of Quisturi's merchants that pooled their resources and hired a hunter said to be quite handy with a lance. I doubt he's capable of selling the worm, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch him try.
I wonder who the dragon slayer in question could be. I struggle to imagine there are that many men with the skills to go toe-to-toe with a dragon like Falnum. However, if he's truly a threat, then we cannot risk him reaching her before us. We may not have a plan, but we have a little choice. Come, folks, let us hurry to where we last saw Falnum. Well, where is she? We must find her before the hunter does.
It's good to see you again, Warrior of Light. Fourth. It would seem that we two Azure Dragoons share one target, though I suppose neither of us still hold that mantle. Old habits do not die so easily.
The Azure Dragoon of Ishgard?
And who exactly is your diminutive friend, Bulbous-kun? A journey to the Far East in search of an ancient worm's consort? Quite a tale indeed. At the end of my own journey, I just continued my travels and eventually found myself in the Far East. It was here that word the dragon you seek reached mine ears. It had been my intention to act as an intermediary between man and dragon, assuming the beast would be reasoned with. If not, I was prepared to brandish my lance. Regardless, I would wager the young one has the right of it. What is more, she is doubtless still suffering from the effects of Nidal's hateful dirge that summoned the Horde. The dread worm's hold over his brood was absolute. His unquenchable thirst for vengeance spread through the Horde, leaving none untouched. To think one of them was able to resist his call to decimate Ishgard. It should come as no surprise that she would succumb to madness. The worm spent a millennium in solitude resisting Nidhal's demands for vengeance. I can think of but one way she may be saved. We weaken her enough that she is willing to listen to reason.
We have already tried that approach. It did not work last time. I very much doubt repeating it will change anything.
I do not advocate the same approach, Fooled One. I would have you do more than simply talk to her. Nay, use your usual roar. That is the only way you can hope to let her know the war is ended, that her cotton sword awaits her in the skies above.
My roar?
You have the two dragoons that bested Needhog at your side. There is naught to fear. All you need to do is harness your roar to clear the haze that clouds the worm's eyes.
I shall do my best. Should we fail again, I fear we may not be blessed with another chance. Pray lend me your string of your dragons.
Let us depart. The frenzied dragon awaits us at Bardom's mantle. The time is nigh to free her from the war's tragedy. Okay. Ready. Okay. You're ready. Okay, got it. Oh, hi, draw? Whatever the strat the stadium wants to do. From the dragon eye. It's really awkward here. Oh. Wait. Why did the second blast hit me? Oh, rippers. God. Okay. So the only way he aggroes is by elusive jump, right? It looks like that's the way it was designed. Say.
You'll heal me. What? Why didn't you do that last time, huh?
With me. That's kind of overkill. Now, little one, roar with all your being.
I'll never hear my cry.
Why must we go to war? I have no ill will, no desire to fight. Only silence. Most deafening silence.
It is no use, I cannot reach her.
Is Vidofnir? Do not be so quick to abandon hope, my son. What are you doing here? Oh, this is the other one. Okay, I was like, that's not Vidofnir. There's an E there. I know this one. I am come for thee, dear Svanum. Those wings are wide. Long have they filled my dreams. Vidofnir.
Father!
Noble dragoons, Ornkai, I give you my thanks. Were it not for your succor, I would not have been reunited with my beloved. Allow me to thank you as well. I truly thought Vidofnir lost to me. Mere words would scarce be enough to convey my appreciation. When the conflict began 1,000 years past, Neidhart demanded we exact vengeance upon man. However, I refused to allow his hatred to take root within me. I could not bring myself to forget the days when I soared the azure skies with Vidofnir, night on back. A dragon cannot simply shut her ears to her sire's call. To do so would cause her great torment. Thus I bid one and flee to the east, that she might live in peace until the final strains of the dragon song war did fade to an end. Duty bound to protect Zenith, I remained behind in Dravania, but ever did I regret not following my heart and my beloved. But after she left for eastern lands, that thou didst come into this world, my son.
Now I finally see why I was given a name meaning one born of sadness. As I fear I will never be your match, father. One barely even noticed my roar.
Belittle not your efforts, Hornkai. I should not have known to come here were it not for thy lure. You reached mine ears, strong and clear, as I soared the skies above.
Father. Well, I suppose you are quite keen to talk upon him. It's been quite some time since you last met, after all. Let us make haste. I am not used to seeing my father so enamored. I give you both of you my sincere thanks. I find myself especially indebted to you, Vobskun. Our adventures investigating these legends shall live long in my memory. And you as your dragon, your strength far exceeds the tales I have heard.
Your words are appreciated, but the appellation is unnecessary. I have long since left that life behind. My past experiences with Nidhogg made me eager to see if one of them saved. When the Dreadworm took me as his vessel, I felt his mad heart's palpitation as of my own. There was no end to the sadness and distress that flowed from his soul. However, it was this ordeal that allowed me to harness the dragon within, was retaining my sense of self. That's to take it? You ought to be capable of the same by now, Bobskin. It shall doubtless serve you well in battles to come.
If you're truly done with your old title, then I have a proposal for a new one. The Crimson Dragoon. Much more befitting now that two of you fight alongside dragons harnessing the strength as your own.
I see myself warming up to this new name. The best of you, Ornkai. I expect you to be as strong as your father the next time your paths do cross, Warrior of Light. I look forward to the day when we are able to fight side by side once more. Keep well. You see some Lalafels following behind him.
You shall have nothing to worry about. I will become just as capable as father so that I may someday soar the skies of a dragoon like you on my back. Thank you once again for everything, Bobuskun. It is time for me to begin the journey home with father and Falum. But know that I will ever be in your debt. I sincerely hope this is not the last of our adventures.
Okay. Oh, Vobskin. It has been too long since last we spoke. Your visits are far more frequent than those of another former student of mine. However, it would seem he still prefers to keep his own company. Same could be said for Hustian, who has made quite a name for herself as a hunter in Dravania, according to Onkai. What fortunate timing! Speak of the dragon, and he shall appear. Is he? Oh. He's a little bigger now. Looks a little bigger to me.
Greetings. Would I be correct in guessing you have returned fresh from one of your adventures?
What? Far away.
To think that such a place could truly exist.
And that you have fought such terrifying foes. To fall so far from grace, 'tis a tragic tale if ever I heard one.
One similar to that of Nidhogg.
Aye. Though nothing will ever compare to his malice, even death cannot quell his thirst for vengeance. At least Andrea was not nearly so consumed by hate. I doubt not that Arenda Ray's soul is at peace.
Peace. I wonder if Nidhogg ever found it.
I fear his soul yet lingers, doomed to wander endlessly.
That is too cruel a fate, even for him.
I share your sentiment, for as the Azure Dragoon I once gazed into his heart, as he gazed into mine, such rage, such sorrow.
I will not accept this. None should mark his passing is more than I can bear. What say you, Vopuskin? Then we are in agreement. Though I must admit that as part of Price for Hours Brood, I have little knowledge of Neathog. A deeper insight is needed if I am to properly pay my respects. Volnum is of his brood. If anyone would know, it is fair. Let us make haste for the zenith. Volnum is come.
Volnum's come? Hey, he's back.
Welcome, noble dragoon. Ornkai has explained all. Pray tell, what was Neathog to you?
I mean, yeah, Roland's not adversary. Didn't know his other features, that's for sure.
And much more, for through his power you are forever joined. Two souls entwined by fate. Though you have faced Neathog's wrath and sensed his pain, you cannot know him as we dragon once did.
We would fain hear his tale.
Neathog was without equal, even among our kind. Destined was he to guard this world from the catastrophe that befell the Dragon Star in place of his star. He valued strength above all else, and considered the affairs of mortals beneath his notice. Only the 7 great worms were worthy of his attention, and among them none but Ratatoskar truly understood him. Her song was beautiful indeed, and she graced both dragon and man with her wisdom. She was invited by Thordan, King of Man, to speak on our behalf. Ratatoskar expressed our desire to live in harmony. However, it was known that Neathog did not share these views. When the king asked her how her brother saw mankind, she did not hide the truth. He believed that such frail creatures were incapable of protecting the star, and that the task must be entrusted to the 7 great worms alone.
And that is why Thordan slew her?
Ratatoskar had no intention of sowing discord. The king could not countenance that his kind would be treated with such contempt, that we dragons would seek to claim the star as our own. He turned on Ratatoskar, taking not only her eyes, but her life. When Neathog discovered that King Thordan had murdered his beloved, his fury was beyond reckoning. For all his strength, he could not master his own rage. It utterly consumed him.
Dragons, men, we are all the same, slaves to our emotions, subservient to our hearts.
Yet there are those who would seek another path, as I once did. I turned my back on my father and his quest for vengeance. Valiant dragoon, by your strength was the Dragon Song War ended, and by your compassion was a new alliance forged.
Bubba's and I are living proof that we can live side by side. We shall speak the message of peace to man and dragon alike. And we are gone, our descendants will do the same.
Tell them of Neathog, his strength, his weakness, his love, his hate. Tell them the truth. Ornkai, you wish to commemorate Neathog's passing, yes? As my father once enjoyed the fragrance of mist lilies, perhaps they will make a suitable offering.
What a splendid idea! Thank you, Volnum. I have often seen such flowers blooming in autumn. Follow me.
I still have no idea how to say her name. Somebody eat the mist lilies? Oh, well. I got you.
So there were mistilies here after all. Then it will appear my memory served me correctly. A pity the same cannot be said with my eyes. It is of no matter. There is one thing that concerns me, however. In your funeral rites, the offering of flowers and such occurs at a grave or a place of significance, I believe, but where should we choose for Needhog? Garabania? Yes, that could be considered his final resting place, if that was where you fought the primal born of his eyes. Although I must say, Bobscoon, you seem rather adept at putting down dragons, and primals that resemble dragons. Makes me glad that we're not enemies. To the matter at hand then, I shall go ahead and meet you in Garabania. What a relief to have found you at last. I've become rather lost, you see. Perhaps we had best hurry on to the Royal Menagerie before I lose my way again. Needhog, we are come to honor your memory. Though now that we are here, I am at a loss for words. Bobscoon, is there anything you wish to say?
Is there? Who's walking? Oh, the Flappy? From distant stars, a father bore 7 eggs. Great worms rose forth, powerful and wise, and blackened wings one soar on high with a roar that set the world a tremble. Guarding their home in the father's stead, he was fearsome yet just. Man, wicked and vain, betrayed a worm in his kin, slayed his beloved and plucked out his eyes. Henceforth, he lived only for vengeance, his wrath irrepressible. 1,000 years hence, 2 champions of mankind were granted great strength by the stolen eyes. Destined were they to face the worm, but risen once more to wage war on his sworn enemy. At the end of their struggle, the wayward son fell silent. These guardians and their comrades continued to watch over the star, their heroic deeds recounted by minstrels and storytellers far and wide. Even the ancient foes from which the father dragons once fled could not withstand their might.
Bobscoon, I am not blind to the sins that Needhog committed. I mourn the loss of what he once was, what he may have become had he been dealt a kinder fate. Although this was but a small gesture, I am sure that our thoughts have reached him. I have much to ponder on the return journey, and I expect that Elbrick will wish to hear what we have learned from Faunum. Perhaps you could visit him in Corthias?
Were you able to pay your respects? I see, this is the first time I've heard such a detailed account of King Thornton's acts. A betrayal in the moment, but a betrayal nonetheless. A pity he is far beyond the reach of justice. Though it may be hard to come to terms with the crimes of our forebears, we must accept the past for what it is. Of course, I'll be sharing this information with the rest of the Temple Knights. No doubt they will be keen to speak with other members of Needhog's Brew to verify this version of events. In the meantime, there's still much to be done in building relations between man and dragon. We will aim to follow the example set by you and Ornkai, and work together for the good of all. May the Fury guide you both. Okay. Fancy making yourself useful? Listen close. A game of Highway has been playing the tray around here in the last few days, and we're trying to flush them out. A slivered bugger, though, so we need all the help we can get. That's where you come in. We saw them lurking in the Brown Badge, and we're getting ready to start a trap. All you really do is call anyone who strikes you as a bit of a shifty, and raise the alarm. I'll take risks. Okay, they're making it sound deceptively simple. I was doing pretty good. Because the archer was just stupidly standing there.
Out of my way, Arcadia.
Are we just gonna fight this normally? Oh, hi. Oh. You fight it. You don't even sink it? I'm just killing it at a level 90. Poor guy. Never stood a chance. Oh, man. My thanks, stranger. In mind, if you hadn't showed up, things could have gone very badly for us. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Truth be told, I thought we have an easier time of it on this side of the wall. How wrong I was. To think we'd be caught unaware by a gang of common thieves. What's going on? We're commotion it. That's one of them, just like the witnesses described. It's strange to go after a pair like you. All the marks so far have been merchants and whatnot. You know, folk carrying coin and valuables won't put much of a fight. I reckon that if any of you cronies are out there watching, they'll think twice before crossing you lot again. Still, that'd be an idea for you to see these travelers, Gridani, and me and the others keep looking for the rest of the highwaymen. Those bandits. Something about this doesn't sit right with me. We barely have a fistful of gil between us, and I have a couple of wounds that steel sharp on my back. Not the most likely of targets. That's why they went straight for the kill, and may not have succeeded if you haven't said it. We're in your debt. I'm Radovan, and this is Sophie. We travel here from Elzabar, far from to the north, where I once lived as a soldier of Garlemald. Garlemald? I had no choice. My family was taken hostage. While it is true that I fought and killed for the Empire, I would never have done so willingly. I'll free myself from their shackles. The life I know is no more, and that was another life. Once I would sooner put behind me. I came here worthy in the hope that I might start anew here. As for me, I was escaped from the Garleans. I was part of a resistance movement until we were all rounded up or killed, that is. The Empire took everything from me, my family, my homeland. With nowhere else to go, the two of us decided we stand better chances of having if we stuck together, and here we are. You see me now, you scarce believe I once served as personal guard to my queen. But in the end, I couldn't protect her. Couldn't protect anyone. Not even my wife and son. Well, I've gladly given my life for theirs, it was not to be. Even so, there may still be a use for my skills I've spent years only to those whom I may yet deliver from harm. That's why I was just looking for employment as a bodyguard in Eorzea, and Gridani seemed a good place to start. I know you helped us enough already, but I have a proposal. Would you consider working with us? Interesting. Now, hold on, Radovan. That's rather a lot to ask, don't you think? But Vobskun has what it takes to become a gunbreaker. It seems my gunplay has caught your eye. You might have seen Garlands wielding something similar, but this is the genuine article. The ones used by the Empire are simply edged weapons with a firearm bolted on, or vice versa. Oh, well, they have their uses. They pale in comparison to my Klein Forge for generations. Our gunblades use etherically imbued cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the powdered crystals within ignites, releasing the ether. This sends a powerful shockwave through the blade, increasing destructive capabilities. The cartridge can even be fired into the air to create defensive barriers. Perhaps you should save the lectures until you've heard Vobskun's answer? Yes. First things first. So, are you interested? In exchange for assisting us, I'll teach you the art of the gunbreaker. And I was wondering if you might be able to act as a guide. If you accept the gunblade training as a form of payment, we'll be most grateful. Once the coin starts rolling in, you receive a fair share. You need not answer right away, but please, give it some thought. you reached a decision? From this day forth, our fates are entwined. While the path that lies ahead is not an easy one, the spirits of my predecessors will watch over you. Okay. Now that the Gunberg is out, I've yielded a portion of their wisdom. You're ready to take blade in hand. Rather than spend moons and moons training you, perhaps we had best find employment first. We can use the time between assignments to refine your abilities, but where should we start? The adventure skills. Yes, that sounds promising. I suppose we are adventurers after all. Tell me, folks, are you familiar with this sort of thing? Back of my hand. Oh my, in that case, we could not find a better guide. Well, there's no time like the present, shall we? Now, Mother Milon has made us former members of the Adventurers Guild. We can start accepting assignments. In fact, were we given the details of a potential client need a bodyguard to? A man named Lost Cho is waiting by the Wailing Barracks. Sophie and I will try making our way there to get our barracks. If the quest is just like... Oh, the person.
You must be going to by the Adventurers Guild, yes? Oh, thank goodness. Something dreadful has befallen. Well, threatens to befall. The one and only Editha. What? You mean to say you're unfamiliar with the most gifted harpicordist who ever lived? Whatever possesses me to hire such uncultured but...
Pierce, my breath would be better sounding briefing on the nature of my quest.
A few days ago, Editha received a most unwelcome missive, a death threat to be precise. At first I deemed it nothing more than a crazed scrawling of some harmless chore. That was until a during a recital a stone was thrown at her, missing by a hair's breadth. I have, in my capacity as her manager, cancelled all public appearances on the perpetrator and be brought to justice. I fear, though, that my delicate tulip would wither and fail if confined to her dressing room, and she has herself expressed a desire to stroll freely beneath the canopies of the Milkeltos amphitheaters. I see this is where it's going. You want to take her for a walk, is that it? If that's all we have to do, we should count ourselves lucky. A threatening letter, a brazen attack in a public place. Who knows what will happen next? But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid. Without further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade.
Is pomade? Oh, okay. We best proceed carefully. If the government knows doesn't show the ask for adventure skills out, they probably deduce that Editha will be coming out hiding. We should see if anyone bears a grudge against her, so we know what to expect. We better look around the amphitheater for places where the ambushers might hide. You there?
Her sumptuous harmonies are akin to the eternality of unimaginable torment. She would grace me with splendor once more. Wow, okay. Ed has been talking great since her debut. His skills as a musician is without question, although I sense that many of our admirers are most interested in her bizarre stage garb.
You know, I certainly do. I consider that to be one of our admirers. In all honesty, I don't care for the way some of the others ogle her. There were rumors about receiving desert truth. One of those lecherous scoundrels was behind it. Scoundrels, eh? Right. Is this the maiden in question?
Undine. She's very talented.
Something like that is quite a following. Whether that's due to her musical ability or since her stage presence is hard to tell, though.
Listen, have you met Miss Undine?
She's a harpsichordist, like Editha.
That poor girl. What is the world coming to? A gifted and beautiful young performer such as her must hide away for fear of her life. It beggars belief. Must be wonderful followers. I've seen the way someone will look at her and makes my skin crawl. With hands like that, who needs enemies?
It's part of Undine. So, what do the other locals have to say?
Well,
It's one of the things that one of others admires is the one, but I sense there's more to it. I think until more information, we should everyone with equal suspicion to be on the safe side. Personally, I prefer to carry out more thorough investigation, but best not keep our clients waiting. Once you're ready, that is return to Last Joe. Cheshire. So what you're saying is, we gotta get. It's getting ready for war there. Assures me you should be ready in 2 shakes of this tail. Whatever that means. All errors.
My chaperones have arrived. How wonderful! Oh, to finally feel the sun's warming rays, I am reborn.
I'm joking when I call her eccentric. All this prancing about is going to draw unwanted attention. We better get this over with as quickly as possible. So everyone will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind with Last and Joe in case we need her back?
Mind by me, I'll keep an ear out for any signs of danger and come running if you call.
Although I was prepared to join you in guarding Editha and even dressed for the occasion, I would defer to your professional opinion and remain here, but promise you that you'll keep my sweet Petunia safe. Leave it to us. You ready, Bobskin?
Oh, la, what a beautiful day for a stroll.
Really? Are you gonna need our protection? The nonchalant. You're just gonna wonder. I've never seen a man jinx the mission this hard.
Hey, it's Mitra.
Where's the locals?
Envious of success.
Well, whether there is a jealous person or not. Oh, somebody's after Vieira's? Why? Also, the villains are supremely stupid. What? They really want those bunny ears. Jesus, okay.
Hey, Limtra.
Oh, well, they're pretty serious about this, eh? Ignore me. Oh, there's two parts to that. Ah. Girl, man. Come in. And then. Oh right, I keep reading that parts of like a multicast. Oh, this is just triple cast on his own. That's funny. So it's basically a 1, 2, 3, and then I fought the other guy. Oh yeah. Okay, so this these bindings are absolutely correct. So that was great. But then the real person that's in danger is Radovon's friend, isn't it? Yeah, I can't imagine the harpsichord as being that jealous as to order a bunch of bandits to get Bunny Bell. Never mind, she is that jealous.
My, what a naughty little rabbit. Seems you wander too far from your word. The stage is set for your curtain's call, though it cost me a pretty penny to rent this place.
This will be the last time you walk over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. Never mind, she is that jealous. Envious, whatever you want to say. Okay. Come on, let's finish this. Look at that enormous AoEs is quite ridiculous, you know? Party guy in the world. Boy, come on. He's ignoring me. Alright, do my job, you do yours. It's tough. You tell me the draw. Wait, I'm confused. Is this supposed to follow me or not? What was that about? Is it supposed to follow me? Stuff boy. Give better instructions. Seriously, alright. It was over. I'll take off that mask before I cut it off in your face with it. Miss Undine, I might have guessed, but what's Edith ever done to deserve this?
Harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music, and she thinks she can steal my fans, my stage with those appalling outfits of hers? I won't stand for it. I won't.
What happened here? I thought Undine wasn't exactly a fan of Edith's, but I never thought she'd pay to have her killed. And now we know the Highwinds in the woods were in the schemes too. A few days back, they held up Undine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the value she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of the bastards left after today's. You gentlemen, all a good turn, so if you ever need anything from the God's Quiver, don't forget to ask.
Don't be afraid to ask.
Another dangerous best. Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to Miketo's amphitheaters. There's one thing I still don't want to understand. Why did those Highwinds attack me and Radovan in the woods?
Maybe it was because of your years? I imagine no one didn't tell them how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me now. Oh, these ones aren't a real VR ears. At least I don't think so. Actually, I was wondering if I might have worked private for you with the three of you. But there are four of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I'm not. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Ah, well, I suppose the lady's entitled to her secrets, but before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You have both performed admirably.
Now that that pesky manager of mine is out of the way, let's go to do the Great Loam Growery. You risked climbing them to protect me, so I feel it's only fair that I explain myself. One moment, please.
Golf? Hello. What? You mean to say she was so from the very beginning?
Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. It is fun to use glamours and play with a harpsichord, but a little towering. And this one's been so long in walking one's house, this one nearly died. These ones need the sun's rays to flourish, to live. Why this one had to go outside even though dangerous ones were all around. This one hopes helpful ones will understand and not tell simpering ones. Littling one will be sad if this one can no longer play sweet, sweet music.
Your secret is safe with us.
I'm ever so grateful. Promise you'll come to listen to my harpsichord soon, too. Tee.
Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfying one nonetheless. I must say, you acquitted yourself rather well, Louiskin. It normally takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental difference between a gunblade and a regular sword. Just spread some gunpowder around. It was already developed by my people in the Third Astral Era. The march of the Algan Empire driven us to the barren wastelands where the survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhilda, was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for their unique swords they wielded. These royal vessels were known as Gunhir's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons, the gunblade. Meanwhile, the Allagans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances. As they were similar in appearance to our gunblades, we refer to these weapons as guns, in terms which is now commonplace. So effectively, with these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus did they come to be known as gunbreakers. Even after the fall of the Algan Empire, these techniques were passed down to each new generation. My clans are now the descendants of Gunhir's Allura Guard, although I'm all that remains. It is my duty to see that the art of gunpowder lives on, even if it means entrusting it to an outsider such as yourself.
If you like history lessons, you two will get along like house on fire.
I best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lad. The best learning was done in the field, however. A pleasant news we're down here, I'm eager to see what the other city-states have to offer.
Then may I suggest Udana? There are markets of goods from all over the world that I'm dying to take a look.
Well, yeah, it is then. Sophie and I will go on ahead while you arrive, seek us out. We shouldn't be hard to find. It's good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace. Now if this watering hole is much quieter, still it's a paradise compared to anything you'll find in Garland territory.
I think he's just in sour mood because he can't find any work.
You better not run there, Sophie. I'll keep looking though. If I was going, you better train by yourself until we find an excellent there, which with a bit of luck will be soon.
Isn't it?
The walls that surround this city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders. Now that made much difference in the end.
Oh, not this again. Perhaps you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news?
Ah yes, it looks like we found our next client.
But decided a lady named Moriel is waiting for us near the Gate of Fall. We'll meet you there.
You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last of him, but now you gotta keep him away from us.
I'm not sure what quality I said my domestic disputes.
Radulon, this is serious. Hear her out, would you?
Very well, my apologies. Please continue.
His name is Geralt. Geralt? He won't leave us alone. He keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we were to go outside the city gates, I'm sure he'd follow us. And when he does, I want you to scare him off.
I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you have bodyguards, so we'll wait somewhere nearby. When the moment's right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget in a hurry.
Is that how it worked? Tim and I will leave through the gate, so you should find a hiding place. It's time that bastard, excuse my language, learned his lesson. This husband's of ours sounds like a nasty piece of work. We'll best be ready for trouble.
Remember, we got the boy to think about it. Rather not cut a man down in front of his own son, but I will if I have to. You follow my lead.
Get away from her. What? Who the bloody hells are you?
Friends of Oriel. Now walk away while you still can.
But I only want what's best for my boy. Your boy. You got no right to call him that. He belongs to me.
This is your final warning. Bother them again, and you won't live to regret it.
Haha, that'll teach him. You were wonderful. Worth every gale. Thank you so much. She seems kind of like a douche.
It was our pleasure.
His eyes is glowing. Oh, that's just this little Magitech eye thing. Okay.
Although there wasn't much for you to do, your presence led way to my words, but most importantly, the cloud was satisfied with our work.
But she did seem rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two, there's no time to explain. We have to follow that woman.
Is she gonna sacrifice the child to a dark god or something?
Hell's bells, when Sophie gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her.
I knew it.
Okay.
Oh, we should bring Tim all the way out here.
What are we supposed to do with a run like this?
We don't have it might be worth something one day.
He's selling their own Jow. We gotta stop him. Wait, is that?
Enough of this. Stay away from my son.
Son?
He should have got out of this, mate. Too late now.
Quickly, we gotta help him.
Oh, what, random heart problem again?
Now, Obiscune, it's up to you.
Please, not another old man that's gonna die on my watch. While I'm playing a main quest. Or no, sorry, a jump quest.
Helping. You saved us. How can I ever... Daddy!
Obiscune, I let you down. I let everyone down, but Sophie, what happened here?
And even the moment I met Oreo, there was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until I realized she's a softness addict. Once it takes hold, it changes you. She was never able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me, and probably not from her family either. Yes, I've known for a while, but I had no idea she'd do something like this. God, if I hadn't started gambling, this would never have happened. My debt spiraled out of control, and she ran to get away from me to start a new life with her son.
The shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore, so I vowed to turn my life around. I worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed, but by the time I finally found the courage to track down Oriole, it was too late. She's made new friends, the wrong sort of friends, and had to resort to violence only know what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear, and sometimes was her only escape. Nothing else mattered to her, not even her own child. You see, it wasn't only my life I'd ruined. I made her who she is today. That's why I don't have it in me to hate her. What will you do now? I plan to send her to from Tistery. They can treat people like Oriole, although it costs more than most folks can afford. My savings should cover it for a short while at least. Well, we'll take it one day at a time and see how she responds to the treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give her up. Obviously, she's in no state to look after Tim, so you'll be living with me.
You could have been killed confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there'll be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you have to think before you act.
I will. I swear it. I thank you all for everything you've done.
Poor child. Sylvie's quick thinking may have saved him on this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded in disgracing myself again.
It's not your fault, right on. I think you'll hope it's good an explanation, though.
Yes, if we are to fight side by side, there's something you should know. Well, I served as an Imperial Consul for a time. After I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade.
Solitary confinement for a decade?
Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a Magitech collar.
Sorry, I just watched The Shawshank Redemption.
The Wardens would use them to administer a severe shock anytime they pleased, and pleased them, it did. The paralysis will eventually wear off, but even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up. It's as if the pain never left me and could awaken at any moment. Thankfully, my condition appeared to have improved somewhat since leaving the Empire. Perhaps one day I'll be free of it, but until then, there's no telling when it might strike.
Ron saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair that I do the same for him. I've been through thick and thin, ever since the first time we met in the Garlean jail. I was awaiting execution along with the other captured members of the Resistance, as well as the various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several selfless addicts, even in an Imperial jail. There are ways to get your hands on it. Once I saw Roya, I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but she had the same look in the eyes of those lost souls. Anyways, where was I? So, Radon has been meaning to escape ever since he was first in prison, and was secretly digging a tunnel, films each night over the course of about 10 years. The only thing, it went the wrong way. And one night, he suddenly burst through my wall.
Well, you have done that. You know I'm not far from part of my miscalculation.
Well, things were pretty ugly, didn't they? The other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew attention of the wardens, and all hell broke loose. In confusion, Radon forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle, we managed to avoid their searchlights, and finally we were free.
Free to return to my wife and child, to my homeland, or so I thought. Well, I've been rotting away in Garland jail. Everything I knew, everything I loved have been taken away from me. I should have been there, but I couldn't even... enough of this. We smoke it all along as it is. Well, then where's next?
I think I have my fill of Buddha. What say we try our luck in Limsa Lumensa? I'm sure a change of scenery would do us a world of good.
Yes, I like the sound of this. Let's reconvene at the local adventurers guild.
Oh, you switched your outfit. Okay.
Is there any count of my pirates? No, there's a terrible idea if I ever heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left.
What about the view? The sea breeze?
We've plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we feel more gil in our pockets. We're still waiting for orders from the guild, so perhaps you should find somewhere for a few practice swings in the meantime.
Flaming mongrel, okay.
Pleased to hear the Yellow Jackets offered us an assignment.
After taking on more than we bargained for with our previous claims, we're hoping this one will turn out to be relatively straightforward. We haven't heard what it entails yet, but I'll bet it's something important.
A man called Futag Youth Tag has arranged to meet us in the bulwark hall. Let's go and see what he wants.
Thank you for coming at such an artist. Times of the Athens, I'll be brief. Why do you approach Hag Gudawites, was until recently the leader of Flaming Rock Girls? There was a gang of raiders, but eventually they settled up to Loza to sort of rob their way to the position of considerable influence in the criminal underworld. That all ended when Gundawaltz turned himself in. No one saw it coming, not even the other Flaming Mongrels. He's due to give testimony in exchange for a reduced sentence, and not just about the crimes he committed himself either. All the gangs he's had dealings with had ample reason to silence him before he spilled his secrets. He's currently being held in the Morabli dry docks. Your job is to see that he reaches Limsa in one piece. So you want us to act as bodyguards to a criminal? I don't like the sound of that.
I'll be protecting the information that's in his head, which will be used to bring countless other lawbreakers to justice. It sounds like war without cost to me.
It is, and before you ask why you were hiring outsiders, it's to avoid attention. If I pull too many yellow jackets from their posts, their gangs will figure out what's going on. Better to give the impression that it's business as usual while using professionals like you to escort him in secret. We'll still need to secure the route, so I'll go on ahead and see that preparations. Come and find me at dry docks when you're ready.
Before we begin, we'd like to find out more about this gold wallet. Well, it's important to place our trust in the client. I don't want to repeat the mistake we did last time. If the rumor is true, the Flamer was involved in most of the money lending extortion that goes around the city. Gundawaltz was at the center of this while overseeing every aspect of these clandestine activities. Now he has finally found the decency to give himself. I imagine that his former associates would rather he kept quiet concerning their dealings. You are not what I'm looking for. Thank you. I'm not liberally discussing an ongoing investigation. I can say, however, that many executives believe heartless curs like Gundawaltz deserve nothing less than death. He and his rogues have left only tragedy and despair in their work. Mercy would be such a waste.
Oh yes, everyone has heard of Flaming Mongrels. Their modus operandi is to offer loans and increase interest to the extent that their remarks have no hope to ever paying them back. Then poison that forceful debate that everyone... You are not the person I'm looking for.
Yeah, everything useful?
He extorts.
Yes, it's just a free dog unit food tax at Gundawaltz. There lies a lot of enemies on both sides of the law.
Well, it's not too late to refuse. Think about what you're doing.
Trust me, I have. Now let's say no more than that, or we have a job to do.
All set? Good. Then it's time to bring out the prisoner. I present Goldwaltz, Scourge of Limsa Lominsa. His life is in your hands now. Guard him well.
Thank you kindly.
Are you sure you got the right man? Quite sure. Now, listen carefully. This is important. We scouted the road ahead and we spotted a group of unsavory figures lying in wait. The plan is to put them down and brush past before anyone realizes what's happened.
Well, if that's how you prefer us to handle it, then very well, but we'll need someone to take the lead and cut through their ambush.
Don't look at me.
I choose you for that role, Boskun. Show me how far you come as a gunbreaker. The rest of us will stay close to Goldways and fend off any that tried to flank us. For that, I give you my word that we'll get him to Limsa Lomsa, even when we have to carry him there.
Well, depending on you, Lobskin, once you clear a path, we'll be right behind you. We'll group at the Oshkan Embrace and assess the situation before moving on.
Waiting.
A pretty poor attempt at an ambush. Well, the element was surprised or nothing.
Yeah, it's very impressive, pal. Save my things until we reach Limsa, if you don't mind.
Bring bad news, I'm afraid. Those men weren't here to ambush you. They were only lookouts. The bulk of the enemy force lies ahead. We'll take the prisoner to a safe hiding place until those rogues have been dealt with.
What? Why wouldn't I inform him sooner?
Only just received information ourselves. To take the prisoner into custody, well, you are to return to your post until further notice. As for the hirings, the service is no longer required. Well, how very convenient.
Now, hold on a minute.
Look, if you got a problem, take it up with the Commodore Rainer. They're his orders, not mine.
Alright, you made your point.
Well, that's that, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'll see you receive a full amount, as agreed. It was a pleasure working with you. Something about this doesn't add up. Surely it would make more sense for Doctor to go with him. Besides, our agreement was to see Goldwas to Limsa Lomasa. That's exactly what I intend to do. You do. Come with me.
Oh, it looks like the shoe's on the other foot this time, so I can hardly refuse. Come on, before he does something we'll regret.
Took him inside. If my guess is correct, there's no time to waste. Alright, let's go.
Enough for the befallen, I suppose.
Stop this at once.
Stay out of it, Sellsword. My friend's dead because of this filth. He's got no right to live, so why would you protect him?
Because I gave my word. Though he may be beyond redemption, he acts not for his own sake, but for the good of others. Instead, the money will make Limsa Lomsa a safer place. Now, lower your axe.
I think the 12 you got here when you did. It didn't take us long for us to find out it was all ruse, but by then she's already brought enough time to carry out her plan. Luckily for us, the three of you weren't so easily duped. Of course, she's not the only Yellow Jacket to bear us against Goldwoods, but I never thought any of us would go to such length. Ugh, a fine bloody mess this is. Oh, well, we may have been waylaid somewhat. Our orders to escort Glutwites still stand.
Before we go, I want to thank you for all you've done. The truth is, I ain't got long to live. If I can escape having a head shot lopped off, the sickness will get me sure enough. You could have lived out your days as one of the leading figures in the underworld, rich and powerful. What made you turn yourself in?
Since the war I can remember, I've been cheating and killing, put foot in me belly and gill in my pocket, and I was good at it too. Worked my way to the top. To the top of what? A bunch of liars, swindlers, and murderers. When I found out I only have a few moons left, I realized Limsa's the way it is because people like me. Ain't gotta be that way though, not if I say my piece.
In that case, we best get you to Limsa, post-haste.
Aye, before I kick the butt, lead the way.
Almost didn't see you there.
Okay. All that remains is for Goldwise to give his testimony. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I offer my thanks.
You kept your word, now's my turn. Very well. Every city has its problems. This one's more than most. Is high time we move on.
It seems to have been to Alamigo, Gardania, Udal, and Limsa. That just leaves Ishgard. I don't exactly thrive in cold climates, though.
Just get yourself a decent overcoat, you'll be fine. Well then, let's be off. It's a fair bit older than I was expecting. Not that it's anything to be concerned about.
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah, soon get to use, I'm sure. Anyways, what was going? It seemed that instead of offering work via adventure skills, Ishgard's Temple Knights issued levies. Although there do not appear to be any clients in need of protection, it is only a matter of time before something comes our way. Until then, be sure to not to let your skills or your gunblade go rusty. We Rockar are quite used to snow and ice, so we sometimes forget the problem that poses for otherwise. The morning a homeless Hura lad was found lying stone cold in the street.
When they came to carry him away, he was frozen solid like a statue. The poor thing can't have been more than 20 summers old.
We asked Temple Knights if there was something we could do, and we were told that they had the perfect assignment for us. Our client this time is Reese of Garland Ironworks. Our founder, Sid Garland, is one of the few Garlands to have turned its back on the Empire and is a hero to many living under their rule. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting him in person. At any rate, we must first head to the Sky Skill for that manufacturer.
Featuring Sid. Good day. I take it you're the bodyguard sent by the Temple Knights? There's something I'd like you to protect. A presumably defected Garlean engineer, as it happens. I'll not bore you with the details, but he's here to oversee the installation of a cerulean heating system, or helping out whatever tragedies like the ones that recently occurred in the room.
As we saw the body being carried away, terrorist side was. If this engineer friend of yours needs safe passage here, we'd be glad to help.
Unfortunately, the Empire does not take kindly to the desertion, especially when the man in question is one of the most highly esteemed scientists. We received word that the group known as the Alode has been dispatched to see that he never reaches Ishgard.
Gods be good.
I heard of them. Prisoners offered an opportunity to reduce their sentences to royal service of the army. By all accounts, they fight like men possessed, desperate to earn their freedom.
Worst of all, they are led by Bidisquo Massa, a man whose cruelty knows bounds. As a soldier, he reached the rank of pilot's prior, but was relegated after butchering a village of innocent civilians purely to sate his own bloodlust. Even his fellow Galerians were disgusted by these barbaric acts, yet that did not damage his reputation as a skilled warrior equal to Gaius Van Belzar himself. During my imprisonment, Bidisquo Massa came to enlist me. I told him I'd sooner rot in jail than serve under a rabid dog like him. As you imagine, he was far from pleased with my refusal and tried to persuade me by using my magic that called to administer countless electric shocks. I'll never forget the look in his eyes as he pushed that button over and over.
Of course, not everyone is as resilient as Rodowan. Many who fight for the Alade do so against their will, though they are no less deadly for it. I'd fear I've known the dangers involved. Would have called the whole thing off. It's too late now, though. The airship is already on its way to Corthius. It should soon be arriving at the observatorium. Sadly, it couldn't gain permission to have an Imperial craft docked in the city for matters of security. From the rendezvous point, we'll proceed the rest of the way on foot. Once we're safe inside the Gates of Judgment, we'll consider the mission a success.
Your friend is against the life for the sake of others. Reese, I give you my word that you will reach Ishgard safely. Listen, Sophie, you know as well as I do that they are as ruthless as they are to the ashes. For that reason, I want you to stay behind.
You think you can take that on without me there to hear you?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have you by my side, but against foes like that, what was good, I will struggle to protect you and the engineer.
Protect me? Look, Radamon, we protect each other, remember? Or perhaps you see me as nothing but a burden? Fine, have it your way. Way to play it. Not to rush or anything, but we should get going. I'll be sure the airship landing at the top of the tower.
Before we leave, there's something I'd like to make clear. I didn't mean why I said to Sophie. I think she's an excellent conjurer and more than capable of taking care of herself. But this is Bidisquo Massa. We're dealing with a monster who delights in toying with his prey. I can't let her face that kind of danger. You see, Sophie and I have been inseparable ever since we escaped from Garlic captors. When I discovered what had befallen my family, I came close to taking my own life. I might have even gone through with it if Sophie hadn't stopped me.
She lost loved ones too, but has never given up hope. Sylvie helped me realize there is still a place in this world for me. In fact, it was her idea I became a bodyguard. Though no one will ever replace the family I lost, she helped fill that void in my life and gave me a reason to carry on. If she were here now, she would tell me to stop being such a sentimental old fool, or words to that effect. Anyways, the sooner we finish this assignment, the sooner I can get back here and apologize to her.
I know that you're here. Let me introduce you to the man you'll be escorting.
Katunam Mamula at your service, or should that be Kato Mamula now that I am in Ishgard?
Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing.
Master Manuel is carrying documents liberated from the Empire that could prove vital in Guardian War's investigation of Omega. This may lead to an increased likelihood of encountering Imperial pursuers, however. Well then, shall we begin?
You get right on? Oh, they knew we were coming. Hell's bells. They must have seen the airship from miles away. I'll stay with the engineer. You go on ahead and draw them out. We're over at the camp to the north. Okay.
The man who invented the electric college or something. Okay, how are we looking?
Some of they stayed in their hiding places until you'd passed. One of them got the Reese. He's hurt, but it could have been a lot worse.
I'm sorry, that caught me by surprise.
Made it this far, the light is still out there. This is just a taste of what Holiday has in store for. Our best option is to avoid confrontation altogether. I lied, I will sneak past them while you and Reese stay behind. Two of us stand a better chance than the group before.
No.
I know how you feel, but sometimes discretion is a better part of valor. You see the sense in this, don't you? I'll meet you back at Ishgard.
Colleagues will contact me via link power once Master Mumbo has arrived in Ishgard. In the meantime, we should lie low. We don't want to alert Elodie to our presence any more than we already have. Oh, and I better get these wounds looked at. Thank goodness you're right. You've been gone so long. I came looking for you. I met a few nasty carriers on the way here, but I soon sent them packing. Wait, where's Radovan? And the engineer is supposed to be escorting. Kaduna Mamula? If the two of them are together, then Radovan never talks to anyone about it, but he comes from a place called the Borgia Citadel. It was utterly destroyed in the Garlean experiment gone wrong. In charge of the project were Midas Non-Garland and his right-hand man, Kaduna Mamula. Radavan's opposition to Borgia being used as a testing ground for potentially dangerous match attack that led to his imprisonment, and his fears were proved correct when the city was obliterated. There's a strong chance that he's planning to exact as his revenge. I have to stop him. They're headed west towards Ishgard, yes? We better follow their tracks. There's no time to lose.
for my homeland, for my family.
It's good.
Stay back. This fiend robbed me of everything I held dear. Don't deny me my vengeance.
I would not beg for forgiveness. However, I ask that you hear my final words. Midas and I knew there were risks involved in the experiment, but we did not foresee that it could fail so catastrophically. I have lived with the unending, agonizing guilt ever since. From that day forth, I have sought redemption, a chance to somehow right the wrongs I have committed. That is why I asked Midas' son, Sid, aid in my defection to Garlemald, that my knowledge and expertise may be put to good use. But I always knew that the sins of my past would return to haunt me. I submit myself to your judgment.
What have I become? My heart as a gunbreaker. As a man, I've thrown it all away. You're the last of us now.
You want us to kill him now, sir?
No, the old goat can wait.
It's the prowling lion I want. Yes, your head will make a fine trophy. Is Mamil alright? Where's Radovan? Wandered off? We still got a job to do. I dread to think what might have happened if you hadn't stopped him. Come on, Vipskin. With or without Radovan, we still got a job to do. Let's get Mamil to Ishgard. After the trouble you had reaching Camp Dragonhead, I was pleasantly surprised that Olude kept away from us for the remainder of the journey. Yes, fortunately indeed, all's well that ends well, as the saying goes. One thing that troubles me, though, is that Vitisco Masala is still as real as they say. I doubt the walls of Ishgard will deter him from pursuing his target. As such, Master Marla will be closely guarded and we can be certain it's safe. Yes, it would be a shame if I were kept from fulfilling my obligations. I hope that the next we meet, I shall have glad tidings to share. We managed to get Mamil out here unharmed, but in doing so, we lost sight of Radovan. He could be anywhere right now. We've been through too much for me to turn my back on him now. If he decides to get his act together, he knows where to find me. Until then, we better be on the lookout for Holiday. I doubt we've seen the last of him. For better or worse, Holiday are nowhere to be seen. Release and the others I seem to think they've abandoned their mission and gone back to Garlemald, which I highly doubt. For them, failure simply isn't an option. Well, what I want to know is, where is Radovan? I have a good mind to pack him up and leave him here, or at least find somewhere warmer to wait for him. There's one thing I can't bear is standing around doing nothing, especially somewhere as bitterly cold as this. I know. Let's go ask the Temple Knights if they have any work for us. What took you so long? I've already been and spoken to them. Anyways, there's clan level protection, but they wish to remain anonymous. We're supposed to meet them in a place called the Twin Pools, which is in Western Corthias apparently. Seeing as we have nothing better to do, may as well go and find out what they want. It should pass the time until Radovan comes back, if anything else.
Get up here. Dark-hooded figure.
My prayers have been answered. I was beginning to think the Temple Knights had forgotten about me. I do hope you will forgive my need for secrecies. My nature of my request is very sensitive, you see. Now, if you would be so kind as to follow me.
I can't break free.
Is that the man, the myth, the legend, the evil dude? Yes. Oh, man, he had a whole sword in that cloak. Wriggle all you want, little fly. Nothing escapes my web. But it would be a shame for you to die without knowing the name of the spider who ensnared you. I am Midas Ko Masala, commander of the Alude. When we came to collect the old goat who had strayed from the herd, I never expected to find a prowling lion. Or should I say, warrior of light. There are many in Garlemald who would be delighted were I to present your corp?
Missing a P here.
And I doubt that restoring me to Pilus Prior will suffice. No, Legatus would be far more fitting. Vitus von Masala has such a wonderful ring to it. It's so close, I can almost taste it. Your tale ends here.
Hi.
Where the bloody hells have you been?
Tracking down Alude. That's how I knew they would come after you folks, good.
Prisoner 1441, if I'm not mistaken. First, you refuse my kind offer, then you have the audacity to escape, and now this. Whatever am I going to do with you?
You're the only one with a few tricks up his sleeve, Fidus. Oh. When we first encountered the other day, I noticed collars they were wearing. I won myself not so long ago. This must be your way of maintaining discipline. I took one of them to Mamula, who engineered this device similar to yours. How ironic that the very collars you're so fond of could be turned against you. Well, damn.
Worthless dogs. Of course, I never needed the Alode or those Magitech traps to slay the likes of you, but I prefer to leave nothing to chance. No matter, we'll just have to settle this the old-fashioned way. Speaking of which, where did you find those antiques? If you think you can compare to a Garlean gunblade, you are wrong. Very wrong.
As much as I wish to fight him alone, there is more at stake here than my pride. We must rid the world of this beast once and for all. Oskun, Sophie, follow my lead.
Combat sound, nice.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Right. Are you jetting? Falling blade. Okay. Ow.
Get back here.
Okay.
Why are we just standing in the Gunblade's directory?
Okay.
I'll just stand there.
Oh, of course.
We're limit breaking? He is. Thank you.
One v one man.
I don't know what that is. Can't be that easy. Order? What are you, cigar? And Sangolation!
Meow, 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 meow. Stop running away.
What the? I got him when he was running away. I never thought I'd live to see the day the Venus Cold Masala met his match. You're a better gunbreaker than I ever was. And for what is worse, I'm sorry for all the trouble put you both through.
I'm sorry. I should be buddy well. Hope so. Too, you great oaf. What were you thinking threatening Mamula like that? Not to mention leaving us to escort him to Ishgard.
What always confounded me and Mamila, I noticed the other day watching us from a nearby cliff top. I thought it was strange that I'd pass up the opportunity to attack us, so it made it appear as though I'd abandoned you and started following them in secret. I discovered that the primary target was now the Warrior of Light, not Kato Mamila. The scout saw you on the way to Camp Dragonhead and reported to Vitus, who then called off the ambush to see for himself if the information was valid. Powerful as he was, he would never show his hand unless he was certain of victory, so he waited to make his move. One thing I did know for certain is that even if the three of us fought together, we wouldn't have stand a chance against the full might of all day. That was why I decided to consult a fugitive engineer. We talked in the early hours of the morning on a rich understanding, agreed to construct a magic that controlled device. In order for the plan to work, I would have to remain hidden until the very last moment, even from the two of you.
But I thought you needed time alone to think about what you've done.
The remorse I felt for dishonoring myself was no act. When I realized Mobila's identity, I wanted to confront him about Bonera. I needed to get him away from you and Reese. I never had any intention to kill him. All I wanted was for him to admit to his crimes. But it still gave me a sick sense of satisfaction to see him to his knees defeated. That's why I knew I'd betrayed the ideals of the Gunbreaker, that I had abandoned my honor. I want to thank you for guiding me back to the true path. With Vitus gone, any remaining members of all of the day are free of his control and are likely to retreat as fugitives running from the Empire. In any case, I think it's safe for Momila to come out fighting now.
Allow me to express my gratitude for vanquishing the Alunde, what I understand was due in no small part to Radovan's marvelous idea of involving the magic tech-tollers. I'm glad to hear the device that copied together functioned as intended.
Yes, we wouldn't have done it without your help. Artis alone pushed the three of us to our limits. Had the Alunde joined the fight, things would have ended very differently. We owe you of our lives.
All things considered, it was the least I could do. A remarkable simple matter. In fact, compared to my next endeavor, the installation of Ishgar's cerulean heating system. While I may never be able to adequately repay the kindness I have been shown, I must begin somewhere, until we meet again.
Hoping soon. As I first met you, I knew he had the potential to become a gunbreaker. As the only one of my clan to escape the destruction of Borgia Ceres, I thought the art of the gunblade would die with me. I have passed on all I know to you, my successor. I feel like there is little for you to gain from taking on assignments with us.
Yes, we can hardly expect the Warrior Light to spend valuable time assisting us in our money-making schemes.
Before we part ways, however, there's one last place I would like to visit with you. I hear that a great many adventurers who hope to make a name for themselves head to Revenant's Toll. I imagine there would be plenty to keep us busy. But more than anything, I'm hoping to find others to whom I can impart the teachings of my clan. Once people see you with your gunblade strapped to your back, I'm sure it will pique their curiosity. So, will you come with us? I must confess, we would have struggled to find a place without you.
It's my first about a remote settlement populated almost entirely by adventurers and the like. I was expecting them to be more lawless and chaotic, knife fights over card games, that sort of thing. What a pleasant surprise it turned out to be.
With a little luck, I'll find candidates to train at gunbreakers. Although it goes against the tradition of my clan to teach outsiders, meeting has proved to me that we were being overly cautious. You see, the gunblade is forged for one purpose, to protect. We fear that its techniques will fall into the hands of those who seek to oppress and conquer, such as the Garleans and the Allagans before them. Centuries of Being beset by enemies on all sides taught us to fear and mistrust those in our clan. That is why we keep our art such a closely guarded secret. When you came to our rescue that day, you acted without thought for your own safety and aid those in need. This is the true essence of the Gunbreaker. You have your own ideas to project, your own promises to keep. Go forth, Phobos-kun, and follow your path wherever it may lead.
Secret power.
Blades of the Patriots. Ah, Phobos-kun. It's good to see you again. Since we last met, I've been introduced to a fair few adventurers who hope to learn the art of the Gunbreaker. Though, having taught you, my expectations are perhaps a little too high.
Radovan been so preoccupied, he's hardly taken on any other jobs, leaving me with plenty of time on my hands. Those women who work for Rowena have had me running about after bookstones, or was it the stone tomes? I forget which. Anyways, what have you been up to?
How can that be? Learned it while in Imperial territory, eh? But that doesn't change the fact that I'm the only Gunbreaker to have escaped the destruction of Voyager Citadel. If I didn't train him, who did? That's it. One of the others must be still out there.
Now that you mention it, an adventurer from Gidania told me they saw a man in the Carline canopy carrying a weapon a lot like your gunblade. A Hrothgar, too. I thought they were talking about you, so I didn't pay much attention, but you haven't been back there since we moved to Revenant's Toll. I wonder who it could be.
Sophie. Oh, why didn't you say something sooner? If it's truly is one of my fellow Gunbreakers, I'll have to find them.
We should probably go with him. Even if there is another gunblade-wielding Hrothgar, it doesn't seem necessary. I mean, they'll be pleased to see Radovan. Perhaps Mother Muan knows something about it? Why, yes, a man like the one you described was here but a few days ago.
You're sure he had a gunblade like mine?
Identical, I would say, but more importantly, he was looking for you, Radovan. As I was in the midst of explaining the assignment I gave you, he suddenly ran off in search of your former claimant. He has gone before I had a chance to ask his name.
Who could he be, and what does he want?
Oh look,
It's my favorite bodyguards.
I see. What a surprise. I was hoping we'd never... I thought we'd never see you again. Since last we met, my sweet Marigold has returned to thrilling all the audience with our uplifting performances. As a matter of fact, we have come here to drink to her continued success. Then your timing and choice of venue are impeccable, for we have need of your help. Do you by any chance remember Hrothgar man who was looking for Radovan? He may have asked you about the assignments to guard Editha.
Yes, I know whom you speak. We had heard of Radovan was last seen making a beeline for who died, and we told him as much. He won't stay for long when he realizes I'm no longer there. Best find him before he moves on.
If he follows a similar line of questioning, it'll lead him to a former claimant. Since Oriel is most likely still undergoing treatment, he'll probably end up talking to Garrot instead. I must say, he was rather fearsome looking chap, not the sort of person you want chasing you. Make sure he doesn't kill you or anything. Thanks to you, Tim and I have been living together for a little while now. Most of the money I earn goes to Frondale's pharmacies for Oriel's care, though thankfully we still have enough to keep a roof over our heads. Slowly but surely, she's improving, though she still can't forgive herself for what she put Tim through. Not sure I can either, but we're all she's got. Daddy says Mommy was very sick before, but she's getting better.
Happiness comes easily to some people, while others have to fight for it. I hope to find the strength to support each other in the days to come.
Thank you, sir. I almost forgot to mention, but the man was asking about you, a Hrothgar bloke. A similar story, too. After I told you, he headed off in the direction of the airship landing. Not again. He's probably already in Lumsa looking for you.
Let's go straight to Fudaku Tag and pray we're not too late.
Now, this is the first time I've seen the three of you since that business with Glodbloods. Yes, I thought it's definitely led to the conviction of several high-profile criminals. Then, a few days later, he died peacefully in his sleep.
I see. Even though he knew he was beyond forgiveness, his final deed has made Lumsa a safer place. Only he'd seen the error of his way sooner.
There was one other thing. A fellow an awful lot like you came through not long ago, and he was looking for you, Radovan. I told him that you'd moved on, and that he should try his luck around the airship landing.
Then he must have gone to Ishgard.
And you eventually find his way to Reese, who will hopefully keep him busy until we arrive. Come on, we'd best get going. Oh, there you are. We're just seeing that gunbreaker fellow you were chasing after. He was here looking for you, but I'm afraid you've missed him.
I might have guessed. Back to wherever that's all it is, then.
Hold on. When I mentioned Master Memula, the Hrothgar fellow seemed rather taken aback and then asked where we could find him. I didn't see any reason not to tell him so.
You bloody fool. If the boy's just alive and looking for him, his life could be in danger.
But if you're, what have I done? Where's Memula? He went to inspect the exterior wall of the Camp Dragon, so he's probably at Providence Point.
See it?
Voices up ahead with me, Wolfskin. Stop. I've been looking everywhere for you. Get away from him, Rustic.
Please, calm yourself, Radovan. He means me no harm.
Like you, I've chosen to put the past behind me. In fact, I came here to ask for Mamula's aid in rebuilding the Borgia Citadel. But that's impossible. Far from it. You see, we were not the only ones to escape the destruction of our home. Those who were away on missions or visiting other settlements were spared. And there's a chance that... Listen, Radovan, your family is gone, lost in the blast, the monarchy too, and yet our clan lives on. I will seek out survivors so that we may build a home together, and if we cannot return to where Borgia once stood, we shall find a new land to call our own.
Nothing will ever right the wrongs I have committed. Even so, I shall do everything in my power to make Rustic's dream a reality.
Radovan, will you join us? I'm sorry, Rustic. I've already lost one family. I do not wish to lose another. And we are not joined by blood and are as different as night and day. We have each other. And that is not all. I have passed on the ways of the gunbreaker to Vobiscun. The first of many, I hope. I, too, taught someone from outside of our clan how to wield the gunblade. You have much in common with him, Radovan. He too has someone that he wants to keep by his side, like family. If you meet any other Martians, tell them I would welcome their help. Perhaps one day our paths will cross again. Look after each other. Thank you, Rustic. Fare thee well.
So much for being a gunblade-wielding murderer. He seemed quite nice, actually.
Yes, I'm glad to have proven wrong on this occasion. Rustic is still as honorable and as wise as I remember him.
Nonetheless, I appreciate your coming to my aid, and I must admit I feared the worst when he appeared out of nowhere, though he soon made his intentions clear. I never expected such kindness from not one but two men who have every reason to want me dead. I'm grateful for you both for allowing me to work for the greater good. Speaking of which, I must fulfill my obligations to the Ishgardians until we meet again. Now that's over, we should return to Raven's Stole and try to earn back the money we spent on airship tickets.
All this time, I thought that was the only Borgian left. Now that I know that Rustic and several others are still out there, perhaps I don't need to rush my search for new gunbreakers. In fact, I think I'll be better off working as a bodyguard again and show people throughout Eorzea what we Borgians are capable of.
Seeing is believing after all. Maybe I could do the same for Damaska? Oh, did I not tell you? I'm originally from Rabanastur, the capital. The city itself was destroyed, deliberately I might add, by the Garleans after the failed rebellion, but our tradition lives on. I think I'd make quite a good ambassador for my people.
Everything goes according to plan. We'll be traveling to the far corners of the realm and meeting all sorts of people, but we'll still use Revenant's Toll as a place to hang our hats, as I believe the saying goes. Of course, gifted a successor as you, I'll have to keep training so I won't be outdone. Or maybe you'll be the one teaching me next time.
Nice. Okay, a maiden. Lumsa, former despicable haven for pirates, now one of the realm's finest city-states, boasting a peerless shipping industry and an enviable culinary culture. Oh, how it bustles! The tome did not lie. Well, here I am, Mother, in faraway Eorzea. I will complete this mission, just you watch. In your noble name and as first of my class, I will succeed. And afterwards, perhaps I shall invite our esteemed alumni Alize for tea at the Bismarck. I'll be the envy of everyone. Huh? My apologies, good sir. I failed to notice you. I'm Lala Jinja, a native of Charleon. By your appearance, I assume you're an adventurer? Are you perchance well-traveled in Eorzea? You could say that. So you are! How very fortuitous. And Vobuskun is your name, you say? I swear I heard it somewhere before. In any event, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for myself, I am an operative on a mission from the Forum, our nation's governing body. This being my first time in Eorzea, I study as best I could in preparation, but there's no substitute for a local's knowledge. Thus did I intend to hire adventurers like yourself to serve as my escort. The mission is in pursuit of the and capture of fugitives, and thus it would entail some danger, and you appear to be no stranger to such. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? Sure. You may rest assured you will be suitably rewarded for your services. That being the case, I take your answer is yes. I shall be glad of your capable company. Now then, ere I divulge the particulars of my missions, we should head somewhere more private, perhaps outside the city by the first gate? Forgive me if I seem overly cautious, but this mission is highly confidential. Were the wrong people to learn of it, my superiors will give me an earful. But I believe we may speak freely here, so permit me to brief you on the details. As I mentioned, I am on the trail of fugitives, criminals who fled Charlie and came to these shores. Extremely dangerous individuals who have enhanced themselves via forbidden means which have rendered them unsound of mind. Well, in a state of delirium, one of their compatriots even committed murder. He died thereafter due to the side effects of enhancements, but 3 others remained at large and posed a threat to innocence. Their leader, Aviera Male, is also alleged to have stolen valuable technological secrets. By way of reference material, I brought this soul crystal. Ow, it's hot! It's hot! What in the world? I've never known soul crystals give off such heat before. Whew, it's finally cooled down, but what could have triggered that intense reaction? Not even in the studium did I ever witness such a thing. But maybe it was you? The technological secrets which were stolen were contained in a similar crystal. This particular sample has been loaned to me by a healing institute in Charleon. Tell me, Bubskin, in the course of your adventures, have you ever fervently wished to save someone? But failed to do so despite your best efforts, and afterwards you cursed your own powerlessness? Forgive me, my question was indelicate, but there can be no doubt the soul crystals resonated with that desire within you. When I received the crystal, I was told that should it respond in this manner to my Eorzean collaborator, I should entrust it to you. But the knowledge it imparts, the knowledge of summonautics, would surely avail me in my mission. Developed at the studium, summonautics is a discipline which combines the disciplines of discipline, ethnology, and sorcery, and those who have mastered it are called sages. Through medicine, a sage grasps to working with the flesh. Through ethnology, he unlocks the secrets of the soul, and through sorcery, he learns to manipulate it too. Less trained, a sage has the ability to both strengthen and heal, yet by the same token, he is also capable of the opposite, of causing harm. Not just anyone can take up a sage's art. No, one must be prepared to hold the lives of others in one's hands. Are you willing to bear such a burden, Phoboscoon? If you are, and would swear to use the art for good, then I shall entrust the soul crystals to you. Then I will bear witness to your pleasure. Do you swear to use the sage arts for good and to wield its power to the best of your judgment and ability? Excellent. Chosen as you are by the crystal, I have faith that you would arise to the occasion. When those around you cry out for succor, the crystal shall be your ally, for it bears the wisdoms of sages past and their hopes for a future. By hearkening to the whispers and following in their footsteps, you will come to embody those hopes to save and change countless lives. Lest you worry how you will learn the art, I could provide guidance to an extent. In any case, during my time at the studiums, I had occasion to study somatics, you see. While I wasn't gifted in spellcraft and came to favor steel, I remember the lessons and will share what I know. Together with the soul crystals, should provide you with a set of sage's garments. So go up, take up the crystal and don your attire. We shall begin your training.
Okay.
see the Chrysalis has imparted to you its knowledge. As expected, excellent. You're ready to embark on your training, and naturally, it begins with the armaments, a set of short staves known as nolefs. Nolefs trace their roots to healers of elves, who employ naturally occurring object of power known as the Adder Stones. These stones, which harbor spiritual injuries, will place around the sick and ailing to create a etheric confluence through which the healer channel his magics. From this primitive design, Nolefs gradually evolved into the present form. While the construction is far more sophisticated, the basic principle remains unchanged. In practice, the sage wields Nolefs as an extension of his mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane patterns through which he unleashes advanced magics. If they sound difficult to wield, well, it's because they are. Even the studio's most talented require years of training to become proficient, but you have an advantage that transcends talent. The crystal has chosen you. With its knowledge, a technique will come more naturally to you than to others. Now, as much as I'd like to have you try your hand with the Nolefs at once, I just received promising intelligence from command. Apparently, our futurists have taken themselves to Idleshire in the Dravinian Forelands, so let us make our way there at once. So this is Idleshire. The tales do not do this place justice. It's truly impressive what the goblins and their fellow scavengers managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand, as mentioned before, we have reason to believe the fugitives have recently passed through this town and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I'll see the town south, you to tend to the north.
In town? Okay.
Help, somebody please, I need help!
What?
Did you hear that? That man is in trouble.
Look at me. When I'm talking to you.
A little unhinged.
Stop this at once. Sage's bearer?
Loifa. Me eyes and ears. We best leave. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Do not get in our way again. You've been warned.
But wait!
But that went well.
Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Permit me to introduce myself. It is Feldrinet of Charlotte at your service.
Really? I am Charlian too, a recent graduate of the studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened?
What a Illumina should come to my rescue. A Thalaniac watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me, without warning or provocation.
I see. What is your business, if you do not mind me asking?
Healing. The provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see, and I travel the realm, providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it.
A sage besides, speaking of which, one of your assailants, the VR man, also wielded sage magic. Was he unknown to you?
No, I've never so much as laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's arts for ill, then their destination is like to be Saint Moquain's Arboretum. Arboretum? Arboretum. What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivations of certain plants became forbidden in Charleon, but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely here, among which are potent but dangerous herbs.
I see. That does stand to reason. I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you.
You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Charleon. How did you come by your soul crystal?
The good people of this is a Technon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance in Volpskin presence, I in turn entrusted it to him.
Then you were chosen to inherit.
Is Artemis Master farther in it?
No, 'tis nothing. I was but struck by the remarkable providence of cross paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation after all. Our policy is to observe, not intervene. This did not sit well with me, and so I left Charleon behind. As the great master Louis Swan once said, and though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe it my duty to alleviate suffering in the world.
So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You are a noble soul, Master Fardernet, and I commend your resolve.
Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind.
There's a head to Saint Moquain's Arboretum at once. Given what we know of fugitives, I considered that they might be after the knowledge sealed in Great Kubo Library, but Master Fardernet presents a compelling theory, and for an all but proven theory of my own, our Korea clearly enhanced themselves with Sage Mag. I suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. Not that it gives us any greater insight into who they are or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use the Sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it will be an ideal place for your training. By the scholar, so this is Saint Moquain's Arboretum. From the illustrations, I did not think it would be so immense. It may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning to sages. From ancient strains to crossbreed creations, myron medical plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, this once beneficent institution has fallen to ruin. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature research her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Forgive me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. The spot of practice with your spells will not go astray, and then we shall venture in.
Yeah, sure, I know how to play this character. Absolutely.
Okay.
Are we just going solo over in this little dungeon? Sure. You're such a nerd.
I already did that.
Oh, we get a check mark, huh? No, it's running out. Lady. Just in case, one more. Oh. That is not. Okay, tank buster. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay. Good damage over time. Big shield. And this just cures, and this just cures. Okay, I got it. Okay, and then I do this. Do this. It's hard to heal NPCs because they're not. Second. Oh, this cooldown's long. 120? Oh, but it lasts for 30 seconds, okay. Animals? Great.
Cutscene?
Fugitives, in the name of the forum, I demand you surrender yourself at once.
All the weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once, I won't warn you again. Okay. Oh, no, this is not the right. I can't see if she has a shield or not. It's really annoying. Oh, I don't have the... Oops. Oh, she's a tank. She decides where we're going. Oh, this class really burns the mana, eh? Where's the skill? I forgot the skill that... Now you switch targets? We have to seduce the other guy first. Alright. Thanks for cover. But that means I did my shield the wrong way. Oops. I think I did it the wrong way. Yeah, that's the problem. I can't heal the way I usually heal. Okay, so we have to preemptively buffer the buffer the damage. Oh, it's okay. That was I thought that was a bubble. That was just a buff. What? Really? Long skill. How do we not lose this? Okay. Got the heal, yeah. This is annoying because I can't see the effects that are going on, so it's not like the best learning experience. I wish there was a way that you can tell what your NPC is, like what's happening to your NPC target, even though there's like stuff here that it doesn't tell you what their status effect is under. We don't have time for those. You held your own against the enhanced. But it's enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence.
Found it, not again. What's this? The bounty drop contained a plant. What came for? I shouldn't doubt. It is some matter of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. I made my way out. I also stumbled upon what appears to be a diary by the entrance. Though much of its contents are magically obfuscated, I could make out some of the semantical terms, so we may assume it belonged to a sage. As we continue our pursuit, I will work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to pursue the contents of Idleshire. On that note, let us head back to the settlement.
A young child was brought in today, still very young to be suffering so, but if anyone can save her, this we sages of, this is a Technon, and save her we will. Though it took many years and repeated treatments, we have managed to stabilize our most recent patient. We've adapted the Euchrosia spell, as my clever husband proposed, and it worked wonders. His brilliance truly belies his youth. Despite her being 50 years my junior, he has already achieved so much. Oh, okay, well, this is just the same thing? Okay. So 1 to 2. Okay, got it.
I've dispatched a plan to Charlian for identification. When we learn what it is, I believe we'll gain insight into the villain's objective. Now tell me, Voskin, I haven't been practicing with the Anulis while I wasn't looking. I asked because even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrate remarkable proficiency. Regardless, displaying you have a gift for the art. Those sages whose memories reside in the crystals must be beaming with pride. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if the sage art was created for the betterment of mankind, why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, what could have compelled them to spur Homeland's prescribed policy as Master Roysois and Master Alternate have? Ugh, I mused to no avail. It'll take a while before we hear back regarding the plant. Until we do, please take an opportunity to continue honing your skills. As you go about your training, remember to heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so, and your predecessor will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those you hold dear. Great. Everything good? Okay. Wonderful timing, Voskin. Remember that mystery plant I sent to Charlian for analysis? I received the results not long ago. It was Musk Malloy, a herb that possesses potent other fortifying properties. Owing to its effects, its cultivation was outlawed some years ago. It is most certainly why the fugitives came to Awarzia, unable to obtain the herb, and Charlian decided to procure it from the Arboretum. Arboretum, there we go. They likely intend to use it in conjunction with the soul crystals to further enhance themselves. Soul crystals? Oh, okay.
Not the other soul crystals.
Though their motives are still a mystery, the fact remains that they have already caused harm and will continue to do so until they're brought to justice. Now, as they fail to obtain the Musk Malloy here, they will need to look elsewhere. I'm pleased to say that my informers helped me to identify the apothecary who deals in the herb, and whom I suspect our quarry will seek out. The individual is a resident of Lost Hope in central Thanalan, and that is where we shall next take ourselves. Mark my words, they won't escape this time. I'll suffer them to misuse the sage's noble art no longer, and much less with that soul crystal. If you're to catch the fugitive, we better hurry. That said, we should take a moment to regroup and prepare at Black Brush Station before heading to Lost Hope. Good God, such a dry and dusty place this is. Well, I wouldn't give for a bath right now. What? How long have you been here? I mean, 'tis well you're here. I've already replenished my surprise, so if you're ready, we may begin looking for the apothecary at once. A Huron woman whose facial tattoo I should mark her out. The fugitives are like to be searching for her too. We must find her before they... Woman yonder fits the description. Something appears to be amiss. Let us investigate.
Oh.
Help me, please. What ails you, madame? I was dealing with a customer when a group of bandits attacked us. I managed to flee, but he's still at their mercy. Worry not. We'll help you. Pray, lead the way. Thank you. It could only be them. It's indeed them, but wait, is that Master Veldranet?
Oh, he was buying the herb. Interesting.
It's over, villains. Lay down your arms, or else.
Or else what?
Answer me one thing. What is this all for? Why go to such lengths and forsake everything you had to obtain power, and why wield such power against good, well-meaning souls?
Good? Well-meaning? You know nothing about us. Nothing! You're just fools who believe everything you've been fed.
I'm beginning to regret sparing you.
You feel it. The weight of the sacred duty to strive for the betterment of mankind and stand as a beacon of hope. Play with people's lives. Do you feel it? The weight of the sin? You would speak of sin? You do not when a life might be saved. That is the greatest sin. Every day, unfortunate souls die without reason, at fate's whim. It's the sage's duty to fight this injustice by whatever means he may. If you understand this, then it is not too late for you. You may yet make something of your lives. Shut your mouth. You're determined to protect that wretch, and I will consider you complicit.
Wait, I know you.
Hands? Oh, that's neat. Ability you just did. Big ants. Rather too close to settlements for comfort. I fear for the civilians.
They wouldn't stand a chance against such a fiend, as they would well know.
You bastard! No. Don't let him provoke you.
Stay with me.
Listen to my voice.
We must lure the beast elsewhere and tend to it. Lopus-kun, do you mind assisting me? Go. I have the situation here in hand.
Right. Okay.
Am I shielding children? I guess. Everybody's obviously the villain here. Oh, because you don't command those, I'm right here. Nice now.
Whew. Thank you, my friend, and well fought. I dare say you're a born sage. Fascinating. But come, we should return to the others. The villains may not remain stricken for long. Their condition is unchanged. We should probably take advantage of this and apprehend them. But this symptom...
Hold on, I'm getting us out of here.
We're fine, Lufa.
No, you're not, and you know it.
It's the enhancement, isn't it? I know something of this procedure, of its potency, and the harm it causes. There's a limit to the amount of corporeal ether a living being can harbor. As we grow up, it waxes. As we grow old, it wanes. A gradual, gentle process, if allowed to function in the natural fashion. The complications may arise when one forcibly fortifies that ether, as a rogue healer was rumored to have been doing with the live subject some years ago. The man used an unproven procedure on countless souls, a forbidden procedure known only to a select few sages. And though he succeeded in a few instances, those subjects suffer from debilitating side effects. But those rumors were denounced by the forum as baseless. And yet...
You'll believe anything they tell you, won't you? Naive fools.
What?
Can you stand?
Wait, please. It's really you, isn't it? Mahad? Ansel? Yes, it is. My children. Oh, you've grown. I think to 12 you're alive.
Did you vanish? Oh, they're just gonna teleport up. They're not even gonna do the smoke bomb thing. I wonder who the corrupt sage is. Could it be?
But the perfect chance to apprehend the fugitives, to complete my mission. But I couldn't. It seems you know them, the one called Mahud and Ansel. Of course, they're my adopted children. They were orphaned at a young age. I took them in and raised them as my own. Though none of us were related by blood, we became as close as family as any. Ours was a quiet, comfortable life. Then one day, Mahud fell sick. She had a raging fever, and grew weaker with every passing moment. Featherspurn, the illness is called. I've read about it, a rare disease wherein the body becomes unable to draw ether from food. There's no known cure, only palliative care. Our troubles didn't end there. Even as we were struggling to look after Mahud, a fell beast attacked our settlement. Ansel tried to protect his sister and was badly hurt. The Karusian said that he would be bedridden for the rest of his days. I didn't know what to do. Without the coin to care for them, my mind went to dark places. I began to thinking of how might I spare them the pain. Spare us all. It was in that state that he found me, a kindly traveler. The healer? Yes, he offered to help Mahuda and Ansel and refused what little payment I tried to give, but he also said that their condition demands special care and facilities. It would take years, many years. Desperate as I was, I accepted it without hesitation, and so he left with my children. It was hard not knowing what became of them, wondering if I have made the right choice. I clung to the hope that one day we would be reunited. And we were. But to finally see them again is... I have the words for it. And it matters, not that they've changed. The healer, what was his name? It was Gildevan, he called himself. A healer of some renown in his native Charlian, I believe. A truly touching tale. Where there is life, there is hope. Would you not agree? Now then, if I am no longer needed here, I shall return to making my rounds. Till next time, my aspiring sage. I believe danger is past, but for good measure, I will ask the Immortal Flames to keep an eye on the area. We're in your debt. Now, if you don't mind telling me, was this your first time meeting Master Valdrenet? Oh, no, he's a regular of mine, introduced by an acquaintance, and when he comes, he always takes a moment to treat those who are unwell. To have so many kindly healers, Charlotte must be a wonderful place indeed. And who is this acquaintance of yours, may I ask? A merchant in Alaport. Master Valdrenet buys alchemical ingredients from him, rare items sourced directly from Thavnir. I see. Out of curiosity, what did Master Valdrenet buy from you this time? Oh, just the usual, a few sprigs of muskmalloy. He was actually the one who told me where to get the herbs. It says it's used to treat certain serious illnesses. Well, if you excuse me, I must be returning to my stall. I don't know when, but I know my children will return. I must work hard if I to give better lives. Let us return to Idleshire for now. Recent events have given me much to wonder. I was ashamed though I'm to admit this. I'm no longer certain of the truth. It wasn't Loifa and his accomplices who sought muskmalloy, but Master Valdrenet. No, what the fugitive wants is Master Valdrenet himself. Clearly they bear grievance against him. Those despicable rumors were true, and one of ours was actually... But the forum was adamant in the denial. They surely wouldn't... Oh, my mind is running amok. Forgive me, but I need a moment to rein in my thoughts. The child has taken a turn for the worse. Her corporeal ether wanes at an alarming rate, and she cannot keep food down, having vomited all she has been given. Though we are able to keep her with us, it is not but a stopgap measure. I reviewed past cases in all existing literature, but found no effective treatment. Yet there must be something we can do, something that no one has yet thought to try. Muskmalloy may be the answer. Viera has used this medical herb since ancient times. Though potentially poisonous, through refinement, we should be able to suppress the adverse effects. Loveskin, pray forgive me my early bewilderment. If you do not mind, I will review the situation as it stands. We've been laboring under the assumption that Loifa and his companions had come to the resort to further enhance themselves in the pursuit of forbidden power. To that end, they seek to procure muskmalloy, which they use conjunction with the stolen crystal. But it wasn't the muskmalloy they wanted. No, what they wanted was the man who wanted it, Master Valdrenet. Using the herb as the lead, they went to the arboretum in their... Alright, that's it. That's it. Armor.
Arboretum.
Arboretum? Arboretum. Alright, Arboretum. Okay, got it. They went to the Arboretum in anticipation of their quarry's arrival, and failing to find him there, they made their way to Lost Hope. Such is my theory. At any rate, what do you make of all this? He's a victim.
The truth is probably a little more complicated than that.
Oh, so you think so too? There's something else was going through rumors I mentioned of a Charlatan healer who conducted heinous procedures on live subjects. After sharing recent developments of command, they reopened the investigation and have to our considerable shock and surprise confirmed that there appears to be some truth to them after all. The villain went to great lengths to conceal his operation. Thus did he manage to elude the authorities for years. The man's identity is yet to be conclusively ascertained, but we have a subject, a sage who disappeared from Charlatan shortly after our fugitives first appeared, a sage by the name of Gildevan. Yes, the same Gildevan who took Mahud and Ansel into his care, I expect. If they were victims of the experiments, then they would have every reason to follow him to the ends of the world, which, well, much of this is conjecture. It goes far towards explaining that which we know. So let us proceed on this assumption and have the truth of the man at the heart of the recent incidents, Valdrenet. Now, according to the apothecary, it tells the merchant in Alaport to introduce them. If we find this merchant, we may also find Valdrenet, the Vilbrand.
Valbrand?
So this is Alaport, one of Vilbrand's before most trading hubs. How should I like to take in the sides, but that must wait. We have work to do. Let's try to find this merchant between Falternet and us. As I recall, the man deals in Thavenarian wares. Let us begin by... Healer, send for a healer!
Oh, you're a hero, good. Well, we got some badly hurt folks just outside attacked by the looks of it. Can you go and try to tend them? I might be as whoever did this is still near, so watch yourselves. I'm going to raise the alarm.
What in the world happened? We're too late to help the merchant. Loifa, you can still save him. Yet our earlier speculation was simply that speculation. We do not know for certain what he and his companions seek to accomplish. What we do know, however, is that they took a life in Charleon. They are murderers. I know it's not my place to pass judgment, but they took her from me. My mother.
Wow. You did not mention that part.
He was right. I am a fool. I thought I was strong enough to keep my feelings out of it. Yes, I remember. I understand that the man who took my mother's life was not in his right mind. Forgive my indecision, Vobskin. Please, render Lofa your aid.
No more diagnosis, okay.
Are you alright?
Odd. And then so.
Where are they?
They were not here when we arrived, only the merchant. It was too late for him, but Vobskin was able to save you. Will you tell us what happened? Who was it that attacked you?
Gildevan. Who else? That bastard is still out there because of you. And now...
So, it is as we suspected. Falternet is Gildevan.
Finally ready to accept it, are you? He can change his face and his name, but there's no changing the monster he is. Masquerading as a kind-hearted healer, a wolf in sheep's clothing who preys upon the vulnerable for his vile experiments.
So, you were indeed his test subject. I'm sorry, had I known, I...
Save the apology. It won't bring Mahud and Ansel back. When I confronted Gildevan, they shielded me from his magic. He must have taken them. Couldn't do anything. All the power and the sacrifice couldn't do a damn thing.
What are you talking about?
I was born with a disease of the lungs. As I grew, so too did it worsen, until I had but a few moons left to live. It was then that Gildevan appeared before us, before me and my master. With the wisdom of Charleon, he could cure me, he said. Having believed for so long that I never had a chance, I wasn't sure how to feel, but my master was overjoyed, and seeing that joy, for the first time, I wanted to live for him, for me. But we were fooled. In the guise of the treatment, Gildevan subjected me to a dangerous procedure to fortify my ether. I wasn't the only one. There were others. So many others, but one after another they disappeared. until only a few of us remained. He who survived had been more than cured. Had been given unnatural powers. I was twice as strong as any man and could channel magics with ease. For all the good it did, I was no match for Gildevan and his tricks. Worse still, I couldn't protect Mahud and Ansel. If this life is my life for all the suffering and sacrifice, it would have been better off dead. I did. Help me, please. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. I need help, so please. If Gudvan went to the trouble of taking Mahot and Ansel, it could only mean one thing. He means to experiment on them again. We can't let that happen. We have to find and save them.
Well, wait. Even when we managed to ascertain Gildevan's whereabouts, the fact remains that the three of you together couldn't overpower him. Cannot expect to fare much better. In all likelihood, he himself is also enhanced. If we're to confront him, we must have a foolproof plan. Do you not agree, Vobskin?
Very well.
For now, it's that you return to Idleshire. I will join you there after briefing the Yellowjacks on the situation. Tidings from Command Vobskin. They have confirmed that Gildevan used muscalloy in his procedure. Despite his attempt to destroy all evidence of his crimes, traces of the herpes found in his laboratory. Furthermore, no records exist of a healer named Faldertet. If ever there was any doubt it was a false identity, there is none now.
In hindsight, we should have tried to explain everything to you, but we didn't know who to trust.
Even if you had attempted to convince me, I doubt I would have listened. I saw what I wanted to see, believed what I needed to believe. Even with the mounting evidence, I wavered over whether we should save you. My mother would have been ashamed to see what had become. I took up the shield because I wanted to protect all life, just as she did to her dying breath.
Your mother was a warrior like you?
She was a healer. The soul crystal you took, it was hers.
Then the woman that day was your mother? Gildevan had already fled Charlie on. We were attempting to escape when one of our comrades collapsed in pain. Someone chanced to see us. Another sage is this Technon, suspicious. Although we must have looked, she rushed to our aid without hesitation, but our companion, he flew into a frenzy and we couldn't stop him. I tried to save her. The gods know I did, but with the last of her strength, she pressed the crystal into my hand. Forgive me.
There's not to forgive. She did what she had always done, what she believed was right. If she had any regrets, it would be doubtless that she couldn't help you sooner. As for the crystal, she clearly wishes for you to have it. She must have seen something in you in that moment. It is my hopes that you will carry on their legacy and fight for the future of all lives.
The future of all lives?
I should dedicate my efforts to locating Gildevan. Until I do, please continue practicing your skills. The better to be prepared for when we face him.
The muscalloid has arrived. As expected, it is highly effective in strengthening one's ether, but so too does a poison. We must find a way to separate its beneficial constituents, else it cannot be administered for any extended period. We administer a diluted extract of muscalloid after the patient fell unconscious. When she awakened a few hours later, she was extremely agitated, and it took several people to subdue her. We can no longer dismiss the inherent risks in the treatment. We must submit a report to the studium on the dangers of muscalloid, or someone else repeats our mistake. The pain has returned, worse than before. This disease eats away at me, and I fear I do not have much time left, yet there is still so much to do, so very much.
Vobskin, You'll be pleased to hear that in response to my latest reports, my superiors have decided to spare no resources in the hunt for Gildovan. A remarkable change of policy given how they once considered the rumors to warrant only a cursory investigation before being dismissed. But in any event, with their assistance, it's only a matter of time before we find our man. While we await your development, I ask that you continue honing your skills. The better to contend with Gildovan when the time comes.
Can't stand to be idle. I will join you if you're not averse.
No, not at all. We would welcome it. In fact, Wolfskin can go no further with my limited knowledge. He will benefit from your guidance. I dare say you stand to gain from the experience as well. As to how you might train, may I suggest lending a helping hand to the locals? The Dravenian hinterlands are home to many treasure hunters. There is a dangerous line of work, and they often find themselves in trouble. If you speak with the representative, Midnight Dew should be able to direct you to your fellows who may require assistance.
You're familiar with this Midnight Dew, yes? Lead the way. He's with you, I take it. Something I can help you with?
Oh, you want to help us? Aye. Well, it's true enough. We'll need to make a quick coin. There's some as bite off more than they can chew.
As a matter of fact, a few hunters have yet to return, and I had a mind to go look for them. Reckon you could take care of it in my stead? Much obliged. Some especially nasty fiends have been out and about of late, and I'm hoping our friends haven't run afoul of them. Friends, I say, but we are more like a family, and family look after family. Aye, that they do. Put yourselves out there, eh? And thanks again. I think that by subjecting me to the procedure, Gildovan gave me the ability to wield sage magic, the power to heal and to harm. Or pay his gift by doing just that. With his death, his victims will finally be able to move on. But those are thoughts for another day. Let us be off and see if we can find these hunters and any fiends that may be stalking them.
Oh, thank you. I thought I'd be able to handle the fiends. Oh, how wrong I was. I owe you my life, and you can be sure I'll sing the praises of all who listen very well. I'm glad we could help her spare family the sorrow. Come, let us continue.
I'm gonna die! And killed by birds.
Apparently not.
A terrible wound. This is no time for training. I'll take care of it. Are you alright?
What? I'm alive? How? Was it you?
Yes, well, you were in a bad way, and I...
Thank you. Thank you so much. My wife, she's with child, our firstborn. I wanted to earn as much coins as I could to provide for my family. But in my case, I got reckless, took on jobs that were beyond me. But thanks to you, I still have my life and my family still with me. No more stupid risks. I won't squander the future you've given us. My thanks again to the 12s bless you.
He's got a lot to live for, doesn't he? You know, I just dream about the future I knew I'd never see. About overcoming my illness. Protecting the forest as a wood warrior, as is the duty of the Vieira men. I want to repay my people for not giving up on me, my tribe, and my master. I allowed myself to hope when I went with Gildevan, until the dream died once and for all in his laboratory, alongside those who were sacrificed in the pursuit of his twisted ambition. For the better man of mankind, that deprived fiend took everything from me. Since then, I have been bent upon revenge, save that there was no purpose, or my sage's power. Since meeting you and Lala, I feel as though I'm beginning to understand why this soul crystal was given to me. The hope that all might live to know a better tomorrow. There's a warmth and comfort in that, and a purpose. I won't fall again, not when my friends, my family need me. Come what may, I will protect them, but that purpose is no other. While I use my power, this I swear upon the crystal. Soon we must confront Gildevan. If we're to triumph, we must trust each other with our lives, or prepare to trust yours to me. I'm counting on you, to see to it you'll keep up. Well, I believe that's enough training for one day. Let's head back to the Idle Shrine. Hopefully all our allies have made progress.
Oh, you're both back. Good. I have news to share regarding the hunt for Gildevan.
Good one, good van, good van, good one.
First of all, we located the villain with the aid of a fellow operative who measured unusual etheric activity in the cave in the remaining forelands. This is where he has made his base and holds a Mahud and Ansel. The two are alive, but more than that, we could not ascertain.
Hold on, my friends. We're coming to save you.
We've also learned more about Gildevan himself from an acquaintance of his in yesteryear. According to said acquaintance, after graduating from the studium, Gildevan completed further studies in various fields, Sumanarax most notably. For his skills and knowledge, he was made a professor of the faculty. It was there that he met his wife, a fellow researcher and a talented sage in her own right. But one day she fell gravely ill. Healers of various persuasions tried to treat her, but her condition deteriorated rapidly and she passed away not a week later. Gildevan was not the same man after that.
Whatever tragedy he has known, I can muster no sympathy for him. Nor would you if you had seen the madness in his eyes, heard the malice in his voice. Mark my words, it wasn't for his wife that he mourned, but the loss of a valuable resource. That is all people are to Gildevan.
So it seems, and whatever reason he may have had, he cannot be permitted to continue his deprived experiments. That being said, we cannot storm his cages yet. His knowledge of some fanatics makes him a dangerous opponent, and we must be amply prepared. To that end, I've been working on a countermeasure, but it will take a little longer to complete. Meanwhile, I must ask for your patience and your faith. As much as I wish to see Mahod and Ansel, it would be meaningless if we lost anyone in the process, so please believe in me.
Alright, I'll wait. But when all is ready, we go and we'll rescue Mahod and Ansel. Level up. To my shame, I collapsed while treating the child. I do not recall ever seeing my husband so distressed. Touched though I am, I'd rather that he didn't fuss over me. He knows my prognosis. As sages, it is our duty to fight for the future of all lives. Soon I will no longer be able to fight this fight, but it is my hope that someone will carry on in my stead. To that end, I, Haria, will pour myself into the soul crystal. My love, in case this is my last chance, I want you to know that I'm glad I met you. You made me the happiest woman, even should I be reborn.
My apologies for the wait. The countermeasure is ready, and it is quite delicate. However, I will hold on to it in the moment of reckoning. Good. Let us make it for Gildevan's lair at once.
Has there been further word from Mahod and Ansel?
My fellow operators report how your friends are still alive, and together we'll ensure that they remain so.
Thank you. Thank you. Though to me, they're more than just friends. They're family.
The decision lies in the northeast of Draveni Forelands, whereas the Som Al foothills meet the 100 Throws. The cave entrance is just west of the springs.
Understood. I'll go on ahead to scout the area. Okay, so we have the story of Mr.
This is it, Bobskin. Gilvain's there. Remember, our chief concern is Mahud and Ansel's safety. As for the countermeasure, there's a set of garments imbued with a special enchantment to shield you from Gilvain's influence. Should the worst come to the worst, it will keep you safe and our hopes alive. As I mentioned, they're rather delicate, but I guarantee that they will last you this one battle. When you're ready to sally forth, I will change into them. Perfect. So, are you ready, Bobskin?
Sure.
So, Ansel.
Having a bad time. Yes, we are. What have you done to them, you bastard?
Such anger when you should instead feel joy for your friends. You have the opportunity to contribute to mankind's future. With the frailty of our flesh, so much knowledge and skill and experience are forever lost, an unconscionable and unacceptable waste. A lasting solution to the problem will not come without additional sacrifice. It is unavoidable. But you, my friend, you are an invaluable living specimen, and I give thanks to the opportunity to study you further. You monster, how many lives have been lost and torn apart at your twisted whims? You played the part of the indignant moralist well. Pity. As a fellow Charlian, I held out hope that you, at least, would come to appreciate my vision. Alas, you are as short-sighted as the rest. But no matter, you can yet serve a purpose as a benchmark for my progress. Oh yes, all the elements are present for a test of strength. Mahud, Ansel, kill these self-righteous fools.
Hold on, my friends. We'll save you.
It should be possible to break Gilvain's control. We just need to find an opening. As for you, I would thank you never to call me a fellow Charlian. It sickens me to think that you are a compatriot. My might, the animosity is fairly palpable. I had best make myself scarce.
Well, there's two sages, so... how we're gonna play this. Another one? Okay. Oh, okay. Can we collect these or no? Sorry. One of the mechanics is different. In one of the dungeons. Yeah. the spam. How are we playing this? Okay. Arm with the Scholar is a different mode, huh? Okay. Alright, let's get up. I'm so screwing this up. Okay, let's just help first by doing this. Wait, did I do it myself? I'm the most terrible healer ever. This is weird healing NPCs because I don't have the macro to set it as like the targets, or you know the boss's targets or whatever. It makes healing generally easier for situations like this. Okay, let's go. Okay. I'm still not. I still don't have to use my like hardcore cooldown, so my purple gems are kind of whatever here. I forgot what the other purple gem thing I can do is. What's the plan, Loifa? Diagnosis. Oh, okay. Oh, Ansel. Forgive me, I didn't want to hurt you.
It seems you possess a heightened affinity for the sage's art. That I should be blessed with such fine specimen for my research. We must see what else you can do. Yes, we must. Watch out!
What? Sit there looking dumbstruck. I won't fall. Not again. Through all the suffering and sacrifice, I'm still here. I'm still alive. And so long as I live, I refuse to let anyone else die on me. What say you, Mahal Ansel?
That's who you need to ask.
Where you go, we follow. You know this.
I believe in you too, Loifa. In you and Vopscum both.
Gildevan, you wanted to see what else we could do, right? Then come and find out. I don't know why you said.
Marvelous. Do not hold back, my dear subjects, for neither shall I, with the betterment of mankind, let us transcend the limits of our flesh together.
Oh. Whoa. Oh my goodness. I don't know, I was fighting a Xenogear thing. swap. You still have that on her, right? Okay, that's true. I'm confused now. I don't know what that is. Oh god, this is... Oh, we really need to hear her. 6-6. Control. There it is. Oh, not that. White skeleton? Okay. Quarters. Okay. Or 3/4. Alignment. Wait in? Yeah. Like, you guys are moving kind of weird. This has to be an AoE, right? He hasn't done any. No one's okay. Not the spell? What does that mean? What? I'm confused. 10 ones in the engine. Okay. Not quite sure what's happening, so I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, got it. Give him range in this attack. You're right there, Loifa. He's good. Okay. How easy go? Okay. Left, right? Okay. Shouldn't we do something closer then? This movement is very disruptive. What do you mean I have yellow? You better be doing damage over there, Lala. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's kill him and have done with it.
No, Abdul, it should be Loifa's decision.
This power that I have, born of untold sacrifice, I swore that I would use it only to protect life, not take it. Gilvain will face justice back in his homeland, where he committed his most heinous crimes. I'm sorry, my friends. Lala, this crystal was your mother's, and it rightfully belongs to you.
It's already where it belongs. Through your deeds, bring honor to my mother's memory. I'll strive to do the same with my trusty sword and shield. With your blessing, I hereby take Gilvain into custody. He'll be transported back to Sharlayan, where he will be tried by the Forum. While I tend to the necessary arrangements, you should return to Idleshire and have rest. I will join you anon. This mercy is more than you deserve, but you will answer for your crimes, every last one. When I set out from Sharlayan, I wanted to reclaim my mother's soul crystal, wanted it as a memento to remember her by. But I've come to realize that there is no better way to remember her than by the legacy of her deeds in life. She was the gentlest and noblest of women, one who never flinched in the face of danger when someone was in need of succor, and I will endeavor to do honor to that legacy by rising to the defense of those in need of protection. This includes Loifa and his friends, so in case you worry for them, don't. You should return to Idleshire as well. God knows you deserve a rest too.
Arcanist Guild is here to research and develop the field of Arcanima. Lines of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns and map to unlock mysteries of existence. I don't know why I said this word so weirdly. To draw forth and manipulate bodies of the arc energies. If you prefer an arcane art built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then you or discerning intellect may find a home here at our guild. Might you consider enjoying yourself as an initiate? Sure. Just as I predicted. Before we proceed any further, however, that is a feature of appetite for knowledge with a morsel of guild's history. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allow a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took the seas abroad, trading vessels. Upon their arrival in themselves, the Arcanists found themselves welcome into the academic elite and soon secure position in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Mirweb, counting several leaders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the arts. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist guild was established, and funding was provided for researching and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you invite such cerebral challenges, then you have but to reaffirm your commitment to joining the guild. Well, if you decide to enroll, well, we're into, I thought, excessive thinking. Excessive thinking, eh? Alright. You sound Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thorbergum. She has showed the full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. I hate saying Gaelic names or Irish names or whatever the island names. You'll find her just over there by the bookshelves. You need to be shy, though her mind is sharp and critical. Her manners is always most welcoming. Yes, I'm Thurbirum. Oh, greetings, and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Miri has doubtless explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins? Allow me then to expound upon its nature. Arcanama taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly perhaps by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of this discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary, even on the field of battle. Nay, especially in the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the questions of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze the situation from moment to moment and respond to the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanama will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Are you prepared to reason? Absolutely. I didn't read all that philosophy for nothing. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Here, take this grimoire in hand, and we shall next judge your aptitude for our discipline. Okay, my first grimoire. It is a hefty tome, it's not. I promise you, grimoire's weight becomes a comforting anchor amidst the shifting seas of battle. In fact, you will soon discover. In Lower Lenosia, you will find, among others, 3 species of pests: warflies, low ladybugs, and aurorulae. As you employ your fledgling skills in Arcanama to eradicate 3 of these each type of the creature, leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As soon as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities some difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as official member of Arcanist skills. May your judgment remain swift and clear. I see the creature beyond the city walls poses you little threat. It is with great pleasure then that I formally recognize you or initiation to the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wonders and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easy as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instructions. I'll be waiting. Okay? Ah, food screwing, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgments. I must oft remind my organists to take meals, so ensconced do they become in their studies. Speaking of which, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement in your skills, as with your previous style. I will have you defeat foes in Lower Nosia, 3 wide dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras, to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane identity to its full potential. I expect you're back in time for dinner. Welcome back, Boxing. It appears your coordination of Carbuncle is progressing as a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your glowing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Milvan's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have had several crates transported to the cliffs south of Severus Gate. We examine those crates and return the inspected cargo here to me. You'll be surprised at the depth of which some merchants will sink to deter our custom agents from performing thorough investigations. False bottoms, rotting foodstuffs, fresh eating wild kindness. It should be prepared for any eventuality. Practice great. Actual story? Another child. Just not another child.
I'm not a threat, but please ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. Cogitate? The reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters, but I must admit I did not expect so proficiently a performance against the enemy set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics are, despite much room for improvement, yet, as I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled in motion, as they are wont to do, investing in other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see, taking into account your recent current level of ability, factoring the etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear, my calculation indicates failures upon encountering threat level 9,785.
Over 9,000? Sims, bro.
Wow, we'll have to see what we can do about that.
No, it's not.
Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I will nevertheless introduce myself. I am Kilia, a Milvan Gate Assessor, acting Guildmaster Thubergum, elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instructions in the field of Arcanema. From what I observed so far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometry, what factor must influence your actions during battle?
I just do what feels right.
Just as I projected. Now, I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming Arcanist of note is 90%, give or take half a percent. Yes, that the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responds to my questions in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. Well, our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence. He did leave us with his most notorious saying to date.
Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into a desired reality.
No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulations of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the final strategy in this case. As you continue to focus on refining your aptitude of carbuncle mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanema. Here ends your lesson for today. Per return directly to the guild, I believe Master Thubergum is awaiting inspected cargo. And what of myself, I'm off to the field. Of course, the tactics I've reasoned out earlier must be attended in real-life scenarios. So theory is all well and good, but there's no substitute for actual combat. We'll meet here again. Volpson, have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be in order. Relatively clear of blood and other gore. That could be something of a problem in your art profession, you understand? I was at word from Kilia regarding performance. She seems eager to continue training. An odd last element, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instructions she offers, particularly that which touch on the diligent approach of art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tone Kilia carries? The initiated grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admirably strange to see her kept all the way to her present position as a force here. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanema has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategy guides your Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters. For the moment, you have done well this day. Continue your practice with a carbuncle as Kilia has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. Yes, Wilson, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You're keeping well, I trust, taking the occasional brisk walk. One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you've been following Akalia's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in Western Laosia. I speak of Rosling and wild jackals, and yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. This the perfect sample size. First acts as a preliminary test case, and the second to test your hypotheses.
The third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply fleeing ruin over and over again. You are not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for other approaches, consider an assault of ruin in tandem with attacks from your carbuncle. When timed properly, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent. Welcome back, Bobascum. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? I thought it was right that that wave turned onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training session will have you accompanying Forseer Achillea on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Organ Anima. Pray do not tarry, Bobascum. Achillea awaits you on the floor below with further details.
A timely appearance, as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin terror caravan run by the Boylston's family. Our agents suspect that peacemen and merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of fighting physical balance. I've prepared a strategy to respond to this plausible shift in hostilities, but there's an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of our plan. Though I'm considered gifted at formation and tactics, I like the reflex and coordination necessary to employ many of these self-same strategies on the field of battle. Pray keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1-3-4-5, also otherwise known as stratagem focus fire. You and your commander will concentrate your attacks on a single flow, and one by one the enemy will under the combined onslaught probability of victory 95%. Reports place the pilots in the vicinity of the combat. In the middle of a limit, I would depart immediately to access the situation. Seek me out once more you arrive. Sure. I enforce Achillea of the mean Van's Gate. You are to cease all transactions from your goods for inspection. Nasty, sneaky peeker, scrappy, spit out blender, nosy eyes on stabby iron.
A particularly aggressive response. Very well, folks, and remember what we discussed.
I mean,
Bungle!
hello there. Longer past time. I'll roll past time. What's casting for mouse? What was unmoved over there? Okay. Well, where's this new tactic say you have one? Or I guess something. Where you at?
Nicely done. Adaptation and improvisation that I have been observing in our beloved Guildmaster himself in action. This was a perfect example of how strategies for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of a success. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it's necessary to fully understand your strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I will ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strength or shoring up your weaknesses?
Probably my strengths.
Oh, again, you respond as Guildmaster once. I must revise the probability of potential to retain greatness to 97%. You're one to keep an eye on. That is the first. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to Guild and make your report and miss just a third program. Until next we meet, I shall abide here until the illusion of to take the pillars in the custody. My strategy will keep me company. From the field was good. Killing conducted me of a summary of events. It seems you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. With a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment to keep to your studies and maintain a razor edge of your mind. Oops.
Okay.
Seem tired, Voskun. Are you sleeping properly? One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Should you deem yourself fit for duty, pray make your way down to the practice floor. Or C. Kilian has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Vorseer will explain the situation. I was beginning to think I've miscalculated. Voskun, thank you for coming. I will be soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Lumsa course are subject to inspections by Milvan's gate and assessors. It is a routine check I perform daily. In the case of some smugglers, however, there is a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your company during this assignment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial art expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty.
Sure.
Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. Such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spots inspections without its support. Please return to Mistress Thurbergrim and inform her of your participation. I will join you once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formula. If agreed to accompany the Vorseer, then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. The mercenaries Gisfrin and Earthotha are here to assist with the inspection.
Both hold hands when it comes to escorting Kilea during her more dangerous duties. All that, Voskun. My spells are at your disposal. This will be the first time we're inspecting trouble. But as long as we follow the Vorseer tactics and keep clear ahead, we'll come through this just fine.
The Morningside is preparing to dock at Alibor. We will meet our first challenge, however, before we even board the vessel. It is almost a certainty that the merchant ship has required a thug or two to accost us at the pier, a calculated probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we'll be forced It will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a smart party such as us, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individuals' foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent we down is one less weapon away against us. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple drawn-out skirmishes. This will be well wrong. I call this stratagem hammerfall. Strategy is used to manipulate one's situations into the desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Globeskin. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main case of Aliport. Let us be about our task. Globeskin, pray inform the steerman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute stratagem hammerfall. Do not forget, your taxes are both your shield and your weapon.
Yep. Oh, this guy?
You were the folks of the Melbourne's Gate?
Hell's I knew there would be trouble. That was not the spell I wanted to cast. Hello, sir. Oh, okay. I thought this guy just like backstabbed us. Apparently he was ambushed as well. Alright, little Skippy, I'm ready to go.
Definitely handleable. Once again, I'm reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessels out on the bay. Rathotha, if you would take the rudder, the morning star awaits. Since the working party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect with a probability of 85% that there are arrival inside further belligerents. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to Tholden, and maybe who of us employs stratagem Harden? The aim of everyone is to buy time so this plastic good may be tossed in the ocean. At the end, given that time, we will bowl our way toward the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught but risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? I force here Kilia. By the authority of the Miovan's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment.
Well now, your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, you see. Plaything won't open. You have to come back another day when we fix the hinges.
I see that cargo now. Any vessel entering a port of Lumsa is bound by law to submit a routine inspection.
Lads, I reckon it's time our guests had himself a little excellent. Fish him over the side.
Healer. Where's the healer?
Master will display photos soon. Now we can finally gain access to their cargo. Woo!
What have we here? A wild bitch Admiral Lapdog scampering about misship. Just like your mistress, always sticking your nose on where it ain't invited.
No, it can't be.
Recognize me pretty face, do you?
But you were caught, exiled.
Orsier, are you hurt? Can you stand?
Stay back, you stay away from me.
Orsier, please calm down. What are your orders? I enough of your whimpering have. I certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learning anything from them. Orsier? First time we got a different kind of old lesson. Ah!
Enough, preserve her. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Lobscombe, quickly, back to the boat. We'll carry the horse here.
That's right, you sling. Come back to your mistress, you worthless cur. It is good to see you well, Popskin. I guess friends sent word ahead of your travails. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous black heart you faced, you must have fared much worse. I've heard of the pirate Dozmaga. He was exiled from Lumza some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders, and once more he dared lay a hand on Forcier Kilia. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Dozmaga was on board, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessor may require some time to recover. For Kilia, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though her physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can salve to hurt of the mind. You are concerned? Angry, perhaps. Harness that energy and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills there before long. Greetings, folks. In case such doubts fill your mind, you should know that I am ever willing to lend an ear if you find your thoughts troubled. At the very least, I will have you know this, because it seems Kilia does not. The Forcier has been missing since this morning. There has been other times when she has disappeared without a word, but we have always been able to find her. Alas, that is not the case this day. With the guildmaster here, he could deduce her whereabouts with nary a moment's concentration. I find myself beginning to wonder if those who devote themselves overmuch to Arcanema are more prone to bouts of wanderlust. But while I might wish to ponder further such oddities of character, we must need organize a search party. Would you be so kind as to make inquiries in Hawkers Valley? It is not uncommon for Killers wanderings to take a path through the markets.
You seek Mikola, agent of Milkon's Fate? Well, why, yes, I have seen her. Spoke of her. In fact, she was, however, apprehended by the Yellow Jackets. The assessor was drilling me for details about Kukura and smuggling ring based on the heliport, but then the soldiers arrived and took her away. If you wish to know her fate, then I suggest you speak with Grenade of the Coral Tower.
Forcier Kilia, yes, we brought her in for questioning regarding the appearance of the pirate Dosmaga. A member of the Arcanist Guild, are you? Then I see no reason to conceal the nature of her discourse. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but Forcier was once held captive by the Rapid Sea Dog. Few pirates sink to such depths as depravity as Dosmaga. It has been 6 years now since he was exiled from Lomsa for engaging in the worst kind of black market trading. And now the villain has returned. He is, however, both cunning and cautious and continues to evade our troops. Thus, we hope to borrow the knowledge of Forcier Kilia, whose experience has given her an intimate familiarity with the way the scoundrel operates. At least that was our intent. After weathering a broader questions from the assessor, we found ourselves instead providing the details of our search. You wish to speak with Forcier Kilia? I imagine she has already returned safely to your guild.
Back already? You were led to believe she had returned here? I'm afraid not. So the Yellow Jackets told you something of her history with Dosmaga, did they? Perhaps it would be best if I told you the entire tale. Dosmaga's banishment was a result of a surprise inspection that revealed his involvement in the underground slave trade. The assessors that stepped aboard the pirate's merchant ship spoke of finding dozens of unwashed unfortunates crammed into that squalid hold. Among these prisoners was a young Mikote, destined for some black market auction block. Though Kilia was initially too terrified to even speak, the guildmaster brought her out of her fearful days with the gift of an initiate's grimoire. Yes, the self-same tone that she has carried her entire career. Of course, did you not mention that Kilia's grimoire was thrown into the sea? There are rumors that a cocoon merchant of ill report would retreat to black market goods. The crew of the Morningstar heaved into the ocean. Even now he gloats over his salt-encrusted catch in the heliport. Oh! It is entirely possible that the Forcier's most prized possession was caught up in the Kukurin salvage net. I've no doubt now that Kilia has searched the same conclusion. To Alibor with you, but that is where you will find our wayward assessor.
Yes, combat pattern 256 should serve to cover all expect contingencies. You never know when you have to notify countermeasure too. My retrieval strategy is complete. It is good for you to come. I was unable to calculate for certain if you would piece together my moons in time. Very little certain when such variables are involved. But there's good news. This prisoner here was kind enough to confirm that the trader who salvaged Morningstar suggesting this cargo did indeed receive a tone matching the description of my last grimoire. Limits in law and the policy of the Milkon's Fate would support the confiscation of goods connected to an official inspection, but alas, my first one belongs to no fall under such definition, thus I intend to launch an unofficial offensive against this black martier and his cronies. The pillars are already departed for Kendall Kwai. It is time I gathered to me such allies as I possess. I count on you as one of them, Bovskin. Despite the nature of this endeavor, Mrs. Thorburn has offered me her cooperation. If you would, pray join her at the Oscar Embrace. That is where we shall ambush the disreputable Cookhorn.
A little.
Greetings, Phoboskin. Your arrival completes our small company. You're equipped for battle, I trust. We need not wait for Killea's arrival. Once the Cookhorn appears on the bridge, we have sprung our ambush. The strategy for trapping our target relies on the two allies we have concealed on the other side of the ravine. The pincer maneuver was, naturally, the Forseer's idea. As for the target himself, the Cookhorn is known as a careful and cautious fellow. He travels with a small retinue so as to avoid attracting attention, but do not be fooled, more bodyguards follow at a distance and will likely join the fray after hostilities ensue. Do not, however, expect any assistance from the Yellow Jackets. They cannot be seen aiding us in what amounts to a personal matter, but they are willing to turn a blind eye for Killea's sake. In any case, the Forseer's tactics account for our limited number and individual strength. A victory is all but assured. Now let us take up our positions and wait for the Cookhorn to arrive.
My position? Okay.
Our pen clubs. I didn't use it. Is there no healer, right? Let's try riding for like a long time. Hello. Gotcha. And then the first thing. Well, you get mine. What do you want to pull arrow around? Please, yes, they're doing it. What are you talking about? Coming pattern 5 You're such a silly buddy. What? What do you got to say for yourself, though?
Well, execute everyone. Were you able to retrieve my grimoire? I was going to pray hand her over the tome. It's ruined. My wonderful grimoire is ruined. The probability of repairing this degree of damage is 0%. Even the most brilliant strategy cannot undo such ravages of seawater. I have never felt so defeated. I believe it is time to return home.
You will be.
But how can I?
He's right. Erstotha, you must allow Killea time to process the loss.
And you have other matters to which you must attend. Come, Vobskin, it is time we return to the guild as well.
Not quite the victory we imagined, was it? The moment Killea beheld her soaked in tattered grimoire, you could see the hope die in her eyes.
There is, however, something we can do. I will call on your aid soon, but in the meantime, you would be well served to deepen your knowledge of Vakanatama.
Meow, meow, meow. Let's see. Okay.
Have you come to ask about Killea's condition?
The Forseer is unchanged. She walks about as if all the joy in her life has been leached from her soul. Well, the only one who can help her now is the same person who broke Killea out of her shell the first time, our absent guildmaster. Though I'm leery of the coincidence, the man himself has long last been spotted. Should you seek out his last known location, it is unlikely he will still be there, and even should you catch him, he may be not deign to speak with you. Nevertheless, this may be our only chance. A pray travel to Memoon's trading post in Upper Lenosia and speak with anyone who might have seen the Guildmaster. Oh, and one more thing. Well, he prefers us not to use it for some inexplicable purpose. Our leader's name is... what? Turitia? Evening, sir. I was the one that sent word to your guild about spotting your leader. It was a right rare sight to see Kiritia roaming about. He asked me the way to Thalhouse. Could be he was seeking to speak with the scholar who lived there. Okay. Hello there. Why, yes, I did receive a visit from a gentleman identifying himself as the Arcanist Guildmaster. Not well, but obviously possessed of a well-rounded education. As it so happens, he bid me pass on the message to anyone who came searching for him. Reunited, the 3 slips of parchment hold the problem to the solution. Guildmaster mentions that the slip of parchment are concealed among the bones of Thalhouse. I suppose you are expected to search for them.
Okay, first one. Same level. What's the other one? Where's this one? Okay. Did you say anything? Okay. I see at the moment.
Have you tracked down those 3 slips of parchment? Sure have. Interesting. They actually exist. To be perfectly honest, I thought you had been sent on a wild dodo chase. Let's have a look at these, shall we? Oh, and an ancient elegant, no less. Fortunately for you, I have a passing familiarity with the script. Seek the box at Full Falls. Dance a jig for your wooden audience. Claim the secret from the open heart. The most cryptic set of instructions, I say. Do you intend to follow them? The guildmaster of yours certainly enjoys his games.
Yes. Run thumbs back, so move and cease to be free. Here's the last moves. Okay. Here's life skills. With their answers, you would seek them to the trading post. Now go. Wait on there, be not meek. With your 2 feet, provide a show.
Now that was most entertaining. I must have something to amuse me during these little jaunts back to civilization, you understand? Based on my evaluation of your abilities, however, I calculated that you would arrive at this point somewhat earlier. You balked at the dancing, didn't you? Never expected you to be so shy. Another variable to add to your list of characteristics. I keep extensive mental notes of all the guild's members, you see. As an arcanist, it was a simple matter to engineer events so that I might meet you face to face. After all, strategy is a tool used to manipulate one situation into the desired reality. And I do so enjoy seeing other dance in the palm of my hand, as it were. Here, you may have this. Think of it as payment for your performance. Looks bigger than me. Though you might consider passing the tome on to Killia. That is the reason you sought me out, was it not? Before you give Killia the grimoire, however, I must insist that you dance for her. I will know if you don't.
Oh, all this Bano interaction has simply exhausted me. It is time I return to my studies. You, on the other hand, should travel forthwith to the anchor yard in Lomensa. Be well, Bulbuskin. We shall meet again. I am 100% certain of it.
Were you always the one for dancing? I don't recall any such a You met a guildmaster, haven't you? That would explain your odd behavior. He does so enjoy seeing people perform unexpected acts of frivolity. But what could you have spurred our Ordinson guildmaster to speak with you in person? He gave you this grimoire to give to me? Uncanny. It is identical to the tome I received the first time I ever met our leader. You have my thanks, Barbara. The guildmaster is fond of games and mischief, and I understand the troublesome trials he had likely put you through before deeming you worthy of his attention. With this gift, however, his message to me is abundantly clear. I am to shape reality into the one I desire. And that means defeating Asmaga. Gods, my mind is alive again with strategies. I must have time to think. Pray, inform Mr. Thurbruggen of my return to duty. Gilead has recovered from her despondency. This is wonderful news, and we have you to thank for it. It is unfortunate, however, that both Killia and our guildmaster are possessed of the same impenetrable personalities. But at least in the case of the force here, we have an inkling as to the nature of the cage that imprisons her. I can only hope that her partnership with you shall gradually pry those bars apart. Return to your training focus, Kun, and prepare yourself for the demanding tactics Killia is sure to formulate in the days ahead.
I've been expecting you, Bobuskin. As ever, Killia's predictions prove accurate almost down to the moment, and her mind is especially sharp with such a dangerous confrontation in the offline. The Yellow Jackets have contacted us with the word of Dazmaga. It appears his merchant vessel is presently anchored off to the coast of Bloodshore. Once the pirate's business there is concluded, rumor has it that he intends to embark on an extended voyage to the east. It will be some time before he returns once more to Lomza. If we pass up this opportunity, Killia will lose her chance to settle score with Dazmaga, and we risk the foreseer stumbling once more into the blackest melancholy. Simply getting close enough to Dazmaga will prove difficult. Killia has, however, already formulated a solution, has set her grand strategy into motion. Her first task in this undertaking is to travel to Costa del Sol and deliver the set of instructions to a fisherman by the name of Railzern. More instructions will be forthcoming.
What is it you want, lad? As you can see, I'm a man of old fishing. Thanks for that. I've been told to expect you. I had to take one of me earrings and deliver it to the cook, Alpaluna.
Yes, how may I help you? Master Gigurushu is getting his breakfast any moment now. A fresh herring? Why, the master does enjoy a bite of broiled fish every morning. This might even earn me a few extra coins for the week ages. Oh, you have earned yourself one of my homemade eel pies. I should tell you, though, your Arcanist colleague was quite insistent that you take the pie to Master Gigurushu rather than scoff it down yourself.
What brings you to my, I use the term facetiously, humble abode, dear sir? Such a heavenly aroma. Are you perchance carrying an eel pie about your person? How commendable that you should research the delicacies that tickle my fancy before daring to intrude upon my most ponderous of ponderings. Speaking of ponderous, well, I was speaking of it at least. I have a heavy purse of guilt to persuade you to relinquish your claims on that pastry.
One moment, if you will. I've been instructed by Emil von Gates to hand over this message to whoever deal with nail pie to Master Gigurushu. Take the purse you received from Asagaruja and hand it to the dancer, Eldgith, as she prepares to return home. She turns.
Yes, if you look at your dancer, then I would first see your coin. I have 3 children to feed, no time to waste on idle chat. Oh my, that is quite a purse. My precious darling will eat like kings this week. It's such a simple job as well. I was told to expect this. You see, in return for the coin, I'm to give you these. The large statue is from your Makoto friend, and the Imperial is from me. The last item you're to deliver to Drago, the warehouse foreman.
I ain't got time for the lack of you. If you don't get me work squared away soon, the master will have me in the head and like, you got something for me to say? Hey, no, ain't this Elster's Imperial. If a Kote last said something about bringing the gift, I couldn't refuse and stick me with fish for if you sure aren't telling the God's stolen truth. Ares supposed to have the old bottle of wine. I take it the flying shark and pour a cup for the sailors we drink here. That's it, she told me. Anyhow, I watch him back if I were you, though, son. Them sailors is mean as a bunch of old cutthroats I ever did see.
You want me to taste your wine? Well, now I ain't willing to pass up free grog. Lemonade teats. Now that's bloody fine. Drop. If we ship this stuff to the east, we'll be selling bottles by the crate. You're coming with us back to the Morning Star. The captain will have a word with you. There's a good lad. As for you, Miss Dancer, you stick close to old Hirscrat. It gets damn cold on a long sea voyage. Fine grog and fine woman. The captain will be pleased with this haul. Your dress there, Urso, is the most expedient method of getting access to the ship. I'll take the statue from you now. You may have it back after I take the items I need. Hey, what mischief are you two about? As mere bonds up close, you wouldn't wish me to catch a show from this perception air, would you? You'd be dancing yourself warm once to get me on the ship, lass. Better slip off that ratty robe before you meet the captain. Of course, of course.
Oh, that was fast.
I'll be happy to show him the performance that awaits.
Us?
I bet you Admiral's laptop come back for that lesson, Abby.
It is I who shall be teaching this day. My lecture will focus on the motivation of reality through applied strategy.
Cool.
And I'm all damn yapping by the time I'm done with you. Remember who your real master is.
What? What is happening? Why am I dying? Okay, okay, what's gonna happen? What's happening? Tell me. Who's healing? What the heck? Where is this healer? Are they just using... Okay. Holy damage! Holy damage! What the heck? What am I, the tank? What is your strategy here, Messi? That guy has to die.
You rapid little cur.
Our numbers matter not. It is strategies that will win this battle. Prepare yourself, Osmago. With your defeat, will I cast off the shackles you closed on my soul?
You think so, eh? Think your fancy magics are a match for my blade? We got another thing coming.
Osmago now faces defeat. He will flee to the starboard rail. Obvious next comes his attempt to escape into the sea.
You think pulling the strings, do you think I'll dance to your tune? I'm falling for your bloody tricks.
It is at this moment he notices that Yellow Jackets had summoned in my explicit instructions to rise in. You are forward to return, Dosmaga. I hear you're found of shackles were brought set specially for you. This concludes today's lecture. Thank you for listening. This strategy would not have succeeded without your flawless execution. Which suggests that my tactics yet require more work. One must allow for some small deviations in performance. I believe, however, that now I understand why my calculations went awry. It is not enough to wish to shape reality, one must also have a complete understanding of reality one wishes to obtain. It is time I sought out our guildmaster. I convey to Mrs. Durgan my fondest wishes, my appreciations for all that she has done for me. The true test of my strategies now begins.
So yeah.
Welcome back, Focusun. There is much I would ask you, but first, may I have the satchel you received during your assignments? The original owner needs her costume back, you see. I'll make sure everything is returned safe and sound. Now that I speak of Kilia, I'm glad to know that she has finally freed herself to pursue her heart's desire, and you are to thank for awakening the force here to her self-imposed fetters. The brilliance of Kilia's strategies served to blind her to her own feelings, and it pained me to see her suffer so. Your example may even encourage Kilia to improve her combat abilities, although such will surely come in time. After all, she intends to study under the Guildmaster's direct instruction. Imagine those two obsessive arcanists and the complexity of tactics they will develop. It may very well be that your actions in bringing them together will prove the catalyst that sparks a new era of inventions in the art of Akadama. You, too, should look to the improvement in your disciplines if you are to keep pace with all that is certain to follow. To that end, I offer you a new technique, one I pray allows you to more readily drive back your foes on the battlefield. Greetings, Vobuskin. It is well you have come, for we have an intriguing matter to discuss. A request has come to our guild from the Sons of Saint Cognac, an organization of some of the finest minds in Eorzea, and they have asked you by name. It appears that this research the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from the assistance of Arcanists, specifically one who had the tempering experience of defeating the Primal Ifrit. I must admit to some curiosity as to how these scholars knew the extent of your heroic exploits. I suppose the source of their knowledge is of little relevance. If you will answer this quest, then you will find your contact, a researcher by the name of Yimtra at Apakalu Falls in the nation of Gridania. You're Vobuskin Vobus, I suppose. Well met, and thank you for coming. My name, as you've obviously surmised, is Yimtra. I'm a member of the Sons of Saint Cognac. Ours is a Charlene order that seeks the lost knowledge of the Alagan Empire, and in that regard, we have recently made a singularly important discovery at the Arctic site in Mordona. We salvaged from the ruins a set of ancient texts describing the existence of a sect of Alagan mages known as Summoners. These are arcane practitioners said to have the ability to siphon the essences of the primals and manifest the stone energy as a biddable ally known as a Negi. If we succeed in resurrecting such arts, then we might well hold in our hands the power to bring this age of conflict to an end. There is, however, as there will always be, one monumental obstacle to realizing this reality. In order to manifest these obedient incarnation of the beastmen salvage deities, one must first defeat a primal and capture its etheric essence. Thus, only one who can boast such a daunting achievement under his belt may even begin the path to becoming a summoner. Do you understand now why I called upon you? If you wish to contribute to my research, then come to me in the west of Birgal's Strike in the southern Tandaland. There we shall conduct a ritual of summoning, the austerities of flame. Greetings to you once more, Robinson. I have a feeling this unique opportunity will be nigh impossible for you to ignore. Let us proceed directly to the ritual, shall we? According to the record, we discovered the summoners of old were performing these rites in a land in which the naturally dominant element matched the aspect of the avatar to wish to call forth. Only in such a place might one sufficiently shift one etheric balance into the desired direction. The element of fire is particularly strong here in the Sagoli Desert. I can think of no land more fitting in which to summon an incarnation of the Lord of Inferno. Before we begin, I must insist that you accept this gem. It may appear a little worth, but within its faceted depths dwell the memories of long-deceased summoners. Now, you must focus. Visualize the ethers flowing through you, a vibrant current of energy transforming into living fire. Hold this image in your mind, and the raging heat of your life force shall spawn an eggy wreathed in flames. Beware, however, that this nascent entity will appear before you unbound and hostile. It is your charge to overpower the avatar and establish yourself as its master. Perhaps the summoner is not, if not fraught with peril. Ah, Mitty, I've heard. I'm so squishy.
Thanks for Stone Skin.
Most impressive, Lopuscoon. The firebone egg has submitted to your will. You have mastered the austerities of flame, and that is no small feat. Pray let us return to Apocalypse Falls that we might further discuss your achievement. This is truly a momentous occasion. You have rescued the lost art of summoning from the grasping mire of forgotten history, but you must know more of the avatar you have found. In the ancient times of the Elegant Empire, it will be known as an Ifrit Eggy, where Eggy translates approximately to pure, or the essence of. In short, you have attained a wide, willful manifestation of Ifrit's raging fires. As you might expect from an entity born of lower Inferno, this avatar and its capacity for destruction is to serve you well in the battles to come. With such an ally at your command, it is not too soon to take yourself the title of Summoner. You have proven yourself more than worthy of the soul crystal you now possess. Yet to be that as may, the road before you is long and arduous. If you would triumph in this future republic, you must needs master more than just the egg of fire, as such as you next fix your gaze upon claiming a servant of unyielding stone. You once seized victory against the primal titan, did you not? Though I admit I'm eager to progress directly to the austerities of earth, we must be careful not to overtax your reserve of strength. Rest well, and spend some time to grow accustomed to your newfound abilities. Once
You feel prepared to continue with our historic research, you will find me at the await your arrival and with barely constrained impatience. Titan's essence infuses your aura, Vobiscum. I foresee no further obstacles preventing us from attempting the next ritual. Shall we proceed to the austerities of Earth? I have every confidence that you will succeed in binding Titan Iggy to your will. According to my research, the most suitable location for the ritual is in a place found in the southwest of Elder Springs, the North Shroud. A heretofore buried layer of ancient rock exposed by a violent upheaval of calamity has lent its surrounding air an overwhelmingly Earth aspect. The conditions will be perfect. I will await you at our destination, Bofi. The ritual you're about to perform is essentially no different from the austerities of flame. Instead of fire, however, you'll be concentrating on shifting your etheric balance towards the spectrum of Earth. Once you have achieved the required state of earthen affinity, the primal's captured essence will be tumbled forth and coalesce into the stony form of Titan Eggy. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority if you convince the newborn avatar to heed your command. Let us begin.
Let us begin. Let us begin. Yes.
Is my carbuncle out at all? Or come barking this? Interrupted. Ugh. Heal me, improv.
That was a lot easier than it, right?
Oh, well done, Lobskin.
Whoa!
Not cool. Come in search of Algan relics, and what do I find? A pair of competent dabblers. But what jest of fate did you chance across such an undeserved power? And who might you be, sir, to so boldly question our accomplishments? If you have indeed unlocked the secret of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly convenient. I need only slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses.
Oh. Now I know why it was easy.
Below, summoner, but how? Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work are always the worth of your pitiful lives.
focus on the any instructions.
Ah, that's not fair. Cars building, okay.
I completely forgot.
Stay alive, intro.
Why do you struggle so? Your unwillingness to accept oblivion but delays the inevitable. Heed me, Avatar of the Infernal Flame, incinerate these fools in all-consuming hellfire! What?
Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard.
I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence.
He's gone. What a decidedly unpleasant fellow.
Cool.
Well, I suggest we return to Uplock Falls. I have no desire to linger here and chance another encounter with whomever that deranged mage was. I must say, I did not expect to meet another practitioner of the summoning arts, and I also did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious pleasure do we carry that this callous stranger was so willing to kill us to possess it? Such mysteries aside, I'm most glad you were able to secure Tainagi before the summoner decided to unleash his fiery avatar. Without its protection, I doubt we would have survived the conflagration. The Age of Earth, as it was so aptly demonstrated, is not a force to be trifled with. We should certainly take the time to explore its capabilities as well as its limitations. Be careful, however, not to neglect your other magics at your disposal. Meanwhile, I should confer with my colleagues in the Sons of St. Corniac and see what I might learn of the hostile summoner. We shall meet anon. How fare are you with your training, Vobscom? For my part, I had some success in uncovering the identity of our mysterious attacker. We knew that our assailant was a capable summoning Verdegi, so I perused the records of past expeditions of those who claimed to have triumphed against the Lord of the Inferno. Of these Victoria Primal Hunters, there were 8 names listed as present whereabouts unknown. After eliminating unlikely candidates based on race and gender, I was left with but a single name, Tristan. According to the records are accurate, this hero was one registered as a soldier in the Mortal Flames. As to how the man came by his skills as a summoner or why he sought to kill us, however, I remain woefully ignorant. Nevertheless, I've witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. It was meant to oppose such evils. It is our responsibility to bring this Tristan to justice. Should we stand idle, his reprehensible actions could very well stain the good name of future summoners who have yet to answer their calling. The art itself could be outlawed, the very mention of it taboo. Now, through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade from Tristan's days in the military resides in Little Alamigo. I asked that you pay a visit to this former soldier, and learn what he knows of our callous villain.
Oh well, seems like Trishan Warren isn't telling the tall tales after all. He said, okay, so some primal adult son to show up and start asking questions. When you stay here and play with some friends of mine, I got a message to deliver. He's all yours, ladies.
Really? Sure. Yeah. That's it. We're scared of Gambler's Trap.
You were set upon? The Fiends is one step ahead of us. I wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan warned his old allies long before you set foot in that settlement. They thought you were one of the tempered, immortal, and thrall to a more primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it appears that our opponent is highly intelligent and not quite as deranged as I first assumed. Such a level bonding hints at the existence of some greater scheme, but that is still all we know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge that he perceives us as a threat and is aware of our efforts to track him. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to start the trap into which I blithely sent you. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, however, my effort to decipher dialogue and text proceeds apace. Here, you must read this. With your skills already tried and tested against Aggie, you should have little difficulty in mastering a secondary summoning technique such as this. Let's put this day's disaster behind us, focus on the wonders that lies ahead. Greetings, Ferguson. Though it is good to see you, I'm afraid I've yet to ascertain Tristan's ultimate objective. I only know that he's cunning and brutal, and will stop at nothing to achieve his purpose. As matter stands, we but chase after a man's shadow. Such a straightforward pursuit will, I believe, leave us ever one step behind. Our sole advantage is the treasure we possess that Tristan appears to covet. Eventually, his desire will bring him to us. Where and when Tristan will strike, I cannot say, but it is unlikely to be on the field of our choosing. Thus, I suggest we prepare for this inevitable conflict as best we may. As fortune would have it, the ruins of Mordona may have provided us with a new source of strength. Word upon the suns is that a set of evoker tires have been unearthed. Made during the reign of the Algan Empire, these enchanted garments were sewn for the exclusive use of summoners. I can only imagine the degree to which they will enhance your already impressive powers. The man supervising the expedition's effort at St. Cornelius' find, Rambros, is a dear friend of mine. In light of our circumstances, I'm certain that he will consent to a request that you be allowed to don the tire. Shall we pay him a visit?
Oh, I'll give a talk to Rambros. I haven't talked to Rambros in years.
Mitra, I suspect you would make an appearance before long. I presume this fine gentleman is the new summoner that I heard so much about.
Yes, hopefully the first of many. Now, please tell me, Rambros, has the discovery of Algan made to evoker tire been confirmed?
It has, truly an historical find.
Then I would ask a boon of you, my friend. You recall the predicament of which I spoke? Our chance of survival will greatly improved if you will consider allowing Whoopskin to wear the Algan garments.
Well, he is a summoner after all. I must confess to no small degree of scholarly or curiosity as to the effect the tire will have on one of the appropriate training. These finds are, however, the result of much sweat and even a few tears on the part of the excavation team. This is a frustrating task at times, and I feel they will be loath to part with the garments without such a measure of recompense for their efforts. Allow me, though, to offer a solution. The metallic construction of the Algan construction known as Mirror Knights have risen from the dig sites scattered across Protona. Needless to say, they pose a dangerous threat to our excavators. As you speak of my three field research to dispose of any such nasty hindrances to their work, I dare say they will then gladly surrender the pieces of tire they hold. Once you have confirmed our dig site suitably empty of armored horrors, I will see you rewarded of the garments that I myself recovered from the ruins.
A Mirror Knight lurks just over yonder. I can scarce think straight with that thing one way. Oh god, it approaches! Oh, give my thanks. I'm probably able to concentrate my tasks. If I'm able to see your surgery before there, I have one of those wonderful pieces of pleasure. You're most welcome to it.
Some pants, nice.
Praise the gods, Rainbow's adventure would be a long please. You must destroy that horrid construction. For eliminating the source of my recent nightmares, do not ordinary thunder, so you see, but the abject terror has that effect on folk. Now, I hear from Mutra that you need the Alga and Darwin should be glad to see it to put practice rather shadow away some dusty vault.
Uranites? Yes, become quite bothersome. I will be most appreciative were you to eliminate the creaking pest that have been plaguing me of late. Fascinating. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to observe conflict against the Allen construction at such close quarters. It's been a deeply enriching experience. If the rest of the my presence of the Ogre Tower, then so be it. Alright. Ramos? To champion my researchers return. With the ruins now free of Maronites, the expedition can proceed at a far more satisfying pace. Trembling in fear for one's life makes it astonishingly difficult to handle ancient artifacts that have a tendency to crumble into dust. To perform a valuable duty for us, Phobicon, as promised you shall have the summoner's garment uncovered by my own hand as your reward. Yeah, Simdra mentioned she would await you at Paku Falls. It seems there was no doubt in her mind that you would succeed here.
Apakalu. So, this was how the summers of old were clad? Well, more or less. It is unfortunate that the ruins have yet to surrender final pieces to the suns. These garments, aside from coloring, they are identical to the garb Trishan wore. You'll find no edge against you through his equipment. When next you face that murderous cad, which will be decided pure by who is the more talented summoner. To that end, it is time you drew on your experience of defeating the Primal Garuda. Yes, her aura of fickle violence is palpable upon you. It is daunting to imagine an eggy born of Lady of Lortax. Such unpredictable ferocity shall serve you well. I will search for a suitable, airy location in which to perform the austerities of the wind. You, my dear summoner, must need prepare yourself body and mind for the trials ahead. I shall be waiting. Since Garuda's restless essence railing within the confines of your etheric channels, it is time we granted release of the austerities of the wind. Thankfully, I already have in mind a location that well suits our elemental purposes. You're familiar with the floating city of Nim in outer Lenosia? As you might imagine, the aspect of the wind is entirely dominant in the area of those suspended isles. Pray make your way there as soon as you feel prepared. I'm quite excited to see this new Aggie. Shall we begin? I assume that as this is your third such experience, you have by now grown familiar with the steps of the ritual. As I said before, I'll have you concentrate on shifting your etheric balance. Imagine the energy within you howling through your veins, an incessant gale of screeching wrath. Garuda's essence will be only too eager to harness those raging currents and shape them into a worldly avatar. Once Garuda egg his spirit, it falls to you to tame its fury.
Sure. Scary little thing. Win on win violence. Fading was a little weird, it's okay.
Nice.
Oh, I thought she went home or something.
Masterfully done, Vobiscum. Garuda Eggy's power is now yours to wield. Your aptitude for the art of summoning has exceeded my highest expectations. I honestly could not have found a more valuable partner for my research. I was turned to Kalu Falls. I am sure you must be exhausted after this ordeal. With the addition of Garuda Eggy, you now command 3 powerful avatars. As you no doubt realize, however, each of these entities has a particular role in which it excels. For Garuda Eggy, the role is unleashing magic to strike down distant foes. I must admit to feeling equal parts joy and appreciation at how faithfully the summoned being displays the original primal volatile's disposition. Experiment with your Eggy allies, and the most effective use of your individual abilities will soon become clear. With such masteries of the art at your disposal, I shall almost pity Trisham when next he chooses to confront you. Before that time comes, however, I will endeavor to pierce the mystery of his motivations. May your discoveries bring you new confidence, Vobiscum. Vobiscum, has been a terrible incident. My poor colleagues at Storm Corniarch's find murdered. The reports are confused, but they all mention the same black-robed attacker. You know as well as I do that Tristan is behind this massacre. He has indeed grown bold or desperate to commit such a brazen act. We should set off to Mordona at once and speak with any survivors. It may be that we can glean some idea of what the cold-hearted monster was after, or where he might strike next. We must stop him, Vobiscum. The necessity pains me. We must ask this man why he remembers of the attack, as Tristan cannot be allowed to escape the consequences of his unrepentant savagery.
Yes, I'm absolutely certain. It was the same Dark Summoner whom Yimtra described to us. We were celebrating a recent find, the Soul Crystal of an Elegant Summoner, when a man in black robes suddenly appeared and demanded we send her the gem. Naturally, we objected to his arrogant imposition, but he simply sneered at her, refused. The next moment, the world exploded into flame. Through a haze of agony, I saw him snatch up a Soul Crystal from smolder and bother and stride off towards the singing shards. That bastard slaughtered my friends. There was no warning, no negotiation. If the gods grant you the chance to exact vengeance, then I pray you show him the same mercy he afforded us.
Another soul crystal, yes. It makes sense that you would shift his attention to a more easily obtainable gem. After all your practice, you would now make for a most formidable opponent. I must apologize for not sharing my theory earlier. I suspect that Tristan must have desired a soul crystal you carry, but did not wish to draw any premature conclusions without sufficient evidence. I am at a loss, however, to explain why he seeks to collect more of these Algan relics. We must just have to ask the villain himself that we corner him in the singing shards. Let us be on our way.
Is it like this?
Oh, yeah, that's so different from all the other ones we've done. Like it's a area effect thing.
Nassian?
I brought you the soul crystals as promised.
Yes, these appear to be authentic Algan artifacts. Very well, I shall honor our bargain. From within these gems I will draw forth the memories of the ancient summoners and the slumbering essence of an elder primal. All the attendant knowledge and power shall be yours.
pain. The bumbling summoner and his incompetent lackey make an appearance at last. Think to capture me? Fools, I have orchestrated your every move. You have grown much in the art, it is true, but through the wisdom of the paragons, I now command the power of an elder primal.
You made a deal with the Paragons? And you call us fools? The Ascians will never relinquish their hold on you.
A small price to pay. If you could but feel the strength that fills my entire being, it is indescribable. I will use this power to annihilate the beast tribes and put an end to their insufferable rituals once and for all. The primals will rise no more. Hear me, demon king of the devouring flames. Feed on my ever-burning anguish and be reborn. Culmination of my sacred duties at hand. But first, there's one more soul crystal that must be mine. I won't tolerate its wasted potential no longer. Okay. Can we just attack him? Neat. What does that mean? I think we skipped some parts there. I think they wanted me to attack the summon. Okay, whatever. By all the memories of the summoner's past, I should have been unstoppable. I will sear the disease of beast men from the face of the land. Deprived of worshippers, the primal that tempered my weak-willed sibling will wither into oblivion.
So, I see my orders record were accurate. Though it was buried deep in the archives, I recently uncovered a report that described how you slew your own brother. He was corrupted during your ill-fated encounter at Ifrit, was he not? I imagine your superiors in the Immortal Flames thought it a mercy to conceal that in glorious detail.
Once the soft-headed fool had been tempered, there was no saving him, unless I took it upon myself to expunge the stain of embarrassment. But my work is left undone. The primal, no, all primals must suffer for that insult. After I killed my brother, I found myself liberated, my vision clear. No deed was too vile if it promised to add to the power I required. How can you not see? I am the sword of vengeance, and I shall wrest that soul crystal from your blasted corpse.
I wonder which struck the first blow to his sanity, the despair at his brother's tempering, or the guilt from slaying his own kin. It is ironic to think that, discounting the means, our purposes are fundamentally one and the same. A summoner employs the savagery of the primals to conquer the primals themselves. Had Trishan approached us as an ally, we might have found ourselves aiding his cause. Alas, he chose to walk the path of bloodshed. Each vicious act must have pushed the man deeper into madness until eventually the lust for power and vengeance was all that drove him. The might of the primals carries with it a burden of responsibility and a measure of danger. I hope never to see you corrupted by the potent energies you wield, Vulpeskin. It is time we return to the Apico Falls. This dark summoner is no more. Oh, I would love to declare our troubles at an end, but I fear the Ascians with whom Tristan made his bargain is yet afoot. Those so-called paragons prey upon men and women who are at their weakest, speaking honeyed words to lead them down the road to destruction. In this manner, they seek to plunge the realm of Eorzea into chaos. It is reassuring to know that heroes like you exist to foil their ever-ending schemes and foul plots. An outright war against the Ascians looms closer by day. Thus, would I have you armor yourself this last piece of the Evoker's attire. It was discovered at the same dig site whence Tristram seized the Soul Crystal, and the same Corniarch Fine Research, grateful for your actions in bringing the murderer summoner to justice, insisted that you completed your set. One can never be over-prepared when heading into battle against a Paragon. Wear it proudly, Fobuskin. Speaking of preparations, were you aware of the deeper layer of power hidden within your avatars? A technique exists that allows you to tap into the full potential of your Egi. You must have seen Tristan employ this ability. During the final battle with the Dark Summer, you would have heard a whisper emanating from the Soul Crystal. Still your mind now, Fobuskin, and you will hear the voice of ancient summoners instructing you in their greatest achievement. The true power of the Egi will be yours. Fobuskin, you visit me at a most opportune moment. I have tidings that you of all people should hear. After our last encounter, I presented your findings on the art of summoning to my fellow scholars. Suffice it to say that the present response has been enthusiastic, in addition to a flood of offers to assist you with my research. I've also been promised the contributions of several rare elegant tombstones. I imagine that any summoning knowledge hidden within those relics would prove of great benefit to us both. Shall we journey out to Mordona now and pay a visit to Rambros?
Obiscone, how do you fare, my friend? As ever, we here at St. Corniarch's Find may remain firmly entrenched in our efforts to excavate the secrets of Algan Empire. The members of Noah must be armed with knowledge if they are truly to pave the way to the future. I see you're here with the intrepid Yuptra. Might I assume you have come to collect your promised tombstones?
I am most eager to sink my scholar's teeth into something new.
And allow me to feed your fervor. We have uncovered a number of relics which, on cursory inspection, appear to contain detailed methodology for several summoner incantations. Who better than you to decipher their mysteries? Leviathan, Ramu, Shiva. With every new primal that appears, the importance of a thorough study of summoning magics become ever more apparent. Speaking of those particular deities, folks, I'm given to understand that you had a hand in defeating every one of them. Your name features quite prominently in the reports we received from the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and as you were present at each of their downfalls, it then follows that your aura was infused with the essence of those primals. Could it be possible that you now have the potential to call forth new Egi?
By the 12, of course. The most trying of the requisite conditions have already been met. All that remains is to perform the summoning rituals at locations charged with the appropriate elemental energies. As to Rambros, can you suggest any place in which the etheric balance tips heavily towards either water, lightning, or ice?
The singing shards should adequately serve your needs for lightning. Their area is alive with the constant discharge of crackling energy.
The singing shards it is then. Let us perform the austerities of lightning and attempt to bring forth Ramuegi into this world. Now let us begin with the austerities of lightning. Consider you shifting your etheric energies towards the desired moment. I sense nothing. I do not understand. All the conditions have been fulfilled. The summoning ritual has never failed us before. Whatever could we be missing? Well, there is a little point in us remaining here. If Romuaki will not answer your call, shall we return to Gridania? Well, Bubascoon, I scoured my research notes for a hint as to why the summoning failed, but there was no revelations to be found. I'm forced to conclude that the cause must lie outside our current understanding of the art. Thus shall I begin studying the tombstone we received from Rambros and hope they contain some hitherto unknown wisdom. Perhaps these new Eki require a different manner of catalyst? While I delve into this mystery, I suggest you continue practicing your art. We enter an uncharted realm of summoning, and you must be prepared, body and spirit. Greetings, Gokusun. Since we last met, the arduous task of deciphering those tombstones has occupied my every waking moment. I've made significant progress, but the cause of the ritual's failures yet eludes me. I'm somewhat hardened, however, by my discovery of a number of new incantations. In fact, there is one spell which I believe you could soon master with a minimum of instruction.
Pray forgive my interruption. You are the leaders of the research effort of summoning magics, yes? I am Captain Dancing Wolf of the Immortal Flames. It is fortunate that I find you together, as I have questions for you both.
What would the Immortal Flames want of us, Captain Wolf? Does Udal's military have some vested interest in the activities of summoners?
Just one summoner in particular, madam. We seek a man by the name of Tristan. You do know him. I've read reports that you have been in pursuit of our former soldier, but I've always liked to have confirmation on our intelligence. Immortal Flames has its own reasoning for wanting Tristan found. If you have any idea of his whereabouts, then I must know what you know. So, Tristan matched his summoning magics against yours and was ultimately consumed in fire, and you are certain he perished.
Have we given you reason to suspect otherwise?
I do not doubt the veracity of your tale, but there has been an incident. A merchant caravan was recently attacked by a man who, by the description given, closely resembled Tristan in appearance. If we allow the crime of the former Immortal Flames to go unanswered, then the integrity of the entire organization will be called into question. I will find him and see that justice is served.
We looked on as Tristan was engulfed in flames, not remained, not even a charred corpse, and we believed him utterly consumed. Could he have somehow survived the Inferno? If he is alive, then we have the unruly escape of a known pawn of the Paragons. Captain Wolf, you must allow us to accompany on your investigation.
Combined expertise in the summoning arts is most welcome, Lady Yimtra. The attack occurred on one of the roads out of Camp Drybone. Join me at the settlement proper, and we can continue the search for witnesses. It's such a giant sword and such a tiny shield. As we are now cooperating on this investigation, I see no reason not to trust you with some of its duties. Let us split up and find out what these merchants know.
The attack out on the road? I hear the man who did it was walking the road that was black as midnight. One of Ifrit's tempered, I should think. Right, now that you mention it, they did just cart in the body of merchant. Such things are hardly noteworthy around here, though, as much as I failed to take notes. Oh my god. A friend of mine survived the assault, said he caught a glimpse of the villain's twisted face. I'm certain he could tell you more had he not let the candle know his injuries were bound.
So, we have one merchant left alive to tell the tale. According to my inquiries, our interpreter will likely be en route to Highbridge. We may yet catch him on the road if we are swift. Oh boy. I heard them utter war cries. Are you unhurt, sir?
Yes, thank you. Well, aside from injuries sustained from the previous incident, I suppose. First, the caravan out of this. Must thou be so eager to usher me into us all?
It is concerning the assault on your caravan that we endeavor to seek you out, sir. Is there aught else you can tell about the attacker?
I should be glad to see him brought to justice, though I did not see his face in great detail, concealed as it was in the depths of a black cowl. I did glimpse a lock of silvery hair. But his stature, I marked him of Reuven stock, and by his fiery servant, a hellspawn demon in disguise. Fiery servant? Now, well, that's the one. Where do you people find those things? Viln was in command of Ifritidi then we know the affinity tradition has for primal flame.
Aye, all the evidence points towards our man. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. You have been great help to our investigation.
I'll think nothing of it, because they're a poor recompense for my rescue at the hands of this Gallivant adventure.
Must report these developments to my superiors at the Hall of Flames. Pray join me in Udall. There's more I would discuss with you. You know of Trishan's older brother, Alden? Both were soldiers in service of Immortal Flames. Both were soldiers under my command. Our unit was one of many developed in the mission to destroy the primal effort, an operation that succeeded at a staggering cost. Those who were not incinerated were tempered, with Caledon suffering the latter fate. As you well know, Primal's power is fueled by the faith of its flaws, and the greatest mercy we can grant such unfortunate as a swift journey to Val's hallowed halls. Tristan volunteered to end the accursed existence of his own brother. We returned to Udall with Caledon's blood on his blade, and I watched helpless as the guild slowly strangled the life in his eyes. No words of comfort could reach him, and he at last quit the flames. He was a husk of man he once was. Never did I imagine his grief-maddened mind would drive him to such desperate evils. Tristan was my soldier, and it is my responsibility to stop him. Thanks to your aid, we're amounting proof that he is still out there. When we are ready, we shall make our move.
We are content to follow your lead in this, Captain Wolf, and we should certainly be fully prepared if we are to meet the Dark Summer in battle. To that end, Vobiscun will teach you one of the incantation I gleaned from the repository of the Alkan Muslim. It's a spell of damaging magic employed in combat of Summer's Hell. Let us call upon Captain Wolf once again. You have mastered its use. It would not do to engage Trishan while stumbling over unfamiliar magics.
Auspicious timing, Bobskun. There has been news, and none of it is good. Our soldiers in central Thanavan has reported another attack. I looked over the notes for the initial investigation with Seeing Tristan, or someone who looks very much like him has struck again. I'll have one of my men contact him and draw up the details. But I suggest we head out to the mines immediately and question one of the surviving victims.
What do you mean more questions? I spilled my tale to 3 different soldiers already. Me working get further and further behind every time I gotta stop and talk to you folk. Here's the idea though, how about you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours? The big lad in uniform there looks like you live some good as high as rocks. Well, you lad, yeah, some sort of mage. Well, we got some trouble with the local smuggler robbing our fire silver. Are you here just a bulk to get it back? That stuff is rare trickable teeth, you know.
Now, just a moment, sir. We don't have time for these distractions.
Then maybe I don't got time to talk with you, not until there's a little give and with your take.
I fear he means to be stubborn about this, Vobiscun. Please humor the man and retrieve his precious ore from the Spriggans.
Right, Spriggans. That's it.
If I was hearing that, what about me fire silver? Oh, you got the whole lot back. Much appreciated. My apologies, my studies took very long and Captain Wolf, is everything alright?
Everything's fine. Now let's hear your story, sir.
I reckon you've earned it. Well, we was in the mine loading the cars with our car on the way when this bloke in robe appears. Don't say a word. The bastard just snaps his finger and set his pet demon to lightning, the mates on fire. Pretty, Bubba's, if you'd be so kind. Oh, bloody hell, that's the fiend I saw. As we feared then, and this robe-clad man, do you have any idea of why he attacked you? Oh, well, lads, there's more than silver to be had than other on a good day. We do have our fair share of crystals as well. That seems that what he was after. I'm ashamed to say I fled for me life for once the folks started going up in flames. So I went back to sort out the mess of the car that we had. The crystal, it was empty. You took them all? Every single one, and that's what I gotta say about that. I hope you got the bastard.
Crystals. There was a crate of crystals in the list of goods stolen from the caravan. He must have taken everything else to conceal his intent. Aquaroid grows careless or simply impatient. It is time that we examined certain other ingredients that we did not think related to this case. Meet me at the Hall of Flames and we shall discuss the matter further.
I can imagine only one reason why a man such as Tristan would seek to acquire wealth of crystals. Come, Phoboscun, let's not keep Captain Wolf waiting.
I inspected our incident records, paying close attention to cargo manifests that included crystals. We attributed several recent raids to the Amalja, but the victims were, every one of them, burned to death. Not entirely impossible considering Elizabeth's affinity for fire, but to find not a single arrow or spear wound?
It is highly unlikely. Perhaps I should state aloud that we are all thinking. Judging by the sheer number of crystal involved, we must assume that this villain intends to call forth a primal.
After my encounter with Ifrit, I learned just how devastating and powerful these entities can be. I believe that summoners with their ability to harness such power hold the potential to achieve great things, but if Tristan truly is man enough to summon Primal, then that unthinkable act that the bloody deeds he performed in preparation for it will cause people to question the motives of all who practice the summoner's art.
The studies of this tombstone revealed to me a tale of adulation. The summoners of Alags were revered as heroes for their part in defeating the ancient primals. The reverends slowly turned to revulsion as practitioners, intoxicated by their own immense power, began wielding the art of summoning as a means to further their own selfish ambitions. That is not to say, of course, that all summoners chose to become tyrants. Among the common people, however, it became a strongly held superstition that those who meddled in the power of primal ultimately fell into the embrace of evil. This superstition blossomed into outright terror, and that is when the major hunts began. At the end of the Third Astral Era, the last of the summoners had vanished from the stage of history.
Should we allow Tristan to go through with his plans, then we risk a repeat of this tragedy. I will review the state of the patrols on the Crystal Trade Route, and we will catch him.
Listen, before joining the Nano Mines, I was able to recover another condition that may prove useful in the coming days. Wield its power wisely.
Okay. Man bad, Evelyn Clad. Greetings, Wilson. I hope you are prepared to take action. Ever since we increased our presence on the trade routes, our Black Road villain has ceased its attacks. Now it's our turn to go on the offensive. With the blessing of my superiors, I have arranged for a lightly guarded shipment of crystals, which will lure Christum into an ambush. Now I want you there when we spring the trap. I've already sent word to Ymutra, and she will meet us at Camp Blue Flock. Let us bring an end to this Phoboscun. Oskin, you're here. Good. Our crystal couriers have just left camp. The plot is simple. The caravan will head towards the processing plant, a convenient break and axle before reaching the east watchtower. We three will take up simple positions nearby, wait for Tristan to take up the bait. I've had the driver complaining long and loudly about the lack of a suitable escort for his precious cargo, so we can be reasonably sure that an attack will come. I trust you need no further explanations. Head to the assigned position and do your best to keep out of sight.
Ah, it burns! It burns!
Well, his soul was caught by the Ascian, so...
What are we going to do? Not everything, that's not.
You right? I think he's gonna come back now. Unless we, like, white ore side him. Talk to me, soldier.
Oh, if Captain, he popped right out of thin air, should be a surprise. The same happened to me. Another man in black robes stepped through some manner of portal and sailed me with spells.
My position also came under attack, an underling, judging by the ease which I dispatched them, but I've never seen such teleportation magics. No, it cannot be.
You know this man, Captain Wolf?
This is Garden, Christian's brother, but how? He was tempered, slain. Now both siblings have disappointed me. I should exercise more care in choosing my pawns.
And Ascian, that voice, you were the one who taught Tristan the art of summoning. Have you come to inflict yet more misery upon the world? Tristan, yes, that was the other's name. I'd hoped to groom him, grant him the knowledge of Alec mages, that he might unleash his wrath against the primals. Alas, he was all too easily vanquished. The matter, the bringer of light has proven more than adequate replacement for my failed godslayer. For every primal you kill, the beastman fervor grows hotter. We need but supply the tribe with crystals and watch as they summon even more terrible deities. The confluence of chaos reaches its peak, the world shall be swallowed in darkness. Our master shall rise again.
He's gone. And we should be gone as well. I just see that my soldier is treated for his wounds, then await you outside the Hall of Flames. I believe some reassessment is in order. We now know that the Black Road menace we brought thought to be Tristan was actually his brother, Kaladin, a reanimated puppet under control of Ascian. Both brothers are present at efforts to be, so Kaladin's aura too would have been stained with the primal essence, which I understand correctly will explain his ability to summon the Ege. But for the Ascian to raise the last course and press him to serve as pest summoner, I shall see the Blackguard suffer for his cruel depravity.
Aye, the Peregrine has many crimes for which he must answer, but we must move with great caution. The power of these mortals is not to be underestimated. I'll return to Gridani and redouble my efforts to save the remaining tombstones. We cannot face the nasty and unprepared.
Obscune. If you come more worried on the Athens, I fear I have little progress to report. We did, however, hold a service for Kaladin. I summoned the soldiers from his old unit, and together we conveyed his remains to the priests of Thal. As for Thal and traitor, there is still the odd raid by bandits or beastmen, but not that involves men in black robes. I must confess I'm at a loss of how we might track our foe. If you spoke with Imdra, I believe she had new findings to share with you.
Oops, there you are. We have so much to discuss. I've been engrossed in my studies, you see, seeking every advantage for our inevitable clash with the Ascian. And as I struggled around with your knowledge of tombstones, I unlocked a good many mysteries, including the reason why you were unable to call for Ramuegi. You summon the avatar, you draw upon your body's reserve of ether and grant life the form of what is known as an arcane entity. That much we already know. I had, however, overlooked the simple fact that our etheric reserves are finite, thus the magnitude of the Eggy that you are able to summon is limited by the extent of your own life force. Simply put, if the Eggy is too powerful, then the summoning fails. But do not despair, the summoner's valid devises a method by which one might circumvent this intrinsic limitation. Rather than attempt to summon the separate physical manifestation of a certain Eggy, the most accomplished may discover that far less ether was required to infuse themselves with the essence of Primal's power. This technique by which a summoner could achieve this heightened state was known as the trance. What say you, Vobiscum? Shall we see if you can master this method? It may even allow you to contend with Paragon, but not if the essence is of an ordinary primal. Nay, we must set our sights on the most potent entity, the most fierce. I speak of the other primal, Bahamut. On the day of the calamity, the dragon vanished in an explosion of so massive that his ether was carried to the far corners of Eorzea. You, among many others, have already been touched by his essence. All that remains is to perform the meditative ritual in place seeped in Bahamut's energies, and you should be able to enter the trance of the Red Worm. As for setting foot within the only suitable location, I believe Captain Wolves can assist us. Shall we pay him a visit?
Imtra here is certainly not one to do things by half. She petitioned me to help gain entry to the ether-soaked wasteland of the Cardinal Flats. The Flats are distributed territory jointly administered by the 3 members nations of the Eorzean Alliance, as in attempting to earn full admittance to the area as a bureaucratic nightmare. As matter stands, I was only able to secure permission to visit Immortal Flame's airship landing. If we wish to enter the Flats proper, we will have to do so under the cover of night. Prepare yourself for a tense journey. Then make your way to the landing here in Uda. I have one of our elite flyers standing by. I'll fly you to the front of our flats, visit your authors, stand on the landing or face the consequences. Sure. I should get to go on the flats.
So this is what became the Cardinal Flats. Never before had I sensed such tainted ether. Let's not linger long, Vobiscum. Turn your mind now to Bahamut's terrible majesty. Allow his power to seep into your very being. Nothing? We need to deepen our meditations.
You truly attempt to harness the might of Bahamut, the essence of the Elder Primal shall tear your mortal flame asunder. We all rise in the presence of power, but you, bringer of light, can be allowed to shine no brighter. Come and be doused in the endless waters of 12th chalice. Any? Okay.
Bahamut's power will never be yours.
I don't do that. Nope, I think we can just kill the summoner this time, easily. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Like we're just matching what he summons, which is kind of funny. Same element, working on the same element, which doesn't make a lot of sense in the Final Fantasy universe, but yeah, sure. They should go faster. I'm trying to not die here, sir. So you know. Oh, what the? You had a grapple move. This was his fighting game. Time. I see it. Where is he? Where is he? Hello. Excuse me. Don't mind if I... Oh. Oh. Yeah, this is a mission, eh? We gotta do all of them? I'm missing what? 3 more? That's a lot. Don't do it. Do it, Aston. We're not gonna challenge the last part?
I did not anticipate this. You should not have been able to complete the meditations under such duress. I shall not underestimate you again. Our next meeting shall be our last bringer of light. We did it. We faced the Paragon and left. It's all thanks to you, Popeskin, you and the towering mount of Bahamut that you now command.
Do I command it? Aye, despite the Asian's interference, we achieved all we came here for, but I'm afraid this is not the place to celebrate. Let us return to the landing before the dawn's light find us in forbidden territory. We have reason to rejoice, my friend. It would seem our clandestine adventures went unnoticed by my superiors, and more importantly, we see the upper hand in the battle against an Asian.
The trends did appear most effective against our immortal foe. For such a hurried night's work, we managed to reap quite a harvest indeed.
Aye, but it is pity the master fled when he did. I would have liked to have settled the score then and there.
Those for the past, Captain Wolf. If we truly defeat the Asian, then we must be prepared to destroy him utterly, body and soul.
Any? Oh, shelved.
The power of Bahamut.
Oops. Oh. Oops, Gun. I was just about to send for you. Imtra should be here any moment.
Wonderful, we're all here. I've been pondering some metaphysical theories and would discuss my conclusions with the both of you. Ever since the battle on the flats, the memory of our adversary fleeing the field has been preying upon my mind. According to the science and the research, the paragons are effectively immortal. They're said to be ethereal entities with no physical forms of their own, instead of possessing mortal host after mortal host in an endless procession down the ages. But once Flipscoon had acquired a dreadworm trance, the haste with which the assassin was true did not seem to me an action of a being who harbors no fear of death. Thus do I pose a question. Could it be that the 12th Chalice and his black-masked brethren were now practiced in the art of possession as the red-veiled masters? At the time of the battle, our bodies were the only available hosts nearby, assuming that he also lacks his superior's facility to flee to space betwixt worlds. I suspect that our foe's sudden cowardice stemming from the inability to force his soul into our living vessels.
Will explain much, including the reason why he chose the deceased Kaladin to serve as puppet.
I believe the theory is sound. Shall we put it to the test? If we are able to lure the 12th Chalice to a location devoid of potential hosts, then we must succeed in destroying him for good.
Then what are we waiting for? We must begin devising a plan to draw the villain from hiding.
Not so fast, Captain Wolf. We must first obtain the means by which we can ensure the assassin's demise. A mighty coup de grace, delivered before he has the chance to retreat. Lipscomb, there is a passage within the last tombstones that describes how the power of a trance can be unleashed in a single devastating blast. The technique itself, however, was not explained according to my research. It can only be learned from a forbidden book found on the shelves of the Great Gubo Library.
The group library again.
To reach the library will require a long and perilous journey over the Apollothea spine into the wilds ruining hinterlands, but I believe we three are up to the task. Shall we be on our way then? The key to defeating the 12th Chalice will soon be within our grasp.
Let's go. All roads lead to the Great Gubo Library.
Now that we all arrived here, we can enter the library and begin our search for this forbidden tome.
You have strayed far from the safety of your cities, foolish mortals. Whatever could you be planning? Again, always he arrives at the worst possible moment.
There's no coincidence, I fear, and this time he leaves not to chance.
It's amusing at first to watch you stumble like clumsy children, but too insistent is your dabbling. Those who will not dance upon our palm shall be crushed within our fist. No more shall we endure your blinding effulgence. There can be no rival to the encroaching darkness. You have earned the ire of Labrea's most loyal servant. Labrea is dead. Did you imagine the battle ended with our master's defeat? Stand now, bringer of light, and suffer the pain of our retribution. Would it not be wiser to retreat and seek the tome another day?
You mean to afford us no such opportunity, my dear Captain? Either we stand and fight, or we die. Meow, 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 meow.
Ah, nice. Everything's Instacast now. that too far out. Are you guys like perfectly positioned that you can't be AoE? I think so. Oh, okay.
Champion of Heidelin.
Oh, this is nice. I don't feel like a boring caster class anymore. I just feel like a ranged DPS. Oops, I've got a little greedy on that.
By the 12th, that boulder just exploded.
You were raised on the greatness by Library himself. Be my master, bringer of light. Perhaps it is meet. That your strength was beyond this, but the day will come.
You will not escape us this time, Ascian.
Now, Voskin, unleash your power.
Whoa!
You just Dragon Ball Z that guy.
It is done. The paragon is no more.
About that book?
A most impressive spell, Wuskin, but when did you learn how to cast it? Did we not first require the library's tome?
Oh. I see.
My apologies, Captain, but in order to deceive one's enemies, 'tis best to begin with one's friends. There was never any such book. All that Voskin truly required was a catalyst of battle to focus his energies.
Very smart.
I knew that once the Assassins observed us traveling towards the library, he would assume we sought some long buried wisdom. He could not risk leaving Voskin free to gain even greater power.
This entire journey was a feint, a trap to lure him into the wilds. Well, you certainly had me fooled. Remind me never to cross wits with you, Imtra.
Pearly Whites?
It is a point and click reference.
Together we have achieved something of which few people can boast, the defeat of Nassian. Never could I accomplish this deed alone. Thanks to your actions, Tristan's case can also be put to rest. Long have I been haunted by the horrors of that effort mission, but at last I feel a measure of peace. I'll return to Uda and have a gravestone for Tristan laid beside his brothers. We may not have his bones, but it will be a place where the survivors from his unit can pay respects to the man he once was. I bid you farewell, my friends. May we meet again under happier circumstances.
I too would extend to you my credit, Voskin. In addition to untold slaughter, you have prevented something of tragic history from repeating itself in the new age. We must take greater precautions against this ancient art falling into the wrong hands. I will work alongside my colleagues in the Suns and be sure that a spread of summoning is closely monitored. If only we could uncover a lasting solution to the primal predicament. There must be a way to break this self-perpetuating cycle of meeting force with force. As for myself, I should continue my research into primals and summoning, and offer the Scions whatever support I am able. I'm certain our paths shall cross again, Vobskin. Vobskin, I've had the most fascinating news. It would seem that the ruins of ancient Alec have yielded to us a tome that will contain unknown secrets of the Summoner's art. The tome in question is currently being held under Rambros's watchful gaze at the dig site in Mordona. I'll be hitting there shortly myself, but I would not begrudge you an earlier peek.
I thought you might be here, Vobskin. A prize such as this should be in your keeping. We've uncovered not terribly far from where we excavated Evoker's Tower, just a tome to be some manner of manual for summoning magics. But alas, I was unable to decipher the writings. 'Tis unfortunate. It's fortunate then that such a task falls directly with interest feels like expertise. Speaking of which, would you mind taking the book to her yourself? She sent word that she has been held up by some dreary business in Reverend Souls. Pray do be careful.
My apologies, a trifling but unavoidable matter prevented me from making directly for the dig site. Now, shall we take a closer look at this Algan tome? Oh my, it's rather more shabby than what I've come to expect from the great works of Alak, but let's not get discouraged. The content is what truly matters.
Fine observation. Ooh. Oh, it's a Grimoire.
Principia, at your service. I'm humbly familiar with the doctrine of summoning. Wait, we're gonna send you a tome from some ancient library? Vobskin, we must keep it contained.
Have I somehow given offense? Strange, for I am not equipped with offensive capabilities. Imparting the art of summoning is my function. An instruction manual is my form.
A manual, you say?
Correct. When opened in the presence of summoners, I am bound to awaken and share with them the secrets of summoning. The young master there is in possession of the active soul crystal, yes?
Who's the soul crystals that awoke you?
Correct. Only one who carries a soul crystal and has bathed in the ether of an icon may wield the powers of a summoner. I sensed one worthy of instruction and was thus compelled to introduce myself.
Icon? That is the Algan word for primal? Excuse my need to clarify the obvious, but you are a construct created to teach summoning magics to any potential students you encounter? Why would the ancients have deemed such a thing necessary?
Summoning came into being for the purpose of limiting beings, specifically those beings known as icons, primals. Once these entities have all been vanquished, however, new eggs cannot be harnessed. Old summoners perish, and so too does their art. It was upon glimpsing this bleak future that a certain master summoner set about crafting yours truly, inscribed with arts of tremendous power. I exist to teach others how to safeguard their existence.
Fascinating. Your creation speaks to the heart of this rarity. A summoning harnesses the power of the primals for the sole purpose of destroying them, and new summoners arise only in an age when primals are rife. With this absence of living mentors, a true succession of the art is never achieved. Prince Pia, are you then to instruct Robeskin in the lost secrets of Alec?
I am eager to oblige, but there are certain obligations. Ere the seal upon my higher knowledge can be unlocked, the student must first overcome the 3 challenges I have ensourced to present.
Considering how it refers to primals as icons, I'm inclined to believe that we have an authentic Alec relic in our hands. What say you, Robeskin? Will you undertake these challenges?
The first challenge is a test of power. This trial is designed to evaluate the raw magnitude of your arcane talent by pitting you against a predetermined opponent with carefully measured fortitude, also known as I manifest the monster and you fight it.
Perhaps not terribly wise to attempt that in the middle of town. Why don't we find ourselves less popular out near the Singing Shards?
Sure.
Such was the way in which I was written. My full name begins to tie your tongue. You are welcome to call me Prim, or Priya. Well, I rather like Prim. I mean, let us receive the challenge. Crushing baby Bosun. Who could argue the potential of modern summoning after that display? You have bested the first challenge master. There are a few summoners in Alex long history who boasted this jury of native might. Furthermore, that you have achieved such brilliancy through not but the study of ancient wisdom is simply astonishing. With a little polish, their technique guiding you off your heights of power should be astonishingly simple. I thought Vobuskun's technique is more than sufficiently polished, but you say there is room for improvement? I see we shall have to adjust our yamstick for perfection if we are to rival the practitioner of the past. Indeed. If you would know more of past practices, then you need only ask. Actually, I do have a question for you. If you could indulge me, Vobskun? Prim, in which age were you created? You appear to lack the technological advancements that were predominant in constructs in the latter days of Alex civilization. Another excellent observation. I was penned by Master Sari, a preeminent summoner of his time. He was, in fact, likely the last master summoner of the Allegan Empire's reign. Were I to date myself by your culture's notion of history, my creation would have taken place at a point just before the Empire's collapse. In other words, solidly within the richest era of electrochemical discovery. One might reasonably wonder why this wonderful science was excluded from my invention, and I assure you there is a reason. In the beginning, the Algons rose to superiority through the mastery of magecraft. It is told that the very first real summoning magic made do with grimoires fashioned of leather and ink and parchment. There came a tipping point, however, when the mundane sciences began to progress with ever-growing rapidity. These advances were married with the arcane and electrochemical technology was born. Even as the harnessing of lightning energies gave rise to new recording mediums, techniques were developed that allowed complex arcane geometries to be instantly plotted. Traditional grimoires were replaced by devastatingly efficient and elegant weapons. The convenience of these tools, however, did not lend themselves well to the instruction of initiates. Beyond such consideration, the new mediums could not be produced without dedicated machinery, and their manufacture was no simple matter. And so the summoners who breathed life into you decided that tombstones and the like were not the ideal method for passing on this accumulated wisdom. Correct. He chose, for me, the primitive form of book, inscribed within my pages a bounty of potent incantations that require no machine to be cast. Thank you, Prim. I thought only to satisfy my academic curiosity, but I found myself swept up in your description of the past. You truly are the creation of an incredible age. And thank you for your patience, Robson. Shall we return to Gridania? Well done, Mopuskin. We are one step closer to revealing the new secret of Ancient Alec. Prim will issue the next challenge after you had a chance to review your studies and hone your abilities to the next level, new level of perfection. I decided to keep the familiar here at my side for the moment, even as many wonders as their rewards are held. Hosts tend to panic at the sight of a fanged toe that jumps around on its own accord. Oh, and pay no mind to Captain Wolf. He obviously wishes to screw my services for some other task or another, but we have more important matters to tend to. Greetings, Vobuskin. 'Twould seem that Prim would speak to us about the second challenge. Congratulations, Master. You're sufficiently prepared to undertake the next test. Excuse me, Prim, but how can you tell? By analyzing pattern Master's theory examinations, I can gauge the strength and the precision of his last incantations. Of course, Master must attempt the challenge itself before I can provide an evaluation of the proper degree of accuracy. This will be a test of skill. To administer this trial under the prescribed conditions, however, I must request the assistance of several more summoners to play the role of the antagonists.
several more summoners. In this day and age, that would not be easy feat to arrange.
Come now, Intron. The solution is right under your nose. Obscure, your deeds have caught the attention of the highest echelons of the Flames. After learning what you're capable of, we've begun an initiative to take our very own summoners into battle against the Primals. The number of soldiers under my command have already begun intensive training. I handpicked veteran survivors for our expeditions against Ifrit, and they've been issued with soul crystals reclaimed from the Ascians.
And Captain Wolves has been howling in my ear for days, begging to enlist your aid as some kind of drill instructor for the ethereal gifted.
But now you're in need of summoners for this trial of yours, yes? I'm prepared to offer my regiment's full cooperation. All I ask in return is a few morsels of advice for the acolytes.
It seems to me a fair tribe, and my enchantments do not restrict me for instruction, neophyte summoners in the fundamentals of the art. Very well, I suppose such an arrangement could prove convenient for us all.
I know you'd come around, meet me at Camp Blue Fog, and I'll assemble the troops for inspection.
Hello?
It's like we're all here. Let's get on with the briefing, shall we?
As you command, the second challenge will evaluate the elegance of your techniques as opposed to the magnitude of your miasma. First, I shall infuse the egg of your opponents with the secondary enchantments, and you are to engage in tendencies in combat. Runic explained to me that the enchantments store the ether expanded during the battle and allow for in-depth analysis of your flare for death flares, as it were. In any case, I expect you will pass with flying colors.
Right, I suppose you should know who you're up against, designation and rank.
Summoner Crispin, Private First Class. We're glad to offer your teacher, sir.
Summary Denise, Sergeant. I am neat to spellcasting, but I spend my share of combat, sir. Crispin and I fight you as a pair. Summoner Judge Samu, Lieutenant, you have more in the few admirers in the barracks, sir, but that don't mean we'll go easy on you.
Now, chatter. Quick, march to the training grounds. Give the word to Crispin and Denise when you're ready to battle the Ergies, Wobskin. After that, you'll be facing up against the Lieutenant's beast. You won't be attacking my troop directly, so give it all you got.
Prepare yourself, sir. To this is how summon our servants to battle.
I appear infinitely for you.
Oh my god, what do I do? Oh god.
You have finished pouring up one of the members, and because even together, makes it, you could handle the chaos and throw actions of the right. Let's bring flames.
Okay.
I hope for that one. You stuff some more real quick. That was your trial. Well, then, yeah, lucky I thought another problem during me time was coming here. Yeah, no, those are going to come in more than one here. We see that your final point. Time to eggy.
Hope my summoners put up to fight for you anyway. Shall we hear what the book has to say?
I have ruminated upon the scores of echoes of your battle, and the picture is clear. Your technique is, without a doubt, a thing of exquisite beauty. Consider the second challenge conquered.
Well, that's good news. It's hardly surprising after all. You did sweep through those Ergi like a swarm through a few dandelions.
Thanks. You've opened my eyes. I've seen I have some work to do before I truly master this discipline.
I'm glad we're been of service now. We must really be returning to Gridania.
Thank you. This was truly an enriching experience. I pray train with us again in the future. Congratulations, Popeskin. With your impressive demonstration of power and skill, you've already conquered 2 of the Prince's 3 challenges. Ere we come to the final trial, however, Prin will further our education on Alkan summoning.
First, I will ask what you know of the rise and fall of summoning in the Alkan Empire. I was made to cover, rather, a lot of history, you understand.
From our research, we have learned that summoners were initially lauded as heroes for their success against the primals. When certain of these mages began to abuse the art's power for personal gain, however, the origin of the populace shifted towards an oppressive hatred.
Correct. We speak now of the latter half of the 3rd Astral Era. My creator, Master Saria, was one of those who expended his energies on the destruction of primals, even as he fled from relentless persecution. Alongside his disciple, he triumphed over Belias and many other lesser entities.
Elias, that was the name of the elder primal from whom Trestian once drew power. Master Sari must have been mighty indeed to defeat such a foe.
Yet he still knew fear. The thought of that grand disciple of summoning would fade into oblivion was more than Master Sari could bear, so he sought to preserve its legacy and provide for his successors. My creator was well versed in etherochemistry and held a particular interest in the technology of information. Broadly speaking, research methods for producing arcane geometry without grimoires and experimented with machine-enhanced aid. He eventually abandoned both of those technologies, deeming them unsuitable for the instruction of future generations, hoping to provide guidance to those summoners yet unborn. Yet instead began writing and enchanting a work that would survive down the ages. He made me.
Such an accomplished personage. Why then have I seen but scant mention of his name in Alex Tears?
As you have said yourself, it was an age when the adulation of summoners experienced an extreme reversal. It's likely that Master Sari's achievements were struck from the records, even as his loyal pupils were struck down in the streets. I was shut in a storeroom, abandoned to my slumber, like some common treaties on trade agreements in the southern provinces. Thus, I can tell you not of what befell my creator in his later years.
I expected a dry recital on the history of summoning, but you shared with us your personal narrative. Tis clear you hold a great deal of respect for Master Sari.
I am a familiar. I simply relay information as I was expelled. This lecture is now over.
As you wish, Prin. Well, Vobskin, to seem class is dismissed for a moment as you recuperate from this day's trial and look forward to preparing yourself for the final challenge.
Existential crisis? Okay.
Time has come, Vobskin. Prin is ready to administer the final trial.
If your 3rd challenge is at hand, Master, I shall be glad to be at last share the wisdom that has long lain dormant within my pages.
Thus far, with your evaluation of raw power and refinement skill, what then will this 3rd challenge seek to test?
That I cannot tell you.
Cannot or will not?
I do not keep these details from you for the sake of my own amusement. It must be a secret. Were you aware of the test's purpose, such knowledge would unfairly affect its outcome. What I will tell you, however, is that this trial requires conditions that are akin to a natural battlefield. As such, I must ask that you call fellow summoners to your side and arrange a location where you might join hands against the most realistic primal threat.
Well, this ought to be welcome news to Captain Wolf. I should see if these acolytes are available. Greetings, this is Yimtra. I, Yimtra, the Sons of the Saint Corniac. I have a favor to ask. Well, Captain Wolf was more than eager to accept our request. He even offered to arrange exclusive use of a section of Seal Rock. It seems there will be an airship waiting for us in Udao to fly us to the island. Shall we rendezvous at the landing once you prepare it then?
This will be a final and most grueling challenge. Pray ready yourself, Master, that you are not reduced to so much gruel.
I don't know about you, Voisin, but my nerves are beginning to get the best of me. Captain Wolf and the others already landed on the Seal Rock, so let us not deny the challenge any further. Who could that be? Oh, Summoner Jesusumu. How may I pardon? By whom? We? Can you hear me? The call is cut off, Voisin. Our mortal colleagues are under attack. These situation sounds dire indeed. All summoners are crippled by injuries, and Captain Wolf alone fights to keep the flow at bay. Our planned battle has become rather more real than we anticipated. We best explain matters to the pilot and arrange a rescue party.
Approve for call reinforcing my ship is ready to depart now. If you are, shall we go on ahead?
It's everyone. Oh, let's see. Oh, I see what's happening. Nope, we're going the right way. Nope, nope, that was not the right way. Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, no, bad. One more cast, but I guess it's not. Who the heck am I about? I keep using Pokemon. Forget to use my buffers. Show me more. Really?
Analysis potential confirmed. Commencing scan. Latent etheric control capacity immeasurable. Standard parameters exceeded. Reinitializing system.
What? He wants to go another round?
Master, sorry. How have you come to be here?
Master, surely you don't mean that sorry? Ah, Principia. They have woken you. This should suffice.
What did you do to Prim?
The construct is unharmed. I simply added another layer of security. Do not disappoint me, Summoner. I will be waiting. Oh, odd. The way you vanished almost as if...
Oh, Steve, what was that all about? Bah, we'll discuss back in the dive we've seen to the wounded.
Alright. Where's Brim? I don't see him.
Arrived in the nick of time, Vobskun. Thanks to you, my soldiers survived that ambush. They'll be fit for duty again in a bit of rest.
You have our gratitude. If you hadn't plunged in the fray like that, we almost certainly would have perished. You said the bastard was Master Sorry, didn't you? Not summoner of ancient Alec? Did them mages have no way of coming back to life?
Alright, Lieutenant, let's not jump to conclusions.
Well, he was wielding so many magic unlike that we have ever seen before. Maybe Prim has some idea. I'll be sure to ask. Come, Vobskin. Let us return to Gridania. Well, what is meant to be Vobskin's final trial is certainly testing, to say the least. Tell me, Prim, what makes you so sure that was Master Sauri?
Based on the evidence at hand, there can be no doubt. The vocal and ethereal signatures were identical to those exhibited by my creator. The only aspect that gives me pause is his behavior. Master Sauri was never one to offer harm to others with such a callous indifference.
I would say there's a larger inconsistency to consider here. Prim, your creator supposedly died several thousand years ago.
There is one other possibility. The greatest man of Alags unlocked a science known as cloning, by which they could artificially create a replicant of a living being. Steel Rock is, after all, a construction of the Alagon Empire. Assuming the individual you battle is indeed a clone of Master Sari, then my senses would recognize no appreciable difference.
An exact copy of the original person would explain much, but the very thought of it is horrifying. Oh, did he not temper with your enchantments? Are you truly unharmed?
The faculties are undimmed, but the wisdom I was to impart to Master has been sealed behind an arcane lock. I can do nothing. Only my creator holds the key.
And your secrets are lost to us. If only Vobskin had been able to attempt that third challenge.
Attempt? Master has already passed it. Allow me to explain. The third challenge is a test of the summoner's nature. Thus does the trial require the presence of companions and a realistic threat. Master Sari ambush did, of course, bring an unexpected dimension to proceedings. Yet, a master leapt to the aid of his fellow summoners without hesitation and braved considerable danger to see that they were safely rescued. Selfless acts that more than qualify Master as a worthy successor.
I wonder why power and skill were not sufficient. Sari wished to see his teachings passed on to summoners of noble heart.
Correct. He could not countenance the idea that such knowledge might be put to evil ends. Now you understand why this display of violence so confused me?
And all the more reason to suspect an impostor, but whatever the man's identity may be, we will track him down and make him remove the seal. Your purpose is too important.
And I will assist you in any way I can. The Master Sari that made me would not stand to see his memory profaned with such wickedness.
What's that, Prim? For an enchanted stack of inking parchment, you have an impressive developed moral compass.
My place has neither morals nor a compass. I merely follow an inscrutable direction to guide worthy summoners. If I give the impression of such characteristics, then perhaps I am overstepping my bounds of familiar.
No, you're fine, Prim. Forget I mentioned it. I'll see if I can unearth some more details of records of Master Sari. Perhaps the story of his later life will aid us in unraveling this present mystery. I researched through the usual histories, but found scant mention of Sari. Just as Prim said, records of his existence all been expunged. Is this...
My knowledge is permitted to the day I was stored away. We must rely on these lost Alcan records that escaped the purge.
My colleagues, Rambros, may be able to help us here. Hardly a day goes past when his team does not lift some forgotten treasure from the ruins of Mortona. Shall we pay them a visit?
Intra has informed you of your search, and I shall be certain to contact you should our discoveries include a mention of the Sari. There may, however, be a swift way to acquire the information you seek. I know of a certain merchant who collects undeciphered tombstones with even greater zeal than the sons of Saint Corniar.
He spoke of Ika Rowena.
We have formed something of a symbiotic relationship with our consortium. In return for financing our excavations, we can provide Rowena with a selection of our finds. I'm sure you would find her amenable to request for assistance. After all, you will merely need to borrow her tombstones for a time. Yes, here, I penned a letter for my personal reassurance that our stock will be returned none for the worse for wear.
So, you're back in the old Rambos, eh? Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to send Len one of some of the old my tombstones. In fact, I'll do you one better and let you borrow the transcripts, courtesy of the scribes of the artworks. As books, they're a damn sight heavier, but you don't need fancy machines when it's all penned down and in parchment. Give me a summary of the contents when you're finished, and I'll consider that as payment. The collector's parts will with more coin if they know what they're getting. My time's too precious to waste on reading ancient history. Consider it a deal, Rowena, and thank you. Well, Whoopskin, shall we get to work?
Work. Time to hit the books.
Is that? A very big I'm seeing the very first volume, and there are already some promising passages. Let us wake Prim and share findings, shall we? Oh, Rambos, have you come to check on our progress? This charming tome is Principia, a sentient familiar with the ancient Alec. A pleasure to meet you, Master Rambros. Pray call me Prim if you prefer.
Thank you, Prim. Might I say what a privilege it is to meet such a rare and clever construct?
Clever? Well, yes, apparently Prim was written that way. In fact, we were just hoping to hear an opinion on a new snippet of information I've uncovered. It was an order listed in a record of Imperial military communications commanding that the fruits of the Master Summoner's research be seized. It appears that the army had more than the passing interest in Sari's experiments.
What exactly was the purpose of this research?
Master Sari tore it to wed summoning magics and etherochemical technology. For example, experiment with replacing grimoires with mechanical mediums and thought the benefit exceed of greater authenticity by utilizing high-speed computations.
Simply put, he turned on to machines to enhance traditional summoning method. Is that the gist of it?
Correct, but Master Sari was never one to abuse the success of experience, no matter how it magnified his power. He would not place his trust in machines. Their inherently complex nature was too prone to error, he said. The dates on these communications indicated time in the later half of Sari's life. Is it possible something could have occurred between crafting you and the execution of the order that may have greatly altered the summoner's outlook? There was, of course, the violent wave of anti-summoner sentiment that swept through Alec. It claimed the lives of many of Master Sari's disciples. Following their deaths, he began spending much of his time cloistered within his laboratory.
Such an incident would certainly be responsible for changing a man, and Principia, you were aware of subsequent events once you fell into slumber, yes?
From what we've learned so far, it is safe to say that the foe we encountered is related to Sari's research in some way. And there are likely more clues buried in these records. I should speak with Captain Wolf and ask to borrow the sharp minds of his summer squad. It is a rather intimidating pile to tackle on our own.
Well, seeing as you have the transcript, there is no need to travel. You are welcome to make use of my tent and the reference material and Alec found therein.
It'll be an enormous help, thank you. Let's haul these books to the dig site, shall we? Some of your colleagues arrived as soon as after I relayed them our request. 'Tis well to see them recover from their injuries. With room pitching, we stand a good chance of finding something useful. Here's the bugger I was looking for. It is a record of a military finally got up with Sari. It says there, here the summoner was found dead, killed by someone else, it seems.
Then we have proved the original Sari's demise in the Third Astral Era. Now there remains the question of who or what attacked us in this age.
My coin is on one of those cloned creations. Is there aught more to be the story, Lieutenant?
It goes on to describe how the Imperial Army took over Sari's research, lauding experiments as exceptionally dangerous and ripe for potential applications.
They shifted operation to an artificial island soon after and began practical testing. One collected seismic accident later, though, and that was the end of that. This artificial island must be a reference to Seal Rock, the very site of our encounter with our present-day Sari. During the battle, my creator's simulacrum exhibited the ability to summon multiple eggs simultaneously, as well as manifest highly authentic facsimiles of flesh and blood entities. The basis of every one of these unorthodox techniques can be traced back to Master Sari research in the machine-enhanced summoning.
I'd say we have enough evidence to support a working theory, that namely that the Algon military was using a clone of the deceased Sari to perform hazardous experiments, tests which exploit the feasibility of electrochemically bolstered summoning magics.
When we landed on Seal Rock, we somewhat broke open the remnants of those experiments.
Perhaps we have solved the mystery of who the attacker was, but now I would know the place to where he fled. What refuge exists for such a being?
From what I can gather, the results of old Sari's work were bundled off to some secret library called the Electrochemical Research Facility.
You know of this place, sir? Is it far?
And as long as that's where they were keeping Sari's research, then it's possible the clone may have headed there.
Our squad will fly back to Seal Rock and make further investigations. The relic of the past may hold some hand we haven't yet considered. An excellent idea, thank you. We should return to Great Island for the time being. I've received an update from Captain Wolf regarding the investigation of Seal Rock. It would seem that certain of the Algon relics have shown signs of recent activation. The mechanisms were too heavily damaged to offer more in the way of useful information, however. I fear we must have braved the Alcacel facilities and search for Saris ourselves. Is that what he was hoping for when he said, "I will be waiting"?
It is possible. I did not think the details important at the time, but the log engaged by Master Sari's simulacrum was not of the strictest tier. Rather, the seal is one of which fades upon the sealer's demise.
And he was goading us into finding and defeating him? Another challenge, or is it simply a trap? I'm not fond of rushing into the unknown. Quit yourself for the worst. Scourge yourself for the worst, folks. Good now, we'll learn the present circumstances of the research facility.
Oh, I see.
All there is to learn about the research facility. The time has come to make our move. From what my sister and her colleagues have told me, the laboratories are housed in an extremely dangerous quadrant of Al-Islam. We don't want to wander around them inviting trouble, but rather block the swiftest and safest route to our destination. There should be a terminal somewhere that will allow us to pinpoint the section where Sari's research is being stored. Once we arrive in Al-Islam, finding such a terminal will be our highest priority. I'm going to inform Captain Wolf of our forthcoming expedition and insists that he and his summer squad provide us with support. Let's make it ready and meet at the Helix. Brazil is even more fantastical than I imagined, but we mustn't let ourselves be distracted by the scene, and we should fan out and search for a control panel of some description.
And we can use that to plan the simplest route to our objective, yes?
Then we plunge ahead in swift and sure, and bring an end to that bastard clown.
That is my intention. It is important to know, however, that we have yet to determine if our enemy is truly a clone or not. Even an artificial copy would appear as a living, breathing thing. The man you fought at Seal Rock seemed almost otherworldly.
I'm inclined to agree with him, Trial, but no matter what he is, we need to slay him until left Brim's seal. The job remains the same.
Fair enough. Then we should first focus on finding that terminal, Bobskin. If you would, pray search around the base of the Warring Triad statues.
Keep your guard up. Sorry those will come. Came back prepared to welcome. Triad? Oh, hello there.
I predicted you would be the first to find me. A lesser summoner would have been slain.
Bubbleskin. Sorry's clone, it's here.
Clone? Ah, you seek to explain my existence. An understandable theory, but I'm far more than one of those clumsy creations. I best abandon this flawed perception, lest it lead you down the path to failure. I shall await you inside potential. You will pass my test, your true final challenge, or you will die never knowing what I truly am. Oh, jeez, he's gone again.
Did you see that, Bubbleskin? The way he vanished? 'Tis akin to the dismissal of a summoned entity.
Oh, you're saying is some sort of eggy? One was wearing sorry face? But how can you look so solid and, well, alive?
With the aid of a computational machine, it would be theoretically possible to reconstruct either into a near-perfect replica of Sari's corporeal form.
It was summoned using a machine?
Correct. Master Star Research developed a mechanical substitute for grimoires. In fact, the lieutenant is standing right in front of one.
This thing, looks a bit like some tomb lift on Seal Rock, only there was much bigger. Gosh, can the butter pop up anywhere there's one of these devices?
I think we can now safely assume that this Sari is the product of enhanced summoning magic, but our answer leaves us with yet another question. If Sari is the Eggy, then who is the summoner? Even if the grimoire is replaced by the machine, there must be still exist one who commands it.
We gotta find the master then. If we don't squash the summoner, the bastards will just keep bringing Sari's Eggy back again and again and again.
Whoever the bastard may be, he or she must be concealed somewhere nearby. An entity will always be summoned within a certain distance of the summoner. Even the machine-enhanced technique cannot circumvent this basic symbol. That our antagonist chose not to make an appearance on Seal Rock suggests that reluctance expose oneself to direct helm. In this location, however, with so many computational devices near hand, I expect that our art will be significantly bolstered.
So the Eggy will be even stronger than last time? All the more reason to take down the summoner quickly before we swamped by ethereal horrors.
Well, I brought a little device as your help, an etherometer in which I borrowed from my sister, Stola. If I can detect the right currents, it would lead us straight to our hidden enemy.
Excellent, Nimtra. That'll make all the difference. Right, let us be about this then. Summoner squad, take the van and clear the way forward.
I've been waiting for a chance to prove ourselves, yet just focus on fighting the summoners and we'll keep away beside the dregs. Wonderful. You've done well to make it this far.
Summoners has to be found around here somewhere. Nimtra, use your gadget. I'll buy you some time. We came here to remove the seal you put on Prince Pia. Do as we ask, and this can all end peacefully.
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm afraid I can't do that. To do so would run contrary to the purpose for which I was created.
Surely by now you have come to realize my true nature.
You are a Neki in the form of my creator, and existence made possible through a fusion of summoning magic and etherochemical technology. While Master Sari was the last three summoners of Alec, you are not more than an elaborate imitation. You are no match for the summoner who now stands before you. Very good, but your conjecture has missed the mark. What I am is a defense mechanism that is capable of self-enhancement in order to combat ever greater threats. Should I phrase this in simplest
terms, in the event I encounter a presence with a greater potential than Sari, I'm compelled to harness that potential through main force and compose its ether into a new guardian entity.
You mean to kill Wolfsgoon and make an Aggie of the Warrior of Light?
Every wish and understanding, a peaceful conclusion to this encounter was never forthcoming.
His reasoning has broken down. Your deeds have saved countless lives and will continue to do so. How can one justify killing you, Master, when you embody the very principles of which summoning magic was invented?
You draw any luck finding Summoner?
Just finished tracing the threads. The camouflage is impressive, but I'm still shocked that we missed something of that size. Our true enemy is up there.
Observant of you, you have uncovered Master Summoner Sari's greatest masterpiece, an artificially sentient evocation maker. What did?
The complexity of my design simply cannot be compared to a primitive principles used in Principia's construction. Your defeat is inevitable.
Top talk for an aging machine whose logic channels have obviously rusted with disuse. Master, my junior commander is supposed to this unsightly, unseemly amalgamation of refuse.
It's a song you don't hear very often. Nope, what the? Oh. Some tank you are. Oh my god. That is a lot of bios. You just said everyone didn't know. I don't think we're landing any of our AoEs. Mines. Is he invincible during this? Yes, he is. Okay. Just double check him. Oh. Oh. Spelling mass. Oh, he's not invincible anymore, though. Oops, rip.
My turn.
A sudden victory, Phoboscon. We've won the day, but Captain Wolf wished to stay behind and conduct a thorough search. I told him it was still too dangerous to wander around alone, but
But the captain is our man. Not to worry though. If anything happen, we'll soon charge you off to find us side.
Captain Wolf will call if he needs us. We should be celebrating here. Does this mean Prince Seal's not broken?
Master's success is indeed something to be celebrated. I was not crafted to experience emotion, but I do feel a certain rustle of satisfaction in my pages. Once you've mastered the high and mighty techniques, you'll be stronger than ever. Well, I think I'd rather learn by your example anyways, instead of an old musty scroll written by some long-dead Algon summoner.
It is in the hope of achieving just such an outcome that I will woke from my slumber. The art of summoning is for the living, as my creator was so fond of declaring. Phoboscon, Prim, let us say our farewells for the month. Thank you for your aid, everyone. We could not have done this without you. Welcome back, Phoboscon. You were only meant to face 3 challenges, but ended up chasing your prize in the heavens themselves.
An unexpected development, which you handled with exceptional grace, Master. And now, at long last, I can finally bequeath to you the highest secret of summoning. Pray, step forward.
What a momentous occasion. The wisdom of the last of the Alec Master Summoners is yours. Ere you depart to explore your newfound powers, however, Captain Wolf has a report for us. It should explain much of what occurred on this law.
Well, I wanted to be sure the machine was truly undone, and after poking around inside, I discovered a number of soul crystals. According to Principia, they belong to Sauri's disciples.
The captain also unearthed a tombstone containing undoctored records of that age. To seem to following the murder of the student, Sauri became increasingly bitter. Began to doubt that the future could be safely entrusted to the capricious whims of mortal, and says to explore other methods by which new generations might be safeguarded from the threat of primals, and committed himself to electrochemicals research.
As you may have surmised, the evacuation matrix was the end result of the Master Sauri's toil. Drawing on its embedded soul crystals and rival computational power, this terrible invention was capable of manifesting a veritable host of ethereal avatars.
Once he was satisfied with his work, Sauri commanded the machine to act as civilization's mightiest guardians, and then killed himself. His ethereal essence was absorbed, and a former formidable egg was added to his inventional arsenal. So now you know the truth of it.
What a price to pay to ensure that the art of summoning survived into the morrow. After failing to protect his disciples, what if he meant to preserve their soul crystals in their stead?
Even if that were his intentions, he chose the wrong way to achieve it. Fenrir is the embodiment of the hopeful ideals of Sauri's younger self. The murderous machine of his later years is the product of frustration, anger, and grief.
What should we do with the soul crystals? We cannot risk them falling into the hands of another villain like Tristan.
If you wish, I could swallow the crystals and hold them safe until another area has need of them. My enchantments would ensure they pass only into the hands of the worthy.
Swallow? You mean eat them?
Fear not, Captain. I have no digestive tract for which to speak, and now that I have instructed Master in the wisdom of Alec, this task shall be the last I perform ere I return to slumber.
Wait, so this is farewell?
Correct, or perhaps, more appropriately, good night. As a familiar, I was not inspelled to experience loneliness. I was, however, ridden with the knowledge that it is best not to draw out a parting of ways with needless sentimentality.
No tears for you then, Abram.
Summoning magic was created to combat the threat of the primals. The ideal world is one in which I need never again awaken. Wield the art well, Master.
Aw.
off the dreamland, just like that. I suppose one's purpose is served, and that's the same as happiness to a familiar. Speaking of serving one's purpose, I think it's time I took my leave.
Aye, the task of the morrow beckons to us all. Let us do what we may so that Prim might rest peacefully for many years to come. Yay! What was going? I was just about to contact the Silence to ask after my sister, and here you are to provide a report in person. What news? To the first? One of the 13 reflections? You mean... I thought my field of expertise a complicated one, but I struggle to comprehend the enormity of your tale. Still, Stola seems to be faring well enough, and for that I'm grateful. Oh yes, before I forget, I actually had a message to pass on to you. Do you recall the summoner, Jeja Amu? Formerly of the Company of Heroes and currently member of the Mortal Flame Summoner Squad? He commands both an Ifrit and Titan Eggy, and is likely one of the more seasoned... I'm sure you remember. He is in Gridania on leave, as it happens, and asked me to direct you to the Caroline Canopy should you stop by for one of your unpredictable visits. I believe he wished to consult you on some private matter. It would be kind of you to lend him the ear if you have a moment of truth to spare. Bloody hell, so I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Yamdra had a word on my behalf, I take it? Well, that's not standard ceremony. I'll now mince words with you. I need some advice concerning summoners in Mortal Kombat. They tell me you have a special nature what prevents primals from throwing your mind. So what I want to know is, what you thinking on being sent out to the front lines every time a beast tribe scrapes together a pile of crystals? So you just see it as your rightful place? Folk needs our help, and you've been blessed with the means to help them? Well, that's one way of looking at it. Me, I'm in it for the coin. I've ever been since I've sold my stub-elves to the Company of Heroes. Those soldiers I marked with ain't much different. We're happy to put our lives on the line as long as there's a perch waiting for us at the end of the day. The pair would join in our last skirmish, though. Now, there's a whole another story. You've heard of Erenval in Fordola, aye? The lads of one of the Silence, same as you. No mystery here. As for the lads, she's a bit more complicated. Former officer in Imperial armor captured by the Resistance and steps away from the noose, fighting for Alamego as a conscript now, which is the only reason she's still breathing. Barely more than sprouts to both of them, and they've been deployed with flames that sifts down in their fruit. From what I hear, they share your resistance to primal influence, and that's the whole reason they had the dubious honor of standing in the thick of the flames. Meanwhile, me and my fellow summoners was cowering in the shadows, sending out our egg to support these youngsters. Would have seen less than 40 summoners between them. Can't say I care much for the experience. It bothered me to think they were being made to fight a battle that weren't theirs, just because of who they were. Do you think you could talk to them for me? Ask how they feel about the whole thing? You're about the only person I can turn to. But thanks. You'll find me Erenval in Rargal's reach, and he'll know where to find Fordol. I'll tell him to meet you by the Aetheryte. Wolfskin, I heard you return from Jessamine. What can I do for our honored champion?
just as Selma said that, I would join them against if freed, but I thought him more annoyed by our presence than a concern for our well-being. Why don't I just save you some time and include Fordell in this conversation? We can visit her in her cell over in the city. Fair morning to you, Fordola. You again. I see you've brought company. What is it now? My thoughts on fighting primals? Is that what you came all the way here to ask me about? I fight because I like the idea that I can help others. The feeling that my presence is needed. Not hard to explain considering how my own mother decided she didn't want me around. And then there was the nightmare at the Waking Sands. Alba and Uli gave their lives to save mine, and I strived to be the sort of man whose life was worth saving. How very honorable, but no such lofty ideals rule my actions. My own will doesn't come into it. Fighting was part of the deal when they conscripted me with the other convicts. I follow orders, and I get to live. And if I died on the battlefield, no one would shed a tear. Don't say that. You think I'd be glad to see you killed? You'd be about the only person who wasn't. What about you, hero? You're usually the first one they throw into the dragon's maw. Let's hear what battles you've been made to fight. Journey to another star to bring back the darkness? I'm not sure if you're the realm's greatest champion or the realm's greatest liar. I believe you, Vobiskin. I want to follow the path you walk, even if I could never hope to carry the same burdens. I can at least work towards having a sturdier back. Speaking of burdens, you know a little something about that, don't you, Fordola? You weren't fighting for yourself, after all, but for your comrades. You're not so different. Don't pretend my gift is anything like yours. I wanted it, asked for it, even, but got more burdened than I bargained for. How many souls were sacrificed for that research? No, the power they gave me was tainted from the beginning. If I can do some good with it, then maybe they didn't die for naught. Satisfied? Then leave me be. I got training to do. You're waiting for the lad in silver armor. You should be out of there soon. She still snarls like a chained dog. Amidst all that growling, though, she gave me a glimpse of her true self. Enough that I'll know when to lend her shoulder, even if she wouldn't let me see her suffering. Now, don't get the wrong idea. Same age, same homeland, I can't help but care a little about what happens to her. Anyway, I have my own training to think of. Give my regards to Summoner Jesma Salmo. You been see them two youngsters then? So, that's the way of it, eh? Well, I shouldn't be surprised considering the example they've been given to follow. And now that I know how they're approaching these fights, I can adjust my own tactics accordingly. One's passionate and the other's reckless, so they both need some watchful support. I'll do what I can to stand in for you, though I doubt I'll ever replace you. Yeah. They'll call me the second best summoner in Ors, yeah? How's that for humble? Right, I think it's past time I was on my way. Give my best, Yimtra, Opus, and thanks for humoring their request.
Everything going well with the lieutenant, I trust? I won't pry into the details, but I'm glad to see you looking so content. Master summoning is an arduous journey, yet I imagine the going is made far smoother with a mentor such as you. I'm somewhat envious of your younger colleagues. If I am to mirror their progress, I must not allow my own scholarly research to fall by the wayside. Good day to you, Bobskin.